Noita, as we do, and we're going to be going straight into a normal run. And yeah, let me just off my mod. I was messing around with the fast fire mod, which is a mod that Solar has recently made. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do just yet, but we'll do some experimentation. I've got a couple ideas for it. Wow, nice. What a start. We got a bomb. Thank you. Thank you for that game. Exactly what I always wanted. A bomb chest right to start. Well, you know, that's just sometimes how it is. Let's see what we got kicking around in this world. Yesterday, I was playing pretty off. I don't know why. I was just, like, messing up. And I kept, I think it was that first death. Whenever I pop that death cherry for the day, everything just goes wrong. Everything just goes wrong. But, you know, it went okay. But today, I'm going to hopefully put on a better performance on this run. And, yeah, I don't really know what exactly we're doing on it just yet. But, yeah, we're going to spend a little bit of time on this run, and then we're going to transition onto a perk tier list, which I've never actually done on stream. So I'm interested to see how that goes. I've got lots of opinions, as do all the other streamers, obviously. Are my opinions more right than theirs? It depends on who you ask, obviously. I mean, I have a lot of playtime in this game, and I also play the game in many, many different ways. And I think that I can bring, not necessarily a fresh perspective to it, but, you know, one that is of, you know, I'm gonna do my best to, not necessarily break the standards, but show just how powerful synergies are, that sort of thing. How you doing, Gray? Welcome on in, birthday Bobo. Hope you're both doing well. I'm talking about the perk tier list that I'm going to be doing later today, and we're going to be talking about all of the perks in the game, where their place is in the meta, and what the new hidden perks are going to be like. Or, like, if they were to be added into the game, how those would play, and where those might place as well. So, there's, like, quite a few different perks that exist that, you know, even had their own icon, but didn't get added for one reason or another. Obviously, not all of them were necessarily meant for the player. It's possible some of them were meant for the enemies and that sort of thing. But I'd still very much like to go over them and talk about, like, what if the player did have them. Also, my tablet just got eaten by this wall. That's real cool. Not sure how that happened, but you know how it is. Some extremely rude stuff right there, I must say. Quite the fire going on up here. I'm gonna have to go up and get the tablet up top. That's a shame. That is a shame. Got going on down here. I figured someone had burned to death. Very good. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to do that, because I spent quite a while setting it up. Also, we're going to be doing an emote reveal today, which is exciting. I've got a cool new emote. You're doing very bad? I'm sorry to hear that, Gray. That's really unfortunate. I hope things can improve. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand. And if you need someone to listen, I can be there for that too. Let's see. I murder this guy reasonably. Maybe I can go. Looks like he's in a steel room. Gonna have to check this situation out a little bit further before I go murdering him. Not that kind of bad, but I mean, it depends on what kind of very bad you mean. Like there's like the I'm going to die kind of very bad, or the, you know, just stuff along that line. That's what I would count as very bad. Or like if it's just like a bad day, that's not as bad. Things will get better, right? One of these. Oh no. Oh no. Up. God. Okay. I think that's probably enough water to kill him. Maybe? Wow, he's still living. He's still living. What a hacker. How you doing, Mr. Shadow? Welcome on in. there was a big hailstorm and smashed a bunch of the roof tiles on my house, so I gotta go fix that tomorrow. Yeah, that sounds really annoying. But that, hey, you're not dead, so that's you gotta look at the bright side, right? When's the last time you went and fixed some roof tiles anyway? It'll be a learning experience or something. I don't know. gotta try and take something positive out of it, right? Got a pretty crazy amount of gold, and we've got a shop too with 2 giga black holes apparently. Kind of goofy. Take a little peek here. We got some soil. I'll take a soil. One of those two. They're on the cheap. And by on the cheap, I mean they're more expensive than they would be in the shop, but less expensive than they would be in any future shop. So, cheap enough for me. Let's see if we can get over this way. 2 to 3 years ago, we were replacing the old ones. Oh my god. So, in other words, they're still quite new by house standards. God damn it. Yeah, that is highly unfortunate. That sounds like a real nuisance. Jump on up here. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Oh well. Freak stuff is just happening like that more and more these days, right? Like hailstorms and just like insane heat waves and all that sort of thing, right? The world is not happy. Or, well, I don't think that's it. That's like personifying and all sorts of weird shit like that. It's not what's going on. It's just like environmental change happens, you know? Whether that cycle is being messed with by human fuckery or not. I mean, obviously it is. But you know what I mean. There's been ice ages. The planet is fine. The people are fucked. That's a great way of looking at it, disused. I mean, I doubt everybody's gonna be fucked. I can't imagine bad weather, like, being the end of us. At least not everyone, you know? Apparently, there was a small tornado in town not too far from me, so I guess it could have been worse. Yeah, for sure. Oh man, tornadoes. I've only seen, like, dust devils, and even those are, like, kind of scary. Yeah, rich people will be fine. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. So I guess if you're concerned about greater humanity, then, you know, nothing to worry about. God. Alright, can I sneak in on this? Maybe. That was a little bit spooky. Electric stone could have dropped in. Wow, that's a spicy one. Look at the stats on that puppy. Ooh, another acceleration blast. I am going to make a bomb. Wait, I shouldn't have said that out loud. I'm on the list now, frick. God damn it. Okay, have a good one, Mikhail. I'll see ya. Alright, have a good one, Mikhail. Alright, so this thing is at 48%, right? Then we're gonna dump this into some water. Off at 7, okay. I'll see you then. What's the difference between regular and massive perk tier lists? I mean, mine's just gonna take a really long time. That's the difference. I need like a little spot where I can clam this and not go everywhere. I can... Uh-oh. Crap! This is perfect. Do that. Go and grab this. How you doing today, Quote? Okay, so we'll grab this. So we're making a bomb. I really got to stop saying that out loud. I'm making a flask that's gonna explode a bunch. And it's gonna be cool. This scares me. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna do a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure this thing will, like, one-shot kill maybe even the boss. That'd be kind of sick. What if you drank it and you just blew up from the inside? That'd be crazy. Aw, Magic Frog, you spelled bomb wrong. I'm gonna have to go in and fix that. How long till your hair grow out, or even long till you go fully bald? Not sure. I think we're ready to leave. Got everything we need. Got everything we could ever possibly want. Right, it also cracked the window cracked the front window of my car, because, quite old, I highly doubt with replacing it, so probably gotta go looking for a new car. Oh my god. That sounds like so much effort. Oh my, that is extremely unfortunate, Gray. Just, do you have hail insurance? Come on. Where's your hail insurance? Everyone should have insurance for freak hailstorms. We got an always cast here. Ooh, it's kind of a spicy one. Kind of a spicy always cast, actually. I don't think we want any of these. By the way, thanks, to your tutorial, I've been getting better at tablet kicking. I'm glad, Mr. Shadow. I'm glad. You see, I was able to read Mr. Shadow's comment correctly because of my autocorrect, but because Gray typed properly, I wasn't able to read his comment properly. Why does that happen? What's wrong with my brain? Oh my god. We, the people of PC, demand equal rights. Nerf the tablet or let us use it. Stop violence. What? No. I don't. I disagree. I disagree. One sucks, by the way. I'm disappointed. Things like this happen once in 5 years here. So what you're saying is it's not super freak, and you should have bought the hail insurance. This wand is actually, like, schnasty. Oh my god, the stats on this thing. Pretty freaking nice. Yeah, just throw this on there and be happy. I guess I could do this too, but then I got, like, a massive cast delay, and I don't think it'll cast at all, right? Yeah. This. Yeah, that's not gonna cast. But I could double it with the spark bolt, so that way it just gets extra damage. Although it's shuffle, yes, so probably not worth it. Yo, tablet HCs would be terrifying, yeah. I mean, there's already enemies that can, like, eat tablets, right? That's already enough of an issue. I'm gonna roll these because they all suck. And we'll put on burning on this too, I guess, just for funsies. Pretty happy with my starting gear. I'm gonna swap these around. I would like to hold on to this. Not a bad wand. I'm considering Giga Black holing this wall. I don't know how worthwhile that would be. What do you think? Revenge bullets or wand radar? I feel like I'm gonna be full clearing for the most part anyway, so wand radar isn't that helpful. But revenge bullets is just gonna make me tankier, which is really nice. I think I just take the revenge bullets. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. As for killing Steven, I think it's too soon. Yes, who used would have went for the radar. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Got a mimic. Got him. Got him. By the way, are people interested in me doing a perk tier list? Because, like, I did spend, like, 2 or 3 hours making the images, like, having to, like, blow up the images individually and all that sort of thing, because there's, like, 129 images, and it took a while. But if people don't want to see that, I guess I could just, like, not, you know? I could always do it in chunks, too. I was thinking what I'd do is, if I was unsure on a perk, I'd just bring it into a game and see what the situation would be with it, and like, compare it against another perk. Weird how the mines and toxic sludge canisters can be duds. It basically, if that's like a modern thing that happens sometimes, Baby Blue Ford. Basically what happens is, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a chance for them to, like, explode, and then, like, the rusted canisters will stay around. When will the tier list be? I'm gonna do it right after this run, and this run is just meant to be, like, a quick run to, like, let people come in, and then we'll get started on it. So you'll probably be here for it, Gray. It's a cool wand. Really what I was expecting. I guess I can stay longer since I'm taking tomorrow off to fix the roof. Nice. Nice. See, it's not all bad. You get to have a day off. Day off, right? It's perfect. You know, murder that guy. And yeah, I was thinking we might do some more Creature in the Well today, too. That'd be fun. No, it is bad. Okay. Fine. That's exactly the reason I don't use Wand Radar. I try to explore most of the biomes. Yeah. Like, Wand Radar is great if you're trying to go quick. But if you're taking your time, it makes a little bit less sense. Fine. Everything is fine. Whoever thought weather was a good idea. Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. How dare they invent weather? Delete it. That would have been an interesting death. That would have been pretty upsetting, getting stuck in the wall like that. I think there's a treasure chest in there. The tablet basically, like, broke the wheel off, so I was able to get away. I thought the explosion from that thing was a lot larger, too, so I feel like I got a little bit lucky. Not die there. I don't know how much damage these do. 400? Yeah, that would hurt real bad. Imagine dying to a meme cart. I almost didn't have to imagine. It almost happened. Honestly, I'm surprised that this doesn't show up more often, like this high up, because I feel like this is when it's, like, most relevant and, like, actually potentially useful. I feel that way about quite a few different spells, where it's like, this spell literally becomes irrelevant by the time you find it, and it's just such a shame that it doesn't show up earlier. Tablet save, though, was pretty nice. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the tablet to bust off the wheel. I was just trying to block the explosion. That was pretty much my only goal there. But it did work out. Also, we will definitely buy mana for 350. I don't think anyone's gonna dispute that play. That doesn't seem like a bad play at all. I'm a cashier on the side, and today someone brought 12 effing crates. Bought 12 effing crates of beer in one cart. Oh my god. That's a lot of beer. You must be having quite the party or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Why else would you be... Oh, God! Fine. Why else would you be buying so much beer? The only reason. Having a crazy party. Or you're an alcoholic, I guess. RoboCop has a really high chance of being up here or in this tube. He's not in the tube. Probably... Oh, man. I thought that guy was getting me for sure. Kind of lucked out there. What if you die and can't use the mana? I mean, it'd still be worth the investment. My children could use the mana. Docking up in preparation for question mark, Monka S? Oh god. There have been some people doing that lately. I've seen some of that. Like, Michaela went to the grocery store and apparently... What the... That's illegal. And apparently, like, the frozen food section was just completely sold out. And it's like, what the frig? How you doing, Lumpy Corn? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Might be able to shoot people here. Yeah. Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me, your brother. Give me your Steam password. Your CSGO items. Guess I'm not getting any of this gold. I wish at least he picked it up. Often people come up to us to stock up their stores when their sale is on something. What do you mean by that? Oh, like when there's a sale going that people just like buy a crap ton so that way they don't have to worry about it. How you doing, Keith? Welcome on in. Wow. Spooky stuff. Oh my. Ooh. Little spooky. Little spooky. Alright, good teleports. Kept control of the situation. Remember, you can always control where you're teleporting when it's these versions of the teleport. Not too bad. I'm surprised they didn't ever update it to be the random teleport. I made a play as Physics Crystal Mod. reducing teleportation of actual physics bodies in Holy Mountain portals. I released it. Ooh, does that mean that we can finally play the Play as Mobile Rock mod and maybe complete it? That's exciting. I've been waiting for, like, years to complete the Mobile Rock mod, but nobody's ever advanced on it. God, that's some technology right there, Keith. Oh, that means you could, like, bring a rock with you forever. There's so many, like, silly things that you can do now. That's really cool. I approve. Let's see if I can... Where is I? Where I am. The real rock was the friends we made along the way. Okay, so that's the wand that, my ghost had, but I don't know where my ghost went. I imagine that was for, like, a speed run. Classic little acid wand like that. It's kind of cool. I don't want to be anywhere near that guy when he dies, because he's gonna, like, explode acid upward. It's gonna be real dumb. You also made a mod that enables the cauldron room, even with mods enabled. That's gonna be really helpful for some people. That's a great addition, Keith. For that, there will be many people that could, now, like, more efficiently check that thing out. Ooh, a luminous drill. What, was that something that, Fury Forged approached you with or something? Or the other way around? Perhaps. Gather that gold. Nah, it's not happening. It is. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I remember him talking about that the other day. You saw Fury's video? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Now we just need to find out what the cauldron room does, indeed. What's it called? Going to get it right now. Yeah, so what is your cauldron room mod called? Okay, cauldron room enabler. Cauldron enabler mod. Okay. Nice invisible frogs. Everyone's favorite. Everyone's freaking favorite, man. I'm now in one-shot range of double mushroom, but hopefully I never ever get double mushroomed. Okay. You also made a controversial mod. Is it another Noita nude mod? Is that what you made? Or is it something else? I always feel like that, you know, maybe that wouldn't even be controversial. I don't know. Tried to come up with something controversial on the fly. Gather a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Lovely. Getting set on fire. I'm interested what a controversial mod would be. Is it like a mod that lets you win for free or something? I don't know. You can already kind of do that. Is it a mod that makes it so you're not allowed, or like all other mods are, like invisible, essentially? Because that one I consider to be controversial. That is like a controversial mod. If not the controversial mod, because it means that, like, speedrunners have to mouse through their mods every single run. It's kind of a pain. Whenever that gets made, that will be a problem. A mod that allows you to get the crown and amulet and gem for free. It allows you to turn fungus head, lucky body, halos, and rat tail optional for the crazies. Huh. So basically, the idea is it's a cosmetics mod. But you don't have to do any of the effort for the cosmetics that you normally would have to. It's interesting. I can see why that would be controversial. But also, I mean, it's a mod, so who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. It'll show mods on... so the real question is, does it make it so you have the cosmetics after you turn the mod off? Because then I could see it being a little bit more controversial. Hey, doing drive? Only when the mod is on. Yeah, see, that makes it, like, way better, I would say. If it were on all the time, then I could see it being a bit of an issue. But since it's not quite that way, I think it's fine. Tablet's apparently up there. This is real silly. Some serious silliness going on. I'm very concerned about that lightning wand sitting right next to that RoboCop. What are these frigging RoboCops doing, man? You say that in the description, right? Now, if you could force the cosmetics on forever, like you could just activate the mod once and it just perma gave it to you, that would be like pretty that would make it controversial in my eyes. That's some good stuff. That's some very good stuff. I should probably just leave, but we're already in there, you know? The double RoboCop was pretty rude, I gotta say. Ooh, this is a nice looking wand. I mean, we got a 10 cast to work with already. It's got better recharge. I don't know. I think we're kind of there. The lack of a chainsaw is lame. How you doing, John? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. I have some lovely surprises for you today. We're gonna be doing a tier list on all the perks. And I also added the essences in on the perk tier list because I feel that those are, you know, like in the same vein. Like it's the same idea. It is a perk. It's just a perk that you have to go out and go somewhere. Is today the birthday stream? No, tomorrow will be the birthday stream. And we'll have all that stuff. I have a stupid noise to death for you. Please, fire away. Go on. What is this shop? Holy moly, look at this thing. Long distance cast, homing, electric, all the stuff. So much stuff. So much stuff. That's all you have for now? Well, it sounds like you've been very busy, Keith. That's awesome. I hope you've been having a good time with it. Because that's the most important part, is enjoying what you're doing, you know? It's your birthday. There's a Noita event. Birthday, there's wait, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Yeah, are you saying like Noita Summit's on the 25th? That would be there's a Noita event. Ah, shit. Okay, well maybe we'll move it then. I don't know. I didn't know that it was on that day. We'll just move it to the 27th. That's fine. I don't want to overlap with them. That would just cause problems. Let's do one of these. And besides, I had a plan where I could alternate the day anyway. Because my actual birthday is on the 26th. There's a booze bottle in the Hisi base. All Hisi are drunk. Great. Also, John says, I finally got down to the boss, got back to the surface, wanted to flex, beat the pyramid boss, then was editing my wands and died. I drowned in the boss. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. And following up what Josh said, any plans on doing the Noided or Not thing? Yeah, so basically what I'm gonna do, Gray, since I didn't get enough submissions when I was advertising that, what I'll do is I'm going to do Anointed or Not with my own, like, clips, my own death clips, and then I'll put out, like, a $20, like, first place bounty, essentially. Whoever sends in the best death clip, like, so we'll send in the clips, and then we'll have, like, judges rate them, essentially. And we can do it like tournament style, where chat chooses, and then whoever wins will get like the $20. I think that'd be cool. Might or might not have a bunch of clips for me. Okay, cool. Yeah. And yeah, I'll just have something along that line. I think that'd be cool. And I don't see any reason why I wouldn't accept multiple clips as well. So, you know, if you want like multiple chances to win the big prize, $20. You know, that'd be kind of cool. Mess with that. What does best mean though? I don't know, like the coolest one. The most noited. Who got the most noited? On a scale of 1 to 10, how unsurvivable was it? how much counterplay was available. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm trying to get this thing working. Put along this line, maybe, like a double. Not enough recharge reduction, so we'll throw this on here too. That's not at all what I wanted. I did not want to throw that down on the ground. Flashback to that one time you got literally deleted from the game for no reason. Oh my god, that was a long time ago. That was a super weird thing that happened. I still don't know what happened. That's slow comparatively. Yeah, I'm just gonna end up winning my own prize back, is that what you're saying? It's like, well, that guy literally got deleted from the game for no apparent reason, so he wins. There we go, so now we got crit. That's actually, like, a pretty cool one. Don't mind this. I'll grab the homing and one of these and one of things varied. We definitely don't need all of those. And I think I'm willing to roll these. I'll take the healthy exploration. Just reminds me of the one episode of The Office where Jim accidentally gives himself the prize money for, like, employee of the month. That was a good meme. That was a good meme. I enjoyed that episode. Dude, this thing is kind of nasty. Pretty sweet wand. It's doing the work. It is critting, right? It should be critting. No reason it shouldn't be, yeah. What up, Keith? What up? Over this way, and we'll jump up here. Noita players are decreasing. What the fuck? Alright. Well. We're going downhill. I don't think that's a very good way to look at it, Keith. I mean, obviously. Why? Why? What? Why? How? What? There's multiple nukes going off. Oh my god. What is happening? Please. Kill the asshole with the wand. There it is. Please have nukes on it. Okay, okay. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It's just like, yeah, here's a bunch of nukes going off. That's terrifying. Managed to fire off 2 random nukes. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously Noita is going to have less player base as it continues to get further and further away from the full release of the game, right? That's just what happens to any game. Especially, like, if the developers stop making updates, content updates, then, yeah, we'll just get less and less players over time. Unless there's, like, a renaissance of sorts, where like, the right person shows off the game. Basically, right now, the only thing that's going to get, like, a bunch more player base is, like, an update or a bunch of, like, a big streamer playing it, essentially, right? That sort of thing. I've been neglecting Noita because I've started playing Final Fantasy, and I beat Quake. Oh, nice. Quake is pretty cool. Honestly, Rat should be able to pick up wands. There's a mod for that. Armed Enemies mod. I've messed around with that a bunch. It's a good time. Should do that again sometime. But yeah, I think, like, the right mod could bring back a lot of people, too. I've talked about it before, but I really need to actually act on it finally, is the Super Noita maker. Gotta go and track down the guy who made the mod. The thing is I've been trying to understand, I've been working on trying to understand the Conjurer mod better, because I think that it's got a lot of untapped potential that I haven't noticed or realized, and I'm trying to improve on that. I wish more people employed Noita together. We could do a Noita together at some point in the near future. That could be fun. Noita together is cool. Conjurer can edit components too. yeah, it does a lot of things. Quite cool. What language is this game made with? I am not sure, isn't it like Lua? I don't know what else. I don't know what else. This, Lua XML. Nice. Okay, so let's go. Gonna take the double. And I can place it there. Not that that's gonna make a big difference. And we'll take a nuke with us. And I'll take a fly downwards. Have I used fly downwards? I probably have. I almost hit me. Panicked. Nearly panicked. I have used fly down, so there's no reason for me to hold on to it. There's so many spells that I need to cast. I really need to work on this list. The dev of Conjure isn't working on it anymore. I tried to convince him to get back. Do you think he'd make it open source? Because I'd be willing to try and like sponsor a major a major mod creation, essentially. Isn't it already open source? Is it? Okay. Well, if it's open source, that's perfect. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, heart. See if we can sneak up in here. This thing digs incredibly well, so we can definitely work with this. And we've got a heart over here. Lovely. This thing is a pretty neat little wand. It's not exactly perfect, but it is good enough, that's for sure. Yuri suggested the idea of building your own map on the go. Yeah, there's lots of really cool stuff you could do. The one that I want is like the Super Noita Maker. Here's the idea: like you build a map in the world, and you can like freeze elements. So like for example, I want to make like an obstacle course that's made out of metal, and it's like on a timer because you've got lava like surrounding the metal, and basically the lava will eat through the metal, and then if you die, or if the lava gets through, you die, and you have to reset and reset the world and try again. Like that way it's like a time sensitive level, and like all sorts of stuff like that would be really, really cool, but the only way to do it is to get like a more robust system. And you know, stuff like the grid system that the game has and all that sort of thing is really nice. How you doing, Avian Insomniac? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Talking about our pipe dream mods. You doing tonight? I'm doing lovely. Apparently, we're gonna have to move the birthday event to the 27th because the 25th is a Noita Summit event. So I didn't realize that. That's my bad. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that then. However, we will be doing a little Super Smash Bros. 64 on the side. We'll be doing random games tomorrow, and I'll just mess around. What's that about a birthday? Yeah, so 26th is my birthday. 27th, we're gonna be doing like a birthday thing, and 25th we'll do some shenanigans. I already had some plans, but yeah, I didn't realize that the summit was that day. That's my bad. Okay. I drop this. What else am I gonna work with? We've got some kind of fun stuff. I wonder how well Circle of Displacement, or not Circle of Displacement, how well Circle of Thunder would work on the hit boss. Because it should turn all of his projectiles into electric, like thunder, right? That'd be kind of cool. So if I were to cast like this and this, would it just make like homing thunder charges, or just a bunch of thunder charges everywhere? Does anyone know how that would work? Happy birthday! It's not quite my birthday, Cat, but thank you. Thank you. Let's go and find another no shuffle really quick. We'll make this happen. Jump on down. I need one more no shuffle. I won't be here on your birthday though. Fair enough. I appreciate that, Cat. I hope you're doing well. How you doing, Solar? Welcome on in. I was messing around with your new mod this morning, by the way, and I'm trying to think of exactly what use it is, but it's definitely like a really good quality of life mod. Like that's the sort of thing that like people complain about all the time, you know? It's like, oh man, why fire takes so long to burn, you know? Hey, Nerds Half-Life, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well today. Welcome on in, everyone. Welcome. And everyone on mind, if you don't know who Nerds Half-Life is yet, you really should. Good friend of mine, longtime streamer, and make sure you go in and follow him, seeing as how he's always sharing his community with us, and he's also a part of our community. Boom. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome. We're doing a little bit of Noita, and then we're going to be transitioning into a perk tier list. That is the plan. I can't believe I didn't get, like, nuked, by the way. With the double nukes going off like that. That was kind of terrifying. We gotta do one of these. It increases FPS massively. Oh, that's really good news. I didn't realize that was one of the primary focuses of it. But I don't understand. Someone was, like, complaining about fire, and then you, like, went and made the mod, and then they're like, yeah, but I'm not gonna use it. Is that what happened? Because that's what it sounds like what happened. That's quite unfortunate. And also kind of hilarious. But mostly unfortunate. I'm gonna put the freeze charge on this, I guess. And I'll keep the drill. I could use bubbles. What does the mod do? It makes it so fire. How goes the run so far? Oh, this is a very good run so far. Nerds Half-Life, absolutely. But that said, we're probably gonna throw out pretty shortly, if I had to guess. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. I can't recall. Frick. Solar did indeed make a new mod, quality of life mod, and the idea is that it makes your game run better. Haven't uploaded it, maybe later. I'm wondering how you could, like, ramp it up in terms of insanity, Solar. Like, what other sort of reactions could you make it so it's, like, chaotic somehow? And I'm trying to, like, think of what other shenanigans could happen with it potentially. Because I think there is some serious potential for hilarity. 4x fire speed plus steam shift. Oh my god. Yeah, stuff like that. Swan's pretty good. Swan's pretty darn strong. Yeah. Okay, there's the wand I want. That's the one I'm after. At least I think it is. I need quite a lot of mana to cast what I want to cast. This is 150. That's not going to be enough. I died to Lightning Arc plus Bubbles. Dang, I don't want to be famous. Slash ban. SF1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 99. Frick. Goddamn, what a name. I felt good because I replicated something you did. Oh, I died to Lightning Arc Bubbles because I forgot about the explosion damage and not just electric. Rip. But that sounds like a fun build for sure, Nerds Half-Life. Why didn't you just copy-paste his name? Because it's really hard to copy-paste with this setup. It's very, like, it just doesn't work. You can just tab to complete his name. I don't know if I can. My setup is very different from what you guys might think. What the fuck? What the... Okay, I didn't want that chest anyway. Just decided it was going into the wall. Very cool. Does anyone know approximately where the box is around here? Oh no, the RoboCop is happening! Took so much damage there. That's a Twitch function, I think. Yeah, I've got, oh, weird. Look, I've reached a new area, apparently. It's weird. Yeah, so I'm using, like, a chat pop-out thing. It's weird. Yeah, just F random voice guy. Am I going the right way for the meditation box, chat? I can't remember. It looks like I am. Yeah. I remember things. Just do it, Baby Rich. I'm sorry. Blue. Did it super easy? Okay. Very well. Is this the wand? It's a shuffle, yes. I need a shuffle, no. With oh, hey. I could have gotten there without cheating. That's funny. I didn't even see that thing on my way down initially. Am on fire. This is a more personal way of removing them. He will remember them always. Exactly. I just take it very personally when I get botted. Okay. I need a wand with some actual mana on it, so that way I can do some shenanigans. I want to kill the boss so bad. We've only found yes shuffle wand so far. Nothing with the energy capacity to do what I want to do. But we will carry on. We can always come back. Haley's bot hates getting bought. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. it's a personal vendetta. I feel like I got shot by the same kind of wand yesterday in the same spot. I think that there's some sort of weird deja vu going on. There's like, I think that seeds change slightly based on date. That's my current crackpot theory. We'll see if that's the case. Yeah, there can only be one. That's exactly it. I've got some bad news. 50% of chat are just very elaborate chatbots. Oh no, B-Cliff! And the other 50% are people lurking. Okay. What do we got over here? We got shield, we got cross. We got some stuff to mess around with. By the way, anyone know when Pokemon Unite comes to Switch? I haven't heard of it. Lumpycorn. Also, even Insomniac gifted out a subscription. This one going out to V-Cliff. V-Cliff, that is, you've been forcibly conscripted by Avian. That is the 215th, my god. And Weeto, how you doing? Weeto, welcome on in. Weeto and the Doritos, welcome on in. How is your noiting? Hopefully everything went well. We got Hut Pam San and Oneros in here. Welcome. I hope you're doing well, Weeto. Did you know that there was a Noita event happening tomorrow? I didn't know, and I was planning my birthday event for tomorrow. And so I'm gonna place it on the 27th instead. So that way I don't step on any toes. But, yeah, I didn't even realize. Been doing a poor job keeping track of that server. That's my bad. Leon, welcome on in. Welcome. Now I have to get someone else. You don't have to do that, V-Clip, but I appreciate the sentiment. But yeah, even Insomniac, thank you again. And also, Weeto, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. And everyone on my end, you really should know Weeto by now, but if you don't, he's a fantastic fellow Noita, a good friend of mine, and a good streamer to boot. He does all sorts of cool stuff. And he's far more adorable than myself. There you go. Welcome, Weeto and friends. We're obviously taking the good one here. And we've got like a really easy combo to go and kill the boss with now, so we might as well go and do it. Like this is the most easy brain dead combo on planet Earth to kill the boss with. Weeto is interesting. That sounds borderline like an insult. But the emote makes it so it's definitely not. Yeah, he's interesting. How's your health, Solar? Are you at full HP, or have you been missing HP lately? Getting better? You took a health flask? Go ahead and do one of these. I'm gonna try and kill the last boss with this slime potion. Slime XL potion, because I think it's gonna do a lot of damage. It's gonna be really cool. Pro tip, don't do that. Why did I do that? I just kind of panicked. That's all there was to it. Get in there with the luminous drill. That was a canister, indeed. HP system is wonky, indeed. Got that thing. A white name. Wow. How you doing, Mito? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm not sure if you heard my big spiels and me asking you what you were up to today. How have you been keeping occupied on Noita, by the way? I found myself, like, running out of things to do at times. And, yeah, today I'm finally gonna do the stupid tier list thing. See how that turns out. Hopefully something surprises me. I'm not really... I haven't really even thought about it too much. Outside of, like, some top tiers. Who even plays Noita anymore? Team? How you doing, Violent? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Evu is a professional Twitch handler repainter. What? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Right, I've got it at wands everywhere, so I can, like, fly now, maybe. If I can set up the system right. What am I doing here? I'm mostly just afraid. I'm gonna set up, like, a wall. I'm gonna build a wall. And I realize what I've said. It has to happen. There we go. That'll work. That will definitely function. For wall building purposes. Alright, have a good one, Drive. Thank you for dropping by and saying hi. I appreciate it. I'll catch you later. Let's... This way... Oh, if I'm gonna make a decent flight here. Actually, that was pretty good. Time to argue with people who've less than 10 wins. That's me. What? Drive safe. I see what you do. I see. Drive. That's the joke. Even a joke? Barely. No! My bridge! I destroyed it. Not what I wanted at all. Okay. So here's the plan. Gonna building our wall. There we go. This should be a sufficient wall. I think that works, right? Okay, so we've got the wall. That's a great start. Solar, that's a secret. It's a secret solar. I haven't even done the emote reveal yet. That's it. Okay. His name is a word that got used in a sentence, KW. Yes, that's... Ah, heck. My wall. Getting deleted. There we go. Good. Good stuff. He will never reach me now. Now we gotta climb up to the top. Got him. Dude, the wall worked perfectly. The wall worked perfectly. Look at that. Have you ever seen such an effective wall before? Just completely walled him out. Alright, what do we got? We got this wand here, which has increased lifetime and random projectile. What wall? It was there. It was there when we needed it. Okay, so what are we doing with this now? We could do an increased lifetime thing, I guess. There's no proof. There's your proof. There's your proof of a wall. Okay. One of these. Good thing I can't read the laws. What? I don't know what you're talking about. They don't apply to me if I can't read them. Right. Of course. Should have known. Should have known. Okay, We're gonna go kill the desert boss too, for some reason. I don't really have a good reason, but you know, how it is when I go on these runs. I just like a fox in a hen house. You gotta go and murder everyone. I forgot. Can phasing affect plasma beams at all? Wait. Can you affect plasma beams at all with bloodlust? You can. The center of the plasma beam will deal immensely more, like, it'll deal, like, absolutely bonkers damage in the dead center of the beam. And yeah, it'll just murder the shit out of stuff. Community enforced, don't worry, we bought cake, bought a cake from the last pun jar. Oh, gonna have to pay a fine? Oh, no. Where did you even get, phasing from? I don't know where I got phasing from. Probably, like, adjusted plasma beams. I like phasing a lot, alright? It's just, it's on the mind. Wow, that's a gorgeous emote. That is, I love those sort of emotes. They're so good. Okay, do I want to transfer onto this thing? I think I do. Hey, Alias, fire immune best perk, in the game, yay or nay? Definitely nay. 100% nay. In my personal opinion. Also, how you doing, Cronus? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. We'll leave this there for now. I don't plan on using it, but you never know. You never know if you don't something. I don't remember the song lyrics. I'm sorry. I'm a fraud. I failed you all. I failed you all. One of those. And we'll double it. I can have this on there too. And this thing will actually just kill the boss. So I don't know why I'm making this thing at all. It's making so much water. Interesting. Read properly, please, streamer. Is fire immunity best perk of the game? Yay or yay? Nay. I hear lightning skull. Freaking lightning skulls, man. Okay. I'm gonna do those. And he's dead in like 1 or 2 eggs. Ow! Ow! Just murder him. Calling for lumberjack fantasies? What? Ah! Don't know what you're talking about. Talking about the strange thing Dunk was talking about yesterday. Okay, so we've got a heart here. We'll do a cursory glance around, see if there's a heart mage. Not that we really need it, because we're already, like, borderline invincible. We've already killed, like, the biggest threat on the map. There's not that much we have to worry about. I think we're good. Ah, that... I ran out of levitation, almost jumped into lava. Ah, yes. Yeah, fantastic. It is fantastic, isn't it, Avian Insomniac? Truly amazing. Okay. It seems like there's probably enough people here where I can go and start the tier list. So let's go ahead and get a move on this run, and we'll go finish this off. We'll finish this puppy off. Go up this way. Grab one of these. Make it a little bit of a challenge with some orbs. Seems like a good idea. And by good idea, I mean surely this won't end in tears. I got like lots of potential boss killers. It's not a big deal. What kind of wand should we do here? My current wand is definitely a little on the basic side. But I guess what's new, you know? We could random projectile, but random projectile is very scary. Solar, are you streaming today? Are you streaming, Solar? What's your plan? What's your plan, my man? Ooh, Skyland. Almost missed it. Almost missed it. There are several types of greed. Gold, wee-woo, HP/heart mage abuse, dunk, tablet, alias, quote, throw. A throw quote. I'm not greedy for tablets. I don't know what you're talking about. 4 hours yet? 4 hours-ish? Nice. I forgot pixels. I'm a miss so much. F. F. It is very unfortunate, Ellen. Alright, let's jump on up here. I could do a note wand. I haven't done a note wand in a little while. Is that something that interests people? We go and do one of those? I always grab the notes, but I definitely don't always use them. If I wanted to kill the, Hey, look at this little guy. Look at that one. Might be another one up here. Make music. I've never given, the note wand a run. The wand itself is pretty dead. The spells are good. Is drenching yourself in acceleration more effective than drinking it? It's more effective than drinking it if you're not going to get stained. If you're going to get stained because you're traveling, like, in the world, for example, then you're probably going to be better off with just drinking it. So it depends. Anthony again says, a no wand run or a note run? Ian. I've done no wand runs before. We've got one of those on YouTube where I did a no mouse run. That was probably one of the coolest runs I've done. Pretty darn neat. Okay, so from here we could do like a couple different things. I'm thinking we do like a long distance cast homing note. But what do we have for damage up? It's just the freeze charge right now, unless I want to use Bloodlust, which is terrifying. Do you have the one where you kick the boss to death in YouTube at good times? I don't have that one. I don't know if that one's still around. I might have lost that bot forever. If someone went digging, they might be able to find it, though. I try to, like... so, back when I was doing a lot of the super crazy challenge runs, I never ended up, saving a lot of them. Sad. Use Bloodlust. It's just so spooky. So spooky, you know? Okay, so if we were to use Bloodlust, let's do something along this line. Arc Bolt, and then this can come off, probably. Yep. Then this goes on there, and then I need increased lifetime still, as well as homing. What about finding a way to play Noita using a kazoo? That'd be so difficult. How would I do that? How would I even begin to do that? I'd have to, like, teach Noita Morse code or something. Why is Bloodlust spooky? Do notes have a long lifetime? They will with increased lifetime. And they'll do really scary amounts of damage, too. I'm gonna get rid of the crit on fire effect, because I think that that's the least likely thing to be useful on it. And then I'll put this on instead. That'll be my one. You could play Noita with a kazoo in your mouth the whole time. That's true, but then I wouldn't be able to commentate, and I'm not sure how many people would stick around for that. Let's see. I think this is how I want them. Playing Noita using any kind of instrument would be peak entertainment. It would be pretty tricky. Like the commentary? Well, there you go. So you wouldn't want to see it go, right? In theory. In theory. Okay. This one should be, like, absolutely deadly. What about using a Rockstar drum set? That would require me to have a Rockstar drum set. But I could do, like, some weird control-based runs if people wanted. Noita 33 orb speedrun, but I have to play with the kazoo as my controller. Here's your title. You're welcome. Wow. It's perfect. How did you come up with it so fast? It's almost like we know exactly what kind of content you're constantly consuming, Solar. Why is this not homing better? Magic. Yeah. Let's go. I'd like to hold on to this stuff. Those on there. And throw that there. Toss this wand out. I really want to shoot something. Wish to shoot something. Quick, someone send Alias a DDR pad. Can I get a kazoo run for 10k souls? That sounds like a pretty steal of a deal. I quite enjoy Small Ant's content. Yeah, apparently. Apparently. Nothing wrong with that. He makes good content. I don't blame you. Alright, let's go. Let's go. And that's a wand. I'd like to check it out. DDR pad. That would be pretty fun. Hey, we found a teleport. That would have been nice to have any time sooner than now. But, you know what? Better later than never. As they say. As they say, but I slightly altered the turn of phrase. Be able to murder things very goodly. So remember we can shoot through walls and stuff, which is pretty strong. I also don't have the increased lifetime on the notes, which is making them not actually deal any damage. Good job, me. There we go. Now it's like a million times better. The trick is wiring the controls. Yeah. That sort of thing would be tricky. It would require me to have a reasonably large size brain, I imagine. I'm gonna, like, bump into one of these notes, and it's gonna instantly fucking kill me. They're lasting much longer than I expected. It might be nice to put this on them as, like, an indicator, but it would be a pretty expensive indicator. I think we've already got the freeze charge on there as an indicator, so that should work. I could have swore I had already been down here, but I guess not. That medic just got absolutely demolished. Look at this thing! This wand is nutty. Oh my god. Go bald so there's more space for your brain. Is that how that works? I don't know if that's how that works. Look at Einstein. He had lots of brain. He didn't need to go bald. In fact, he had a perfect mane, some would say. Let's see if we can sneak it. If we can do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know what I mean? Try and gather the heart. No. This thing just touch of death's everything. DK bongos. Once again, still don't have DK bongos. I'm gonna need to get like some electric nodes or something and work with that. There we go. One do be dead. He did have a substantial amount of hair. He did. His brain was pushing all the hair out. Something like that. Not seeing anything unique about the Hisi bar. How much of a set does a set of DK bongo drums go for these days on eBay? I have no idea. Probably quite a bit. Probably quite a lot, if I had to guess. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Beautiful. I once had a long run with piercing triplicate shot. I died by stepping on them when they were lying on the floor. Yeah, I've definitely died like that multiple times before as well. Just kind of happens. Pound of sand is great. And we definitely want to deactivate this wand, otherwise I'm going to die horribly. I don't. So, that right away. There we go. That could be a decent storage wand. We'd have a much bigger brain, but his greed for a massive head of hair was his demise. I don't know if that's the case. That seems pretty unlikely to me. Got him. I think it was just an efficiency thing. Why cut your hair when it already does its own thing? Your hair can only grow for so long, and once it's at its max length, you don't have to worry about it too much anymore. I mean, that's not true. You still have to, like, take care of it and whatnot, and that would probably be a lot of work. Honestly, I think just cutting your hair short whenever you feel like it is probably the best way to take care of your hair. I'd like to see that. I'm going to murder everything and then jump inside. I was hoping for like a treasure chest or a heart or something. Do notes apply venom curse on contact? I don't know. I would think that they would, but it's possible they don't. Because there are a couple of niche effects that don't work on notes, like explosive projectile, which is a bit of a weird one. What if they do? They'd be a decent damage source, but you're still gonna get more. Like, it depends on what you're trying to kill. Venomous Curse is mostly like a boss killer, rather than a basic enemy killer, because you want like upfront damage to kill basic enemies because they die so fast. Long hair is a lot of work, but it's very nice. And I also got long hair. It's a pain, especially in the summer. Yeah, I definitely avoid. I just cut my hair every summer, and then I let it grow out during the winter. Do it more in the summer. Get it wet. Yeah, I guess that would be a good way to stay cool. In theory, because it would hold water better. A reasonable solution. A little bit more of that. We've actually got a real spark bolt trigger finally. Nice. Grab one of those. Most enemies have low health. Venom Curse is extremely potent. Yeah, but you could just use something cheaper than Venom Curse to do the same job. If you're using notes specifically, like a damage up will just instantly kill like every single enemy. That's the thing, is like literally you can just get away with doing whatever the hell you want in this game because you're always OP. You're always OP. Just how it is. Yeah, only braids their hair, just so you won't have to deal with it for a couple days. There you go. Whatever works. Whatever works. We could also use our ground sand here. On the long distance cast, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be about the same speed, so I'm not too worried about it. That would be an interesting combination, trying to get the ground to sand to shoot fast, though. I don't think I've got enough mana for it, sadly, because I wouldn't be able to spell wrap without adding other spells, and adding other spells would make it so it doesn't shoot as consistently. I always wear my hair open because I go for that old school metal style. Nice. Yeah, I just let my hair do whatever it wants, because that is peak efficiency. Not that I'm trying to be like perfectly efficient in life, but you know, I try to be logical about my decisions as much as possible. That's why I don't like really understand like tattoos and stuff. It's like, it costs me time and money, and I might not want it for you know, that sort of thing. That's how my logic goes in my brain. For my hair on my head, yeah, there you go. Ultimate strats. They're all kind of doo-doo, huh? I don't think I need any of these. Take a quick peek at the progress menu. Have I cast the... I don't think I've cast this one yet, so we'll pick that up really quick and cast it. 3... Go. We'll hold on to it, too. It does have some theoretical things that I could do with it that'd be interesting. And I don't care about projectile curse. It's too expensive. Too expensive. My taste. Okay. Let's go back to our other wand. Finally. Time. Oh god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck! My hair has gotten so long, the customers started calling me Jesus. My father's genes are strong with me. I won't have hair for long. Enjoy it while you got it. I mean, you could always do one of those things where it's like, hey, use this thing, rub it on your head, and you'll have hair forever. I'm honestly becoming more and more convinced that those things work now, because the science is fucking crazy, and I don't know, it just seems like it probably just works. I don't know how well it works, though. That's the real question. I think it's the sort of thing you gotta do before you're fully bald, probably. Otherwise, you're just gonna have a really sad head of hair. Just pull an Elon and get more hair for 30k. Did he do that? Was Elon balding and he's like, 30k is a pretty fair price for a nice head of hair. Honestly, if you're a figurehead like that, I don't think that's too unreasonable. And like that's literal pocket change for him. Makes that in probably a couple minutes. We had the talk. Did we? I don't remember that at all. I'd rather go full bald than have that monk half bald. Yeah, me too. Full bald is just embrace it, you know. It's not a bad look. It's fine. And you know, if your head's like even reasonably shaped, You know, nobody's gonna blink twice. Like, oh, that's a bald guy. You know? Elon Musk hair transplant. Who was the original owner of the hair? Oh my god. Yeah, we definitely did not talk about that. That's crazy. Look. Look at him. Look at him. Dang. That off my screen. Don't look, chat. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. I'm on fire. Definitely worth. Yeah, for, that was a $30,000 job that guy did. PayPal days. I think horizontal path is a good grab here potentially. Really lacking in a bunch of different things, I would say. Let's just start grabbing stuff off of wands. Grab one of these. I can get phasing, this run's gonna start popping off. Why did the screen go dark for a few seconds? That was weird. What do you mean the screen went dark? Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. Listen, 2-second attention span, Rytinker. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. I'm gonna take telekinesis so that way we can do some stuff. There were 2 people, changed my mind. It's just 2 different people entirely. Okay, we're going back up to the surface really quick. Ow, that did damage to me. Had enemy stuff on it. Get out of here. I need to get out of here. Mild mistake. And I probably could have done this different. Petition to call telekinetic, yeet. Things have changed here in Germany because baldness was a Nazi thing back then. Yeah, it's so messed up. It's like, oh, you're bald? That can only mean one thing. It's like, god damn it. Some people don't have the choice on whether they're bald or not. This is bullshit. This is bull. This. Yeah, that's one of the very unfortunate parts about being bald. The potential BS stigma happen. Okay, so we're going up here so that way I can make a sun. It's gonna make a quick little sun. Now it's you have a beard. Oh, you're nice. Some guy. Yeah, that is an auto mod. Apparently. Wow, that's a large and in charge wand for this floor. What is this? Just some stuff going. I want to go and look at that wand. I want to see what I missed out on this first floor here. Cause that looked pretty spicy. A very large and in charge wand. My deadly tunes working. Don't let the stigma get to you. Y'all are beautiful with your shiny bald heads. Exactly. Ah! Ah! My life! That hurt really bad. But what is this thing? It's an always cast glimmer with a million of those on it. That's kind of goofy. This is a great opportunity to get a bunch of it. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. So now I have an ambrosia acceleration flask, and I have a slime bomb. Glimmer, though, I did get hit. I got hit like 1,000,000 times. I'm lucky to be alive. Okay. It's okay. We can just, like, pop into a biome or two, and we'll be back up to full health. That's the game plan, I think. I think I will do that. Not a bad idea. I'd like to reduce the lifetime of this thing, but I don't have any way to. Unfortunate. Your crown reminds me of the Kingdom series. What is the Kingdom series? What's the unused perk stuff about? You'll see it. You'll see it, baby Blue Ford. I've got a whole bunch of them. And by a whole bunch of them, I mean like a small handful. And we might go into like the code and read some of those too once we're done, if people are still itching for more. Although it's looking like it's going to be a couple hours of discussing perks probably. So I don't know if people are going to be interested in sitting around listening to me ramble on about which perks are good and which ones aren't for that long. Always itching for more? Alright, well, we'll probably look into it then. We'll hop into the code and read some potential perks. Oh, a little bit of a heal there. And we're gonna go and make a black hole, because that's one of the last things on the list that I need to do. I'd watch, but I need to go to bed. I understand. It's okay, Vialet. Has to happen. Gotta make sure you get your sleep. Oh my god, the yeet. Oh, that was such a yeet. Oh no. Where is it? Is it dead? No. Please. Be somewhere. There's no way that thing didn't despawn, right? Like 3,000%. Is it gone? I think it is just gone. Unless it's like up here. Damn it. I'm tired. Have a good rest of the stream. Have a good one, Viala. Thank you for dropping by, saying hi, hanging out for a while. I appreciate it. And I'll catch you next time. That was hella yeet, though. It was. I gotta keep in mind not to let it bump into the pyramid in the future when I get the next chance to do that. No wonder I haven't been able to complete this. Why does it not respawn in its original location if it goes far enough off screen? A question that you'd have to ask the devs. But it's probably something to do with being able to, like, do some real dumb shit where you can just, like, mass spawn a bazillion things. Because that sounds like a possibility. Because if you could have them, like, mass fall off screen, then it could potentially do some weird stuff. And there might be a way where you could abuse it. I don't know. It sounds like a high effort thing to write in, but I could be wrong. It's just that, like, the whole system is just a little bit finicky, it feels. Like, there's all sorts of things that just go slightly wrong. And I imagine that there's, like, already a crap ton in place just to try and deal with all the shit that goes slightly wrong. You know what I mean? Like, think about all the things where it's just like, oh, that was weird. That was a little bit peculiar. I wonder what happened there. Not getting that wand. We'll put through here. We're carrying on. I think I'm just gonna go and clear the dragon out, and we'll go from there. That's the game plan. One of those blood mages, do not care. Oh god. Is always cast end of everything possible? Apparently, always cast is possible with literally any spell, but I don't fully believe it because I've never seen certain always casts. And the pool has been changed so many times with how it works that I really don't know exactly how it works. Not sure. I'm gonna replace Bloodlust with the horizontal path. So it's actually safe and still doing significant damage. I'm gonna actually do it with this instead. No. Bloodlust is still on there because I replaced the freeze instead. What a silly mistake. Go. I can sneak through here. Doesn't look like I can. But yeah, now the wand can't kill me anymore, which is definitely a positive. I'm about not dying, as it turns out. One of my favorite things. One of my favorite things. Not being dead. Way up there on that list. Let's head up here. I hear that you can unlock Nevercast for the run when you game over. Nevercast. I've never heard of that. It's possible, but it'd be on a tier 10 wand. I noticed while farming, they mostly get Hell Shop always casts. That makes sense. It does make sense. It is a little weird, but I can understand why that would happen. Never cast, so like fizzle. I mean, that's not exactly what Fizzle is, I guess, but similar, I suppose. That's a nice looking wand. It's got an always cast on it. Always cast Tentacler. And it's cheaper than the wand I'm using. Let's use it. It's gonna have one extra space on it since it's a one cast as well. Always cast Cthulhu, yeah. This thing is gonna be real deadly. I would go back up and grab a couple more things because there are some more alterations I can make to this wand now. But I think that would be a little bit too time consuming for what I'm trying to do. I think this is probably fine. Slow. Put the recharge time on. Recharge reduction. It doesn't need to be fast, but I would like it to be fast. It's better. It's gonna run out of mana anyway at that rate, so we're not gonna worry about that. And can I make this thing fast? I can. Bit of a shame. Dump one of those. I want to hold on to this one, so we'll put everything on here. I'll dump the Bloodlust because I'm done with it. Sickle asks, I've asked this before, but don't understand. What do notes do? Do they add damage in any way? Are they just for added noise they make? No, they are for damage. So basically, here's what's going on. And think of it this way. You know about, like, homing mist wands, right, Sickle? So a note is like a mist, all right? It can hit multiple times without having piercing. And basically, its lifetime is really short. And it's also very cheap, so it's 1 mana drain. And yeah, it's kind of like an innate piercing, but they tick 1,000 times faster than a mist. So they'll multi-hit like crazy. And they're very, very strong in that regard. But the problem with them is the increased lifetime. So you need to find a way to increase their lifetime. Once you've done that, you've got a fantastic setup. Oh man, our digging is so sad. Our digging is so sad. Guess I could just do. How's that still bad? He has a 0.75, I guess, and move some stuff around so that way I can like quickly edit. God tier digging, yeah, not quite. Not quite, sadly. I don't know if I've cast the spell. I still like increased lifetime piercing chainsaws with homing triggers. That sounds very dangerous. Okay. Let's go ahead and dig on through here. Go. Dig in here really quick. Good stuff. The luminous there. You can see the multi-hit process there, how quickly it was like ticking and hitting them, and it was quite a lot. Like it was pretty good. Like obviously this wand in its current iteration is not amazing because I'm using some pretty weak damage ups, but I'd rather do that in exchange for the additional safety afforded to me. Put this on there. No. There we go. Another wand in here. Oh my god. Ow. Oh my god. That was... For a second, I'm like, am I about to die to this mist? But it wasn't. That's what I killed the 33-hour boss with. Some gold to power and a few divide by his Tau. One shot took about 15 seconds to kill him. Nice. Yeah. And with this variant, I'm actually safe from the damage itself, which is really good. That was my main concern. Okay, so now all we need is another multicast at the end. There we go. There we go. Now we can actually dig reasonably. Just needed an extra luminous drill on that puppy. Okay, what do we have here? Got water trail, which is something that I've been wanting for a while, but I haven't been finding it. I I've been wanting it because I keep getting, like, electric builds going, and then I can't go super ham with the water trail. We also got black holes, which is good. Too bad we don't have any way to make them unlimited. What's this thing? It's a 13 cast. Poison. Not sure if I've used Poison Trail recently. Let's take a quick look. I did get some progress. What did I progress on? I got the powder vacuum earlier, right? Right. That. Where's the trails? Where are the trails? What's this? Oh, yeah, that's the Friendly Bee. That's a Myriad cast. Missing 2 explosions of. Missing a bunch of the C's of, apparently. I'm missing a bounce. Well, is that and that. You reset progress again? I reset progress by accident sometime around last December, Oneros. I don't know what happened, but obviously I had all those 100%ed. It was sometime before they added in the 100% achievements. And it wasn't intentional. I don't even know when it happened. I didn't even notice it happened until later on. Which was unfortunate, but it is what it is. Like, it's not a big deal. Because we're already almost done again. And we've only got, like, a few achievements left now, too, again. Like, we gotta go and do the sub one. Which means I should probably check out the daily today. Daily practice run. See what they've got in order for us. This floor can go by so fast. It's kind of insane. You can just, like, zoom through it. Yo, that guy's dead. You can just take my word for it. There's oil. Oh my goodness, he's zooming. He's zooming. Good evening. How you doing, 7 Bambi? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. That will die to this eventually. At least I really hope you will. There we go. Sickle says, would you say Noita is in your personal top 5 games? Oh yeah, easily. I think it's probably 2. Number 2 behind Dark Souls 1. It might be number 1. I don't know. I've played it so much now that I'm not sure if it's still number 1, just because you know you get bored of the game after a while. But in terms of like play value, just through the roof on this game. It's insane. Let's see what we got over here. I'm gonna take the extra HP. Nice at this point. A little bit less to worry about. Go ahead and dig on through here. Don't have to worry about making the teleport happen every time. And got a fun wand over here. Look at this puppy. Hey, Elias, you got wands up? I do not, Zero. But I can let you take a look at our wands. That's no problem. That's no issue for me. So we got a million summon tentacles. Just always a fun combo. What do I want to summon tentacle into? Should think about it a little bit. I would like to use that as my lethal boss kill. That'd be fun. Let's ditch this one, I think. This is 24. Yeah, I'm using this one for storage, so we'll go ahead and swap all that down there. And throw that there. And then put all... Okay, that's it. Not want that guy existing. Then put all this stuff up here. There we go. And I don't know what I want to do with this reduced lifetime, because this is the long teleport, which means that it would be very bad to use that on and work consistently. Should we go and kill the one side boss over here, chat? What do you think? Go after a couple more bosses. You can get the egg boss pretty easily. I'll run our way. Always cast tentacle. Always cast work on your damage wand. How does the always cast tentacle work on your? So on this wand, it only activates on the spark bolt double trigger. This doesn't live long enough to get a tentacle out, but this has a chance to potentially tentacle an enemy. The only reason I'm using this wand is just because it has a lot of space on it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Go. Murdered. Nice. Those guys all died to the wall, so I managed to get some extra HP out of it. Don't mind if I do. But yeah, the Tentacler, sadly, is not super useful on this wand build. Although it certainly would be nice if it were. Wrong wand. Wrong wand. I'm not really sure how... Ow. Fire. I'm not really sure how I'm going to kill the triangle boss just yet. Kind of tempted to just use my main wand. Missed my chance to say nobody uses exclamation mark wands. I don't know what to tell you, Solar. I just want my ghosts. I just want my ghosts. That's all I want. I'm happy to open up my inventory and show people wands if I get to have my ghosts. Let's head over this way. I'm on fire. That's okay. Just happens sometimes. It's natural. I think I've got a quote of that. I think I've said exactly that before. Level 6 in Discord Idol RPG Pog. Nice. Just use the mod that re-implements ghosts. Forehead. Is there a mod that also allows me to count my progress? Alongside that? That'd be cool. Just run a bunch of mods to basically make it so it's like I don't have any mods. What a fantastic solution. Alright, I'm gonna do a dumb thing. And it might get me killed, but that's okay. It'll be cool. It'll be freaking cool. Here we go. We want that set up. And then we're gonna have a teleport wand here. Like so. Okay. Uh-oh, wrong one. Uh-oh. My life is so over. Yep. Nope, game didn't like that. It's over. I'm dead. I am dead. I am so fucking dead. You have no idea. Make a gif as soon as this ends, assuming it's gonna end. I am dead. There is no way I am not dead. I don't have anything to save me from this. What is that sound? What was the... Look at... You see all those little circles? Those are giga friggin' black holes. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm dead as hell. I'm gonna... It's over. It's so over. I'm holding 4, so that way hopefully I get the... Because it's funny, Solar. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it happen, okay? That's why. That's why I'm doing that. Oh my god. It's so dumb. Holy moly, what is that? It's like you're still alive 7 frames later? Yeah, for now. The giga black holes haven't started yeeting everything yet. The only reason I'm alive. I don't have anything that's gonna, like, keep me from just getting absolutely blasted. Every single one of these circles is a giga black hole. Yeah, one's right on top of me, which is really bad. If I can pull out my wand and teleport down here, I have a small chance of getting away and potentially getting some ambrosia out. Or I could hard crash the game. That works too. Big brain. Big brain! Just crash the game, chat. Joy. Get to see the dumb thing happen. Do we do it again? That's the real question. Do we do it again? Yeah, that was a hard crash right there. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Tempt fate. Tempt fate a second time. Says idiocy overdose. It's a bad seat anyway. Didn't watch it. I was shopping. What? Shopping? Were you shopping? What were you shopping? Were you photo shopping? Okay. We need this ready. We just want to egg a couple times. Okay. You went to the store. Nice. Needed some food. We've got food now. Okay. We're going to do one. And, oh, that's not what I wanted. More. Okay, so this is our tentacle. Oh, heck. Oh, there it is. That's the one. That's the one. That's the ticket. I love how all the tentacles are in like a circle. Look at that. Oh man, they're already dead. Teleport. You're acting like I can do anything right now. You're acting like I have control over this situation. Yeah, game sure loves it. Better believe it. Now, oh man, so a really interesting thing that the tentacles will do that I didn't even consider is that they're actually going to hold all of the debris in place. So it's going to it's gonna make it so like the debris won't move at all. And I imagine that's probably gonna be a little bit hard on the calculations. Look at how those it's looking real weird. Oh my gosh. I've never seen the tentacles, like, pulled like that. Okay, it looks like I'm able to control the game, maybe. I'm gonna hopefully pull out my, my ambrosia. Get to live this. Is there still no mod to make the game process smoother? I think that's a lot easier said than done. This Giga Black Hole should not affect me. I think we're good. Look at the... Why is it so red? Oh my god, it's actually going. Thought Solar made one. So angy, indeed. Is indeed very angy. Is there one still alive up there? There is, it won't be for long. I didn't really land a clean shot this time. I like how it's like pulling the tentacles in. That looks so cool. Really neat. Heinerman. Oh, this looks normal. Yeah, it is normal for me. Look at that debris spinning. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna have to go up there and see if everything's still alive. Let's hit F11. Look at how many tentacles are like crumpled up into one spot. That's crazy. It's really cool. The explosion, though. That's so good. Look at that. That's really cool. I'm saving that. I'm saving that one. I love the way it starts off like a little bit slow and then just goes. Very cool. Very cool. I think there might be a boss still alive up there and just terrified to move, so we're gonna go and hit him again. Let's do it. Oh, there's just, yeah, there is a boss still alive. Look, we're juggling stuff. Okay, yeah, we gotta kill this boss. Got him. Got him! It's fucking stuck. It was stuck. This is so overkill. Oh my god, that's a lot of Giga Black Holes. Think that's a bit overkill for a stuck boss? Maybe. That's at least 3 Giga Black Holes on my face. This is not good. Step Noida, I'm stuck. 7 Bambi, please. Yeah, there's 4 Giga Black Holes on me. It's over. I'm dead as shit. I am so dead. 7 Giga Black Holes? I see 7 Giga Black Holes, at least. My life is over. Please, 7 Pappy, no. Not like this. Oh my god, what is happening over there? I think those tentacles are getting, or the Giga Black Holes are getting yeeted by the tentacles, and the tentacles are getting yeeted by the Giga Black Holes. My life is over. It's done. There's too much. Too much on screen. This is why you should always do the Heart Mage trick. So that way you can live this dumb shit. Oh, I'm holding the button to try and get Ambrosia out. I can't. Not letting me. I'm holding the button. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. There's just too much on screen. Rip. There it is. Oh my god. That was insane. That was so worth it. Oh my god, you see that spell go flying? That's insane. Man, tentacle timers are so cool. Save that death replay? Yeah, we better click the button before it gets rid of itself. Maybe cover the floor in Ambrosia first. I'm pretty sure it would have wiped off all the Ambrosia. I'm not too worried about dying there. It was pretty much planned that I would die there. Which means I probably should have, like, ended the game and then come back and killed the boss. But, you know. Cause of death. The fuck knows. Pretty much. Pretty much. Now, if I had, like, Save and Grace 1-up, I might have lived that. Alright, go. That is so violent. That is so violent. Look at that. Oh my god. That's gorgeous. Alright. I think it's time that we start in on our tier list because it's gonna take a while. So we want to make sure we can get through it. We're gonna be using like a couple mods to make some points and stuff like that. You didn't play with the mod. Would the mod have helped there, Solar? Okay, let's go ahead and get this party started. I'm gonna quit out Anoita for now. And yeah, we're gonna start in on our tier list. Okay, so here's the deal. There are I was checking the VOD because you said you used it early. Yeah, I did. I thought it was on stream. No, I was checking it out before stream. Or like tier list, am I right? Ha ha ha! Please laugh. Okay, let's get started. I'm sorry, Solar. I'll show it off. I promise. Okay. Where do we want to start off with this? This is tough. I'm gonna be moving some stuff around. But we're gonna start off with All Seeing Eye, which I think is an exceedingly good perk, and we're gonna put it up really high because I think All Seeing Eye is exceedingly good. Explosion immunity should go in the same place. Melee immunity and electric immunity, I think electric immunity is better. We're starting off with some of the good ones. Glass cannon, we're gonna put in A tier. We're gonna put it in B tier, and we're gonna rename the tiers as we go here. But glass cannon is good, but it's unnecessary because we have like a surplus of damage anyway. Start with perks that don't exist. We're gonna finish with the perks that don't exist, Solar. All right. Let's see here. Plasma beam. It's pretty okay in like a speed run context, but it's also like really detrimental on a normal run and like no reason to have it. So it's decent for challenge runs. So I'm gonna put it in C tier. It does have a place, but it's definitely not that great. And the reason why I've got so many tiers, by the way, is because the difference between the best perk and the worst perk is massive. All right, I see some icons I don't recognize. That's because there are going to be perks that were planned that aren't in the game, and we're going to talk about those as well. 7Bambi. Everyone always talking about perks that are in game. Yeah, well, we're gonna get through that, Solar. Don't worry. That's the nice cherry on top. Okay. We can't have it be you can't have your dessert without eating your dinner, all right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Um this is increased gravity. I actually really liked increased gravity. This is one that's not in the game anymore. And I thought this perk was really good, especially in combination with a couple other perks. I think it's a good speed run perk, and I think it's a really strong longer run perk because being able to fall faster means that you can dodge better. It does mean you fly worse, but it makes it so you get hit less. So I think it is a reasonably good perk. I speak highly of this, but I put it in C tier just because we're forming it out for now. Not on top. If you put it at the end, that everyone always talking. Not top, but at the end. What are you talking about, Solar? Okay. Um, Faster movement speed, A tier. It's like increased gravity, but it's on steroids. It makes it so like this needs supporting perks to be good. This one makes it so you get to go fast all the time. It saves you time on the run. It's good in speed runs. It's good in challenge runs. It is an exceedingly good perk. I'm even tempted to bring it up to S tier because I think it is very very strong. But I'm not gonna put it in S tier just yet. We'll consider shuffling some stuff around. I'd say S. Yeah, we'll consider. We'll consider. All right. Um, let's go ahead and take a look at stainless armor here. Stainless armor, very very good. It like absolutely core for any long run, and you can make it work on shorter runs too. I can't put it any higher than movement speed though, because I would take movement speed 9 times out of 10 over stainless unless I was doing a long run. So yeah, I'm gonna put it in that tier for now. I think stainless armor is like very good and a core perk, especially for those longer runs. But it is just a dead perk in a lot of situations. Um, Repulsion is probably one of the literal best perks in the game, and can single-handedly win people runs. It's good for new players. It's good for veterans. It is strong offensively and defensively. It is one of the quintessential perks. It stacks well. There's very few perks I would say that stack well. This is a very very good perk. There are some downsides to Repulsion Field, but the upsides are so insane. I think it belongs up in triple S tier for now. Now we'll talk about this, because that one could change. We're gonna take a tentacle for now, and we're gonna talk about the benefits of tentacle. So tentacle gives you resistance, and it defends you against earthquake a little bit. If you get hit by an earthquake chunk, you will only ever get hit once, which is kind of okay. It's not bad, but it's also kind of scary, and there's a couple of dumb interactions with it. Like if you get in a feedback loop with a creep, it kills you. Um, I think I can't have it any lower than plasma beam. I'm dropping plasma beam down to D tier because it's so specific. It's very very specific. I don't think it's that useful. Um, And you know what? I'm gonna put tentacle down there with it because you're right. Can it grab PC grenades? I don't know if I've ever had it grab a shot anymore. I don't think it does that anymore, Grox. I think that's the older version of it where it used to do that. It used to grab them, pull them into. Yeah, I don't think it does that anymore. I'm gonna keep it in C tier. We've got explosive bodies. So this perk is like explosive immunity. It gives you the explosion immunity, except it also causes chaos. Chaos is like a bit of a scary thing. You could say that this perk helps you kill enemies. It's really strong against like gun moms and anything that like spawns more creatures, which it are occasionally some very annoying enemies. So this is good. I'd say S because it sets you on fire all the time. I was about to say that as well, Solar. And yeah, I'm gonna move it down to S tier. I don't think it belongs in the same tier as explosive immunity, but it is still very, very good. It does give you immunity to explosions, which is the reason why it's so high up. Less lava from firebugs. That's true. It does have its benefits as well, but overall I think that it is less powerful. All right. Um, Now melee immunity. Melee immunity is an exceedingly good perk. One of the very few things in this game that can kill you just about instantly from any level of HP is melee damage. And do I think it is as good as electricity? I think it's better than explosion immunity by a decent margin. Because explosion immunity, you can just get enough health and you survive an explosion. But with melee, you could just die anyway, right? Like that's always a fear. That's always something you have to worry about. And it also grants a free dragon boss kill, which actually gives you a ton of momentum in the course of a run. If you're struggling and you can get like an easy boss kill guaranteed on the dragon, then that's really useful. I think this perk has a lot of really positive things going for it, and it gives you so much momentum in the early game. I am going to put it up in S tier, or triple S tier, and the reason why is because it makes it so it completely obsoletes half of the enemies in the game, which is insane. Like, it is just such a crazy perk to have. And while it matters a little bit less in the later game, we're talking about the whole game as a whole. So I'm talking about challenge runs, I'm talking about like speed runs, I'm talking about long runs. This is what this tier list is for. It is for like an all-encompassing sort of deal, right? The whole reason this isn't in G tier is because this is useful in certain challenge runs. It's useful on speed runs. So I am going to put it in triple S tier for now. I think it is good. And we'll talk about electricity more. Electricity is like a super big deal in Noita these days, and I think it is way better than it used to be. We need a Z tier. Yeah, we will be renaming the tiers. Don't worry about that. If you get it in the first Holy Mountain, it makes Fungal basically safe. That is absolutely the case, Smash U. And that was one of my big deciding factors on melee immunity as well, because a good run starts in Fungal. All right, let's grab the HP up. Hang on, you know, I've got music for this. One moment here. Just remember that I literally set up music. Is that about is that a little quiet? That you know, it's fine. It's fine. It should be good. Okay. So, what? What's wrong? What's wrong with the friggin' Me Plaza music? Okay. So we've got extra HP per pickup. HP becomes less useful later on. How does a swapper even kill you? What are you talking about? Swapper still kills you so easy. I mean, yeah, there are lots of swapper memes. For extra health from hearts, you absolutely have to factor in the added benefit of the heart debuff exploit. Yes. So this perk is useful on a normal run. It is not useful on... So it's useful on a normal run, and it's useful on a long run. Any shorter run, this perk is borderline pointless. Which is a little bit unfortunate, because you're trying to zoom through, you're not really getting that many hearts, and that means you're not getting very much value out of this perk. This perk also is one of the few perks in the game that doesn't give you immediate value, which is definitely like a weakness of the perk. I think that you really need to actively try to use this perk to make it good. However, its payoff is immense. You can get a crap ton of HP out of the heart exploit. It makes it so you, rather than having to do it like maybe twice or 3 times, you only have to do it once and you're in the tens of thousands of HP. Which is a huge boon for any run, including a normal run. Now, is it as good as extra HP? I don't think so. I think that even potentially as early as the first floor, extra HP can potentially outshine it, because of the immediate benefit that HP gives you. So I'm going to put it in the same tier as Glass Cannon. Got my laptop temps under control. That's good to hear, Dexon. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. And I'm going to put Glass Cannon over it for now. So this is going to be left to right. That's Stronger Hearts. This is Stronger Hearts, yes. Now, Gamble. 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 Magic Garden, it did nothing, close to nothing. You gotta spam it on him, Mr. Progressor. I've been testing it. It's a little bit weird. It's G for gamble. It is so bad. Hear me out. Gamble. This music seems a bit loud. Okay. Gamble isn't always instant pick for me. That's fair, Blar. So hear me out. Gamble is fun. Am I incorporating fun into this tier list? I don't think so. I don't think I'm incorporating fun. Now, challenge runs, you know, obviously those are for fun. But you can be serious about a challenge run, all right? So here's the thing about Gamble, is there's like a couple. You know what? I'm gonna take Gamble off for now, and we'll talk about it later. But the idea here, no fun allowed. Exactly, fun is bullshit. But you're gonna see as we continue, there's gonna be more and more perks down here and less perks up here. Okay, and because of that, Gamble is like, you can, if you get one of these, it's not necessarily game winning. It's just game helping. If you get one of these, it's game losing. It changes your run to such a degree that it's just terrible, you know? It's really, really tricky to play around with. Now, this perk, this is probably one of the most inoffensive perks in the entire game. There's like nothing bad you can say about it, and what good you can say about it is if you kill something once, you get a ton of melee. You get a ton of mana, which is... Blowfish says, isn't melee better than electric since electric is easier to avoid and less common damage type even if it can one-shot you? Maybe. We'll talk about it a little bit further, but I do think that these perks are very, very close in value. Melee is, we were talking about it earlier, it's very momentum heavy, and it does a lot for you in the early game. And it also saves you late game. Electric is one of those perks where if you don't have it, you just lose sometimes. And that goes for short runs and long runs. I've had runs where it's like, oh, galvanized, I lose. If you get galvanized and you don't have electric immunity, you just kind of lose sometimes. And also, there's lots and lots of situations where you just get straight up stun locked by electricity, and it's basically just one of the most lethal things in the entire game. It is on par with Polymorph for danger, if not higher, I would say. At this point, obviously Polymorph has been changed. Anyway, back to mana. Mana is a very inoffensive perk. It does exactly what it says on the tin. You kill something, and you can shoot like crazy. It's very handy, especially when you don't find increased manas, but it's more of an early game perk than anything. It's okay. And you know what? It's so okay. It's not on par with Glass Cannon or Increased Hearts, but I'm gonna drop these down a tier, and it's gonna go into C tier, because I think it is pretty acceptable. And it's certainly much better than these. I might move this up, by the way. It does need additional perk support to be good, but it is pretty useful. Okay, and then we've got phasing. So phasing makes it so you actually don't get hit by shots. Like, is it like 50% of the time? It's some stupid number like that. It's really unlikely that you're going to get hit by projectiles. And by really unlikely, I mean it's a coin flip. The slower moving the projectile is, the less likely you are to be hit. But this also increases the damage you take from explosions and projectiles by 20%. So the thing that it's supposed to defend against also makes it so you take more damage. I know what you're thinking. Repulsion does the same thing, but Repulsion does a much better job than phasing. That said, this perk combos very, very well with the other projectile stopping perks, and that makes it a little bit more desirable. It is pretty decent, but I would personally never take this perk before I already have explosion immunity and repulsion and maybe like the projectile slower. Like, I would not take this perk early game, which means I'm not going to be taking this run unless I'm desperate, or if it's like a very niche situation. So basically, am I doing a super specific challenge run where I need to not get hit by bullets, or am I dealing with a long run, right? Those are the two options, right? I missed Call of Duty so much. My first game back was 36-7. Oh my goodness, well played, Dixon. Well played. Sleep time for me. Gonna be watching the VOD tomorrow because this is interesting. Have fun. Have a nice. Yeah, have a good one, 7 Bambi. We'll catch you later. I would say gamble is better the earlier on you take it. If you get it in the first to fourth Holy Mountain, go ahead, take it. Yeah, that's fair. If you're willing to just like lose a run potentially, then that's a reasonable thing. What are the perks I don't recognize? Mod obsolete. They're perks that are in the code that were planned that haven't been added into the game. We're going to talk about those last, Mr. Progressor. So yeah, phasing is pretty okay, but it needs perk support. So I'm going to put it in the same tier as the increased gravity. I think that's fair. Increased gravity is really good, but it needs that perk support, right? Unless they change it, the way phasing works is that there's a speed threshold under which there's a chance the projectile will pass through you, but besides that, besides being below that threshold, projectiles being slower won't increase the chance of proccing it. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Cronus. I knew it was something regarding speed that was changing the effect. I didn't know exactly what the code was on it. That was just how it was originally explained to me. But that makes good sense. All right. Now we've got the perk that gives your shops an extra item. I think that this is one of those inoffensive perks. We are doing some perk tiering. That is the case, Keith. We're doing a bit of that. Could Glass Cannon be in D tier since it kind of kills yourself? Increase the damage as ones with low HP. I'll talk about some of the benefits of Glass Cannon here after we're done with this. I'm just going to throw this in C tier because I think it is on the same wavelength as this perk, where it's kind of okay, but not super necessary. Apparently, Keith. Anyway, Glass Cannon. The reason Glass Cannon is in B tier is because it has insane potential for a variety of different reasons. On a long run, it makes it so you don't take damage to cursed orbs, which is actually really useful. And when you have enough defense on a long run, the HP becomes completely worthless. The only value in HP is blood to power, and gold to power is very similar in power level. Like they're about 2,000 damage difference. So you could either try to go and get infinity HP, so that way you can have like blood to power, be cranking out crazy damage forever, or you can use gold to power and have double Glass Cannon living on the edge, which is 75 times damage. And it's much faster to do that than to try and get your HP up. Are there some mod perks here as well? I see some perk icons I don't recognize. God damn it! Those are perks that are in the game that aren't like properly coded in or fully coded in. They're unused ones. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, Glass Cannon, really good on those sort of runs. And also, pretty good on challenge runs too, depending on what kind of challenge run you're doing. Also good on, it's just good in a wide variety of situations. It's good on speed runs, it's good on challenge runs, it's good on long runs. It's very helpful. Really strong. That said, obviously it does come with a risk. That's why it's not up higher. B tier is a fine place for it in my opinion. Now we've got Spider Legs. Spider Legs are cool. They are undeniably extremely cool. They have like a weird speed boost thing when you exit liquids. You can go up way faster than you can in any other capacity, which does have like a couple uses. However, it's got one of these, it's got a super crippling problem, and that super crippling problem is that when you get hit, it doesn't stun you like it normally does when you're flying. So normally when you get stunned, you'll fall a little bit and then you'll regain your flight. If you get hit by like a bullet or something with the legs, you get stuck in place and you can get stun locked because enemies will attack you over and over and over again. And it's very reminiscent of the old stun locking system, and there's no way to break that. Like it's really, really bad if you get hit with the legs. Obviously they deal damage, which is nice. They're okay for like a speed run, and they get longer when you stack them. And they give you movement speed as well. They're pretty okay. I like them, and they're one of those perks that has a lot of negatives, but also a lot of positives. We're gonna put it in C tier because I don't think it belongs in B tier, but it certainly doesn't belong in D tier either. Like these are perks that require additional support to be useful, and I can't wait to find out what random allies does. Yeah, I'll explain what each of these perks do. I don't know what all of them do, but we'll be going into the code and we'll be talking about them. And whichever ones don't have code, we'll do some other shenanigans and we'll come up with something. Anyway, item radar. Item radar is a really, really good perk, and it's good for like a variety of reasons. One of the funny things about it is that it's a perk that helps you learn the game. It teaches you where items spawn on different tile sets really, really consistently. You find a heart stuck in a wall that you never would have seen, and now you know to check in that exact spot on another run, right? Because there's only so many tile sets they can use, and there's percentage chances for stuff to spawn. So item radar is really, really handy. It gives you a lot of extra HP. It's pretty good. I'm gonna put it in B tier. I think that's a reasonable place for it. Obviously, this perk loses value and takes up. It becomes a dud slot after a while. Once you know all the spots in Noita, it's useless. But that said, it's great for autopilot runs. It's great for players who are learning. And, you know, you might think you know everything, but maybe you don't. Maybe there's an item stuck in a wall and you didn't realize it. So it's useful. It's good. Oh man, this is a hard one. So this is Trick Greed, which gives you 4 times gold on a trick kill rather than 2 times. It is okay. Like that's a lot of gold, but the thing is you don't need gold. You have so much gold in this game, it's not even funny. If you're playing a playstyle where Trick Greed would give you payouts, you're already getting like 2,000 to 4,000 gold, or sorry, probably 2,000 to 3,000 gold by the second floor. You do not need that kind of gold coming in. It's not helpful. It is not helpful at all. I would say this is the dead perk, and it becomes even more detrimental the longer your game goes, because it's going to generate more gold, and that gold is going to lag your game. This is a bad perk. You might think it would belong in like the inoffensive tier with these two, but I really think that this is like a dead perk. It is not helpful. There is no situation where I want this perk. That's my opinion. Some people are going to disagree with me. It will help you scale your gold, but it's just not as helpful. I would much rather stack greed and stack my gold that way, because that way the gold that I get is worth more and I don't have to worry about lag. It's much, much better that way. I can still tell you things from a screen away. Oh yeah, fair enough, Mr. Progressor. Yeah, there are use cases for it. Better than nothing in a short run, at least. Yeah, there are like use cases for it, but like I said, most of the time this is not going to be useful. And then we've got everybody's favorite, or a lot of people's favorite, Perk Lotto. The Perk Lottery, on anything other than a long run, is a borderline garbage perk. If you're not doing a long run, then most of the perks that you will get from a Perk Lottery will not be useful. You're not going to get a sexy lineup of top tier perks every time. You're going to get stuff on the bottom end all the time, because as this continues to fill out, you'll see more and more down on this side and less up here. And getting a bunch of bad perks isn't going to help you win at all. Like some of these perks down here are game losing, not game winning. And I would say that a single perk, there's not a single perk in the game that is truly game winning. There are some that are close, but I definitely don't think it's very good. I think it would be unfair of me to rate it too lowly, though, because long runs are important, and it provides immense value for those long runs. So we're going to go ahead and do like a central tier. I think that's pretty fair. We'll put it in B tier, okay? Because the long run does help improve it a lot. I'm tempted to go A tier just because it is useful in those contexts, and you can get lucky, but you can also get unlucky. If this thing is against another good perk, you do not want to take it. So if I had the option between like movement speed up or perk lotto on the same thing, I would take movement speed up. So that's why it's on this tier. Okay. Concentrate. What about it? I remember how Latali once had 3 immunities in a single holy mountain. One of his streak runs. It's so rare for that to happen, though. Okay. So, we've got crit. Crit is one of those inoffensive perks. It gives you extra damage. On a long run, it stacks forever, which is funny, but it's very, very slow scaling compared to what you could be doing. You could make a good wand, and that would be 1,000,000 times stronger than getting a bunch of crit. It's okay. That's all I can say, but it's one of those perks. I'll put it higher than lucky, but I'm not putting it higher than the extra shop items, because that can stack up over the course of a run. It's pretty nice. All right, we got Hungry Ghost. Hungry Ghost was originally, for me, a very low tier perk. I probably would have put it in D tier, but the fact that it can single-handedly kill a 33 orb boss is absolutely insane, and does warrant it to be a little bit higher tier. I think it's pretty okay. And I mean, it's kind of like Repulsion. It's kind of like Phasing. And obviously, it's one of those perks that can stack up. It's pretty good. Yeah, Hungry Ghost Redemption Arc. It's a pretty acceptable perk. I like it. And I think it does have a place on normal runs and long runs alike. It can be dangerous for the fact that it will make it so your heals can damage you. And you really have to pay attention to that. It has certainly killed me before on my long runs. Thankfully, you have 1,000,000 1-ups on your long run, so it's less of an issue. I think it's one of those managed risks you can take, and I think it's going to go in B tier as well. So you can see B tier is really starting to fill out. We'll see if we have to send these down further into the depths. Okay, so we've got Projectile Reflection. This is another 25% damage resist. It has the exact same problems as the Tentacle, and I would say it does its job a lot better than Revenge Tentacle, because it shoots the bullets back at an increased rate, like a very, very fast rate, which is quite nice. But you still have to worry about the feedback loops. It's interesting. I don't want to put it a whole tier above Revenge. You know, it probably does deserve a whole tier above Revenge Tentacles. I take this perk pretty regularly. 25% resistance is nothing to scoff at, and the bullets back is a lot less offensive than the Tentacles. The Tentacles are just really annoying because they generally don't hit their target, and yeah, it's just not as good. So I will put it in C tier, but it'll likely remain in the bottom of C tier, if I had to guess. Okay, now we've got this is, oh man, so we've got both the swimming and breathless here. So swimming is gone. This is gone. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that down there. I'm not sure if we'll even bother putting that on. But breathless is both faster swimming and breathless now. This perk for me used to be pretty darn useless. Are you using more tiers because of Pride Month? No, I'm using more tiers because if you only have like 4, 5, 6 tiers, it's saying this is a lot closer to this.
I want to point out that there is a massive, massive difference between the power level of this and this. And that's why I have more tiers. Anyway, Breathless. It allows you to swim faster, and it stacks, and it makes it so you can't die in a wall or anything like that, which is convenient. It's a very convenient perk. I would say it's somewhat inoffensive. Like, it's good, but it's not amazing. However, this has become a much better perk ever since going into the lake has become more important. So killing the Kraken is something that really needs to be done on, you know, a variety of runs. So it's helpful on all. You got to do it on all bosses. You have to. You got to get the first initial unlock, and this perk is absolutely core to doing it. I would not recommend going after the Kraken without this perk. It's very helpful for just moving around in general, and I think it works very, very well for what it does. Now, is it like the best perk ever? No, not unless you're Aquaman. Like, you have to have like a very specific build if you want to make use of this perk all the time. But the fact that it does enable builds is also a pretty valuable point to bring up. I hate to say it, but I'm gonna put it in B tier. I think it's pretty okay. It was only recently that I learned the trick blood money heals you. It was game changing. Literally, that's insane, Blar. Goodness, I think I read your post on Reddit about that potentially. Unless there's two people who just found out what it does, just more money on kills. Yeah, then no, that is not what it does. Okay, so this is recoil for the player. I think this might be a one of those perks. So we're not going to worry about that for now. Well, I'll go into the files and check the name of this perk in a moment. But yeah, we'll come back around to that one. So this is the Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit makes it so when you kill an enemy, it creates like an aura, or it creates a little ghost, and that little ghost is going to deal like tick damage over time. And it's pretty good damage. Like, it's not bad. If you stack them up, they will just like blow up entire like groups of enemies. Really, like, it's quite strong. Yeah, it's useful for Hisi chiefs. It does respectable damage. Now, how good is it? It can. I've also had this perk kill me on long runs, by the way. This is one of the few perks that have killed me on a long. Which definitely has at least some points for me specifically. Yeah, and they do miss enemies. Like, they don't hit very often. You need to have an absolute minefield of corpses to make these things work well for you. And yeah, it's a struggle. It's a struggle to set them up. It's a struggle to use this perk actively and make it useful. I don't think it's very good. It's interesting, but it's not very good. I'm gonna put it in E tier for now. It might go down. It might even go down a tier. We'll see. It's got a use, but it doesn't do its job very well. And now we've got Slime Blood. Slime Blood is pretty freaking good. It's less good than it used to be. It's not 40% resistance anymore. I think it's down to 25% with some of the others. But it also gives you the slow immunity. I've had this perk kill me a bunch recently. Like, probably 2 times with the Acceleration combo. So it does have that problem. Uko versus Slime Blood. I don't get hit by Uko. If you're getting hit by Uko directly, then you're gonna die anyway. Like, literally, there's no... I don't think that's something that you should really be too focused on. Slime Blood is a different icon, 4th row. Where is Slime Blood? Oh, that's Slime Blood. You're right. What is this? Well, we'll talk about Slime Blood for now, and I'll bring this down here. We'll talk about that later. I don't know what that is, but we'll find out. Anyway, we'll continue talking about Slime Blood. That's what we're talking about. It straight up instantly kills you in certain instances, which is obviously a massive drawback. But the benefits of being immune to the slow of slime is really useful, like genuinely very helpful. And once again, it's nothing to scoff at for the projectile resistance. I'm gonna say because of the positives and the negatives weighed against one another, we're going to put it in the same tier as Revenge Bullets, just above it. I think that it is better than Revenge Bullets, and I like this perk. I still like this perk, even with some of the more recent effects. It's pretty good. I would put it a little bit higher up. I'd probably put it in B tier if it didn't have the potential to get you killed. But the acceleration is the main problem that I have with it. It is dangerous, and I like acceleration a lot. I don't normally splash it on myself though, so it's not like I have to actively think about that. It's just that acceleration is pretty common. Why is kills to mana in C tier? Uh, Basically, kills to mana is an inoffensive perk. It's okay, but it's not bad. It does something, but it doesn't do anything particularly well. You already have to kill an enemy to activate its effect, and aren't too many. You have to literally build around this wand. So let's say you make like a machine gun wand. If your machine gun doesn't kill the enemy before it's out of mana, then you're just out of luck. Like it's a dead perk. If it does, then that's the only time it's going to be useful, and you'd rather have like a mana or something like that, right? We'll talk about it, Cronus. We might put it up because honestly, putting it next to Hungry Ghost definitely feels a little bit wrong. I might put it up a little bit higher. We'll move it up to here for now, because yeah, having it next to Hungry Ghost is a little odd. Now we've got Befriend Steven, or whatever it's called, Peace with the Gods. It does what it says on the tin. It makes it so Steven and Skode don't spawn anymore, and it also makes it so Stevens and Skodes that do spawn, like if they show up, they will be your friend, which is kind of cool. Like you can't really use it too much to your advantage at the end of the day. This perk is so much better than it used to be. When Skode wasn't in the game, it wasn't a problem. If I were going for like a streak where I was trying to chain wins together, if I found this on the first floor with like a Luminous Drill, I would probably just take it. Like it dealing with Skode early game sucks, and it gives you a lot of momentum to make it so you don't have to deal with Steven later on. I think it's very, very good early game. It can cost you money, obviously, because you're not killing Stevens anymore. It is good. I think it is quite good. Is it? How good is it though? Like late game, it doesn't really make that big of a difference, but it is nice to not have to deal with Steven. Like that is like a convenience factor. Convenience is definitely coming into play on some of these perks. Yeah, late game it does make very little. Well, it doesn't make literally no difference. It saves you a little bit of time, right? It just saves you some time. I think that we are going to put Perk Lottery up a tier, and I'm gonna put Peace with the Gods at the top of B tier. I think it is good. I think it is quite good. Is it like amazing? Do you need it every run? Absolutely not. But it is strong for consistency's sake, for sure. And yeah, so like challenge runs, like a definite take. Speed runs, it doesn't matter at all. Streaks matters a lot. It's so good. And long runs, it's useful early game. We already talked about that. It's a momentum game. We talked that the reason why melee immunity is because of is in the top tier is because of its ability to grant you a ton of momentum. Close to 1 a.m. here. Will there be a version of this tier list make it to YouTube? I don't know. We'll see, Mr. Progressor. I might put it on my archive channel and just not edit it, because it takes a ton of time to edit these. But we'll consider it. Late game, you're so powerful that killing Skode literally just takes as much time as it does to ignore him, so it literally makes no difference. Yeah, but you gotta like dust off his bone dust and stuff, Cronus, and it takes a little bit of time to do that. you know, it adds up. It really does add up. All right, and one thing that a lot of people haven't done is they haven't added the essences into their perk tier list. I am going to add the essences in because I believe that they are a perk. They do positive things. They might not be amazing perks, but they are helpful, and they are needed at times. All right, have a good one, Mr. Progressor. I'll catch you later. Hope you enjoyed. So, this is the Essence of Fire. Essence of Fire does an intermittent explosion that does not deal the damage to the player. However, it can set you on fire. So you need fire immunity at minimum for this perk to be useful, which means it's a combo perk. So that immediately brings it down to like D tier, I would say. Now, the damage it deals is pretty minimal, and when comboed with Glass Cannon on a short run, it's absolutely hilarious. It like single-handedly wins you the run, sort of hilarious. But that is a 3 perk combo, which is, once again, not very consistent. I don't think it's very good. One of the things that you can do with it is get a guaranteed Firestone. Firestones are super common, so, you know, that's not that big of a plus. I think this is not a perk that you want. It's overall very destructive, and it's something that you just don't want. You don't want this perk. It is useful for 1 in 1,500 run. For its intended purpose of exploding the shit out of everything. It's funny. It's so far, Sick Bastard, I would say it is one of the best perks. If you want to see the... we'll make like a little VOD or something so that way people can see it. You'll understand why Repulsion is the best. It's not necessarily the best, but it is the best that's currently up there. Okay, Gold is Forever. Gold is Forever. It gets you a lot of gold. We already talked about my opinion on gold and, you know, saving the frames, reducing the lag, and this went down into E tier. I think that this perk is much, much better than this perk because this allows you to work with challenge runs. If you're doing like a true pacifist and you're not killing enemies that kill other enemies are going to result in a bunch of gold, which is really nice. It's going to grant you the ability to get a ton of gold that you wouldn't normally get, while this is giving you gold that you wouldn't normally need. Because if you're doing trick kills, you've already got a ton of money. So I think it is better. How much better? I'm going to put it in the inoffensive tier, where it's like, it's pretty okay. How you doing, Stellar? Welcome on in. Repulsion messes with Healing Bolts, Heart Mage, and so many other things, but you can literally just overcome that by stepping a little bit closer. If you're right at the entrance point of like a shot, the repulsion isn't going to help you. So it still works. It's a great perk for new players. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's definitely going to go... I think it's going to go right here in between these two. It's pretty good. Okay, we've got More Love. More Love is quite an interesting perk. Last Can is so fun. Yeah, it's a good time. It's an interesting perk. It's really, really strong on those longer runs. It straight up wins you the game when you have 4 of them. That like you just don't get attacked anymore, which is super dumb. It also is like not that helpful before you get 4 of them. You know, like having a couple less enemies attack each other is nice for reducing chaos. I think reducing chaos is good. And I'm pretty sure you only need 1 to have enemies stop attacking you while you're polymorphed, which is really good. This is like a pseudo polymorph immunity. And polymorph is one of the scariest things in the game. So I do think that it deserves a high spot on this list. I'm going to put it up in S tier. I think that's a little bit high. Because on short runs and challenge runs, it's not that helpful. But this perk just has such a potent effect when stacked that it can't be ignored. Like, it's just exceedingly strong. It's the same reason Stainless Armor is high up. And I might put Stainless up higher as well, but we'll see. But I want this to encompass all sorts of runs, challenge runs, streaks, long runs, medium runs, you know, whatever, you know? That's the idea. Decisions depend on what you want to play. Long run, short run, gold is forever kill. Slowing on a long run. Yeah, so that's the thing, Sick Bastard, is we're trying to work with that. We're trying to work around all of that. More Love is only useful once stacked. Alone, the single perk is meh. I mean, like I said, it's still useful. Skeleton says, More love is what let me get 2 bags in my 30+ hour run. There you go. All right. And also it makes it so healers heal you after +4, which is great. That's fantastic. So we got duplicate spell. Duplicate spell is really weird, and it's definitely a combo perk. This perk is completely useless and absolute noob bait. This is going to single-handedly destroy wands and runs. This perk is awful. There is a single use for it in combination with concentrated spells. This is the only perk that like makes it so concentrates. You could just get another concentrated spells, right? Like you don't need it. You don't need this perk. It's bad. It's really bad. I think it might be so bad that it is worse than Fire Essence. It taking up a perk slot that appears on that list of 3 perks, or however many, depending on if you have extra perk. This is just terrible. And it is going in the bottom tier. It just makes you weaker in every way. It is terrible. And like I said, it does have a single use. I'll acknowledge that. But there is just too much bad stuff stacked up on this perk. It's terrible. It is terrible. If it got modifiers, then we could talk. But it doesn't. It doesn't get modifiers. All right. I'm gonna tackle edit ones everywhere now. I've been delaying on it because it's quite the perk. It is very, very good. It's so good. So the perks in the absolute top tier here are game save perks. These perks literally make it so a situation where you would have lost is instead a situation where you literally are fearless. You don't have to worry. These are like the perks to have. Like if you have these, you're very safe. Edit ones everywhere at the end of the day is a convenience perk. It does change the game a lot, Blar. So here's the thing. It saves you time all the time. It makes it so your DPS wands are your DPS wands are always going to be optimal. You'll never have to worry about it's not like it's magically gonna make the wands for you, but it's so friggin' helpful. However, you can play around it a lot of the time without it. Like you don't need it. You don't need it on long runs. I'm putting it in double S tier. It's not going to triple S. I don't think it belongs up here. It is very, very good. The reason I'm putting it in double S tier is because it does give you a huge amount of advantage. It gives you momentum. It's crazy. And it's so helpful. Like, you would not do a 33-hour run without it once everywhere. Unless you wanted to run around with the stupid stone in your inventory the whole time. But those stones are really, those slots are so valuable. You want those for, ambrosia and, whatever the hell else you want to have. How you doing? On in. But yeah, we're going to put in double S tier. I don't think it belongs in triple S tier. Maybe. I don't know. You could argue. You could argue for it. But I do think that it is one of the best tiers. One of the best perks in the game. It's definitely one that... So here's the thing. If I were doing a lot of runs, I would take edit wands everywhere over electric, over a melee. A lot of the time. However, and definitely over repulsion too. The repulsion is way up here just because of how consistently strong it is across every type of run. Edit wands everywhere, completely useless on a lot of challenge runs. Completely useless on a lot of, on every speed run except maybe, all bosses, I guess. The only reason it's not in top tier, I would say, is because there's many types of runs where it's not good. If the stone doesn't exist, the perk would be triple S. Yeah, I'd probably consider a triple S in that scenario as well, cast iron. Edit wands everywhere definitely saves runs, though. Being able to change your build on the fly is definitely more than a convenience. That is fair, Cronus. It does save runs. But I would say it saves runs the same way explosion immunity saves runs, where explosion immunity, it's like, oh, I don't have that much health, and I got exploded. Now I'm dead. It's like, oh, I don't have that much health, and I got exploded. I don't give a shit. Edit Wands Ever is the same way, where it's like, oh, I don't have access to Holy Mountains, so I can't edit my wands, and now I'm screwed. You should have access to Holy Mountains. The meta has progressed to the point where everyone should have access to editing all the time. Even if it's not like super consistent or like flawlessly consistent across everyone, it's very uncommon for me to go a run where I'm not able to edit my wands when I want. Maybe I'd like to edit my wands sooner, and that's when Edit Wands Everywhere would come into play. But yeah, we're putting in double S tier. I knew that one would be contentious. It's a tricky one to rank, but we got it. And there's still room for it to move up too. I mean, it could have theoretical access, but to get to the Holy Mountain is too risky to attempt. Yeah, that's true, Kronos. Like, there's lots of different situations where you could play around that, but I'm pretty happy with where it's tiered for now. All right, so we've got the Eat Your Vegetables perk. And it wants everywhere, makes most runs better, but it won't save a doomed run. Yeah, but pretty much, Algorin. That's a fair way to put it. This is not Eat Your Vegetables. Which one is this? I thought this was Eat Your Vegetables. That is true. Fair. That's fair, Kronos. There is no doomed run if you've got it at once everywhere. You can just yoink everything. Eggplant is vegetables. Okay, what is this one then? I can't remember. Is Eat Your eggplant? There's the eggplant. Well, we'll do Eat Your Vegetables. Iron Stomach. Iron Stomach is this one. Is this the old icon for Eat Your Vegetables? There's another eggplant on the right. Oh god! There's more eggplants! What is happening? There's one of them that's named To Do. I'm fairly certain this was the original Eat Your Vegetable, okay? And we're gonna assume that these are both Eat Your Vegetables, and there was like some weirdness. So Eat Your Vegetables. Eat Your Vegetables gives you some soup that heals you, and it makes it so you take damage over time if you can't stay satiated. It makes it so you like certain things won't satiate you anymore. Magic liquids won't satiate you. I don't think water will satiate you. It's a struggle to keep satiated. This perk used to be incredibly broken because of all the damage bonus it gives you. It's still okay, but it's very, very inconvenient. I don't think there's too many runs I would use this on. It is definitely a curse without Iron Stomach. I agree. I think this is a pretty rough perk. I'm going to put it in D tier because that's the same tier where, it's going in E tier. This is generally the perks where combo perks become good, but this perk is actually like an active detriment. Extremely so. Like, it's so bad that it's very often to kill you. It puts time sensitivity on everything you're doing. Without Iron Stomach, it's just quite awful. This is Fire Essence, sick bastard. Alright, so we've got Pinpoint of Light. Pinpoint of Light does not help you aim. Let's be honest. It doesn't. Okay, it helps controller players aim, I guess. If we want to take that into account, I guess that probably brings it up like a level. It's Pinpointer, not Pinpoint of Light, right? That's the spell, my bad. Anyway, Pinpointer, it's the sniper aim. It helps you aim if you've got a controller, and that's how you're playing the game. It also increases the speed of your spells, and that stacks multiplicatively based on how many spells you have in a spell block, which is kind of cool and really specific, but also useful in like a couple situations. It's useful on speedruns. Like, actually, you get a black hole and plus this thing, you combo it with like a bunch of garbage, and it just fucking zooms. It's so good. And it's more consistent than repulsion in that way too, which is nice. I don't know. That's like its one thing. It reduces spread as well, which is good. Like it's not bad. It's got like a nice grab bag of useful effects. I'm gonna put it in C tier. I think it's okay. I don't think it's quite on the same level as these perks. It's all right. It's pretty okay. I'd pick it over every E tier. Yeah, for sure. E tier is like garbage. All right, never skip leg day. Never skip leg day is a fun one. It's pretty cool. Once again though, we're not rating perks by fun. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. We're not rating perks by fun. I guarantee you that. You can do a fun run, but you're tryharding, and these are the perks you take on that run. That said, on a challenge run, if you're doing a no wand challenge, never skip leg day is insanely good. It's really strong. It hits real hard. It straight up blows up every single enemy on the first 2 floors. There's like not an enemy that'll survive in the base 2 floors. Going to fungal, it's a different story. But this thing hits hard. And it also helps you like launch stuff. And physics damage is insanely powerful in Noita. And it stacks, which is dumb. It's funny. And it's not bad. But that said, the amount of risk you put yourself at when you stack it, or when you use it, is like pretty high. And if you stack it too much, it's just gonna stop working entirely. It's funny. It's funny. It does have a couple of use cases, but it also makes medics worse. Oh man, it does make medics worse, and that we've been talking about this a lot. Early game momentum is one of the most important stats that we can talk about for this, right? I hate to say it, but I think, man, I almost need to make another freaking tier. I think I'm gonna put it at the top of E tier. I think that's reasonable. Does it make it easier to kill Scode? No, in no way does it make it easier to kill Scode. The never pick for you. It does stack heavily, but not like in a way that you can just start killing bosses and stuff with it, really. It was designed. Wait. It was designed with someone who literally never made mistakes in mind. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. So like a task tier list. That would be cool, Kronos. But that's definitely for another time. All right. Now we've got the levitation trail perk. Does it make it easier to kill Scode? I wouldn't say so. No. Anyway, so we've got the. It used to, but that bug is gone, Pelgrin. They removed it. Where you could just kick Scode and he'd leave forever. It's not in the game anymore. Levitation Trail is a pain in the ass, and it is just going to get you in trouble. It works with homing, it works with boomerang, it works with glass cannon. It's real funny. It can straight up just kill shit. It's pretty good in that context. Also, if you have unlimited levitation, it goes forever, which is funny because it combos with legs. But if it hits something, yeah, it doesn't go through shields. It hits a swapper and you go flying across the map into an incredibly dangerous situation. If you're fighting a boss with a shield, it'll reflect the shots back at you and you could just blow yourself the fuck up. It is not helpful. Since most perks would literally be useful if you played perfectly. Yeah, it's true. That's fair. Be the list of perks that would even be slightly used for perfect player. Yeah. D or E. I don't know. I think it's F tier. So, hear me out. It is taking up a perk slot, and it is not ever helpful. The amount of damage it does is completely negligible outside of, like, a 2 or 3... Like, outside of a 3 perk combination where you have homing, glass cannon, and this. Do you really want glass cannon and this and then get swappered somewhere? Never. Ever. Oh, I see what you mean, Pelgrin. Yeah, tablet kicking Scode would definitely be a lot easier with never skip leg day. But I still, you know what? Yeah, it's going up a tier for that. That's a very good point. Um, that does get a full tier for me. I agree on that one, Pelgrin. Anyway, this thing's going in F tier. It sucks. It sucks big. It sucks real big. Okay. Now then, we got enemy radar. Enemy radar was bugged for a while. It's had a couple different iterations and it's worked a couple different ways, but the current way it works is pretty consistently. It is kind of like a worse all-seeing eye. That said, when your competition is one of the best perks in the game, it becomes quite bad. You can kind of learn which enemies are which by watching their movement patterns. I think if you were a super slow player, this would be a helpful perk. But I also think on the overwhelming majority of runs, this is just screen clutter and not helpful. It's pretty bad, but it does have an occasional use. And I think it's not as useless as these. Music's making me want to play Ocarina of Time Randomizer. Nice. Now then. Levitation Trail equals Personal Shield Destroy. It does that too. That's true. It's Mr. A. This is real bad. And it honestly makes me want to tear up a couple of these things. The C tier. I will put it at the bottom of D tier. I think that's reasonable. Now, 1-Up. This perk is very, very, very good. I think it's one of the best perks in the game. Pretty easily. It's got to be way up there. 1-Up is strong early, it's strong late, and it combos with other perks. It combos with Saving Grace. It makes it so when you would die, when you got noited, you live. It's fucking busted. It's really, really good. And if you want to think about it in a certain way, it is an immunity to every kind of damage at 100 HP, which is insane. Like it's just so good. That's got to go into top of S tier. I think that's pretty fair. It's a very good perk, and early game it basically just secures you the win unless you get like polymorph. It's pretty hard to die with 1-Up if you have a decent idea of what you're doing. It's good. It's very, very good. Low gravity is literally useful in a single situation. I realize this perk doesn't exist anymore, but we're gonna rank the perks that are still in. Like any perk that's in this list, we're gonna rank it. Okay. And these are just all of the icons in the perk list. There's a bunch of perks that don't even exist that we're gonna talk about too. But we'll do that later. Anyway, low gravity. When it existed, it was awful. It was so bad. It never got used. How you doing, Teal? Welcome on in. Anyway, yeah, I don't think low gravity was ever helpful. The only situation you could use it, theoretically, is to get up into the sky biome before you have the ability to fly or teleport. So it's pretty okay. In that one instance. But it was just wasting space. It's going in the giant waste of space tier, where you just don't want it. This is a newer perk that they added, and it's honestly baffling. It is truly terrible, and it's one of those perks that just gets you in trouble. Basically what it does is when an enemy is within close proximity of you, you just start spouting mushroom spores. And it's just the little 3 damage ones. It's real bad. I can't think of like a single positive thing about this one. Like it's gonna kill some super basic enemies for you. You could argue it's kind of like melee or kind of like revenge explosion, in that like if a melee enemy gets close to you, they're gonna die. But I don't think it's even gonna kill them. Like it's not even gonna. It does such bad damage. It's also going into F tier. It's trash. It is absolute trash. Now, another perk that a lot of people tend to hate. Not G tier. You know what? It is so bad, it's borderline curse. I agree. Let's drop it all the way into G. It is that bad. You're right. Because these at least have, like, a borderline niche use. This has no use. It's garbage. It's fucking garbage. Anyway, the freezing field. This makes it so in an area around your character, everything gets frozen. This perk is the bane of a lot of players. It bothers them a lot. It gets you stuck in places. But if you're playing well, and you're using a teleport wand and a digging wand, this is a very helpful perk. I would have rated this perk much higher, but Breathless has really overtaken it in recent times. Ever since Leviathan was added, I think that this perk has dropped in value a lot, just because of how inefficient it is to travel. Freeze Field is a get good perk. Yes, this is like one of the strongest mid-game perks in the entire game. There is very little that will get you killed with this perk. This song is super distracting. There we go. That, I don't know why that song was really distracting. Anyway, so it's immunity to poison. It's massive lava resistance. It's full fire immunity. It's suffocation immunity outside of gases. It is electric resistance because you don't have to worry about electric and fluids anymore. And it can be used both offensively and defensively. You can use it to, like, in like Hisi base and stuff, you can use it to make like blood walls and stuff to block off enemies, so that way they can't get to you. And you can deal with like one path at a time. This perk has insane potential. This is one of those perks where it starts off really, really bad. If you're new to the game, this perk is terrible. But the longer you play, the better this perk will become. And that's my personal opinion on it. I think it is very good. It combos well. Like, it pairs well with other good perks, like Stainless Armor. Stainless Armor is an exceedingly good perk, and this makes it so he gets stained less, right? And Repelling Cape is not great, because it makes it so Ambrosia is worse, and you want to keep your Ambrosia good. So Freeze Charge is a really good alternative to this. Gravity is removed Mental Hammer. We're talking about all the perks that have or that are in this like icon box essentially, and it's every perk that some perks that aren't even in the game anymore, or that never were in the game but were planned, and we've got like a basic idea on what it does. So we'll be talking about those later. But yeah, these are my opinions on the gravity spells. Anyway, Freeze Charge, or sorry, Freezing Area is really, really good, and I think it is on par with probably Stainless Armor. I think Stainless Armor is better. Oh, man. So Breathless has made it really much worse. It's made this is a really strong mid-game spell. So, or mid-game perk. Because you had the ability to travel through lava with relative safety, it means you don't need as many stacks of Stainless Armor, which is really, really helpful. But once you've got that Stainless Armor stack, it's much, much faster to travel with Breathless and the Stainless Armors. It's kind of tricky. It is a very, very good perk, and I would highly recommend it on a variety of runs. But I think that Breathless has took it down a notch. So we're going to bring it down to the top of B tier. I think it is strong, but I don't think it's A tier. And yeah, it used to be much better than it is now, in my opinion. How you doing, Roosh? Welcome on in. Okay, we've got Unlimited Spells. Unlimited Spells, it was an absolute meta changer. Like, it broke the meta wide open when we got it, because we were that was before like Gamma and Alpha and Omega was in the game, and we could make any spell unlimited. And it just changed the game. So it was very, very good back then. However, now it is significantly less useful because of the easy access to the Greeks. This becomes less helpful overall. I think it is very good, especially on a normal run, a speed run. There's a variety of runs where this is super helpful. Challenge run, if you're trying to do something weird, chances are unlimited spells is going to come in handy. But it does weaken like a late game run to an extent, because it means you have to pay full price on like these limited cast spells, which are normally really expensive. I'm gonna put it in middle of B tier. I think it is very helpful. Oh man, it's so good on shorter runs. It's so good on shorter runs. Does it deserve an A tier? I don't know. Like it's just really strong. Mr. A says you're not comparing perks to spells. It just perk on its own, right? Well, just in the it's a perk in the greater meta, Mr. A. If there's a spell that does exactly what a perk does, or like an item that does exactly what a perk does, I have to take that into account. That's my take on it. You know what? Unlimited spells is also a momentum gainer. It's not like you're starting the game with Greeks. This does help you a ton. I'm gonna put it in A tier. I think I may have underrated it a little bit in my initial assessment. It is very good. As a rune mana efficiency, if you could just use... because you're going to have to pay for a spell that would be 0. So if you have a 0 cast of like a Giga Black Hole, then that would cost you 30 with a Gamma Surfer Shack, as opposed to 180 normally. So basically, Greeks can give you a massive discount if you don't take this perk. I think it's good. I think it's a good perk. I think low A tier is quite fair for it. Also G tier if it was a long run only perk. Yeah, that's fair enough, Cronus. On a long run, it definitely becomes less useful. But keep in mind that you are paying slots for mana efficiency. And a lot of the time, in a super long run, it might end up going the other way around. All right, we got the fungus shitters. These guys are evil. I'm pretty sure this is the one that spawns them when you kill, right? Is that correct? I'm gonna make sure of that before I make out or make my my judgment on. I know there's one that spawns based off of your slime, and there's another one that spawns based off of kills. That's the slime one. Okay, thank you, Smashu. Okay, so this one spawns off of slime, which you would think is a little bit more controlled than your kills, but there are certain floors where you're just going to be mass spawning slime. And that means that these guys are going to be spawning all over the place, and they do damage to you, and they can hit pretty hard. These guys don't chain into themselves very well. They're problematic. They're not helpful. They're very scary. I don't like them. I don't like them. Are they helpful on long runs? No. Chaos is always bad. Always. Serenia says, I definitely think unlimited spells is worse than Freezing Field early, mid, and late game. I think Freezing Field is at its worst super early. Before you have Teleport and Digging, it's a very bad perk, which is why it only made it up to B tier. But it's quite strong in every other system. As for this thing, it does have a use case, but like compare it against the Ghost, right? This thing is never ever like the only time it'll hurt you is if you're getting polymorphed, right? I don't know. I think I gotta bring this thing down to F tier. I think we're filling out the lower tiers here, and that's what's going on. Electricity. Electricity is an interesting perk. I've actually been liking it a little bit more lately than I did before. because I do value electric immunity pretty highly. But once again, chaos is bad. On a super long run, electricity is the same as electric immunity, like the exact same. So it's not that big of a deal. Electricity enables a couple of different builds for early game if you want to do an electric eel run where you're filling the world with water, but obviously that needs to be comboed with explosion immunity. It's interesting, but personally, I do not take it very often. It is only in times of desperation that this is a perk that I would pick. That said, I think it's just a teensy bit better than the personal plasma beam, and I think that's a fair place for it. Keep in mind that going left to right, reading order, these are placed individually within their tiers as well. So we've got gas fire. Gas fire basically removes all gases. That includes clouds, so you can't stand on clouds anymore, which is kind of a problem. And it's just going to set you on fire some of the time if you don't have fire immunity, which is annoying, but not that big of a deal. Where would I put gas fire? It's pretty helpful. It can enable new builds. That's always one of the things that I think about with a wand, or with a perk, is will it allow me to do something that I couldn't do before? The propane tanks become available, which is really nice. I like the propane tank wands, and they do have a lot of power behind them. And this is the only thing in the game that enables you to use them safely. Other than that, are there really any uses? I think that's about it. It's just about avoiding freezing vapor and the toxic vapor. And toxic vapor you don't care about once you get toxic immunity anyway. I'm gonna put it in E tier because it's not bad, but it's not amazing. It's okay, and I'll put it just above leg day. Actually, no, I'll put it just above enemy radar. All right, now boomerang. Oh, boomerang. Boomerang has been a curse on this game since I started playing. I remember when they first buffed it, they gave it, I think it was like, was it 40 or 50% resistance? It was just damage resistance they gave you. Boomerang is off-brand concentrated spells. And we talked about this with Enemy Radar and All-Seeing Eye earlier. When there's a perk that is like a direct upgrade, it makes the weaker perk even worse. So I think that Boomerang has to be quite low. I think it's extremely detrimental. It's super annoying, and you've got a 10 mana spell that does the same thing. It sucks. It sucks real hard, and it does give you that damage, which is strong on a short run, but on every other kind of run, it's awful. It is not helpful. And it's basically anti-synergy with itself. How you doing, Lobo? Welcome on in. I'm gonna put it in. This might be a little low on some people's lists, but I really dislike the boomerang effect, and I think that outside of like super short runs, it's going into your team. Okay. And then we've got Living on the Edge. That does have a downside. Well, I mean, the downside is completely removed by putting a little bit of water on yourself, so I wouldn't really count it as a downside. And if you're talking about standing on clouds, you're not up there without an ability to fly anyway. So, like, its downside is very minimal. It's fine. Anyway, as for Living on the Edge. Living on the Edge is pretty good. It has a singular combo with Glass Cannon. Okay, well, 1 second here. Lobo, I just want you to know that you've joined in late, and I've made an argument for all of these, and they all my arguments are sound. If you want to, like, discuss that, I would recommend watching back, and then we can discuss it on a future stream. Because otherwise, I'll never get anywhere with it, right? No, it is a discussion, but you have to be up to date on what's going on. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, living on the edge, because otherwise people will keep coming in and be like, "Oh, why is this here?" And it makes sense. Like the reason that Trick Greed is so low is because it's a do nothing perk. If you're killing enemies with Trick Greed, it's not doing anything because you've already got all the money you need. So it's not helpful. It is a bad perk, and it's basically just taking up space. It's not quite a curse like this one or these ones, but it doesn't do anything. These at least do something, even if they need like a combo to make them better. Anyway, living on the edge is a perk that kind of sucks. It gives you a small amount of damage output. It's 3 times damage output when you're at 25% HP or lower, or 25 HP. So most of the time, it's not that helpful. You're generally not sticking around that level of HP. They did make a requirement spell that is specifically for that HP range, though. So it does have some interesting and unique combos with that. You could use Blood Magic and that requirement spell to stay at an equilibrium and continually heal yourself, so that way you're sticking at around that level of HP. That would be a pretty simple task to do. But, I mean, it's pretty much only for double glass cannon living on the edge. That's pretty much the only time I've ever had it come into play. It's not very helpful. It's a combo perk, and it's just something that's okay to have. But it doesn't come into play very often. Also note that it does allow for burst healing, so it's not like it's pointless. It does have some good use cases. So I'm going to put it in D tier. I think that's an acceptable spot for it. And Homunculus. We come to Homunculus. Living on the Edge is a great newbie perk. It can extend the learning. For sure, Turnba. I think that it does have a place in server. It is useful. But it's very situational, I would say. Because you don't really want to force yourself into living on the edge range unless you're doing something very specific. So Homunculus. Homunculus is a really sad perk. It's a very sad perk. It is utterly gutted from what it used to be. These little guys used to be able to pick up wands and fight for you, and they were damn effective at it. They have become immensely safer. I don't think there is a way to get a Homunculus to hit you unless it's the lobber who hits you when you're at like the end explosion point, which does do significant damage, mind you. Like it is, I think, around like 45 or something like that, which is a lot. You don't want to get hit by that early game. That will just slay the momentum of a run. This perk shines most on an extended run, which is really problematic. It's very, very good when you've got the ability to like make 1 million of them, and they scale with the amount of areas you've been to. They're kind of hilarious in that regard, but if you're already late game, they've been obsoleted. They are not going to be useful in any capacity, because the amount of damage scaling you need to be useful once you start going parallels is something that cannot be done by a perk unless it's using like some sort of multiplication, and Homunculus is not. It's okay on a shorter run. It can be somewhat helpful. I don't think it's better than Boomerang. I don't think it's better than Electricity, but I think it's somewhere around an E tier here. I think that's fair. All right, now we're on to Attract Gold. Attract Gold is it's funny. Should we take a little intermission and show off Attract Gold and just hop into game? We could take a brief break and run around with Attract Gold just to show it off. Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna hop in game for a moment, and we're gonna show off Attract Gold. Let's hit these, and we'll play video game for a moment. So I'm gonna stack up Attract Gold, and I'm just gonna show how dumb it is. We're gonna go cheat menu by Everfades, bada bing, and start. Attract Gold makes gold is forever less detrimental. Yeah, for sure. They definitely work well together. Okay, so We're actually gonna take gold is forever. Perk attract gold is get good and you won't need it perk. Yeah, it's very unhelpful if you are decent at the game. I agree with that. We're gonna take gold is forever for sure. It's forever. And now we're gonna spawn like a crap ton of gold because money. Nice. Let's get infinite fly on and fast movement. And we're just gonna mass spawn gold in here. Beautiful. That's good. That's some good stuff. Oh no. Yeah, I gotta stop. I gotta stop for a second. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's lots of gold. That's plenty more than what we need. But that's what I mean. Is it's like so easy to cause insane amounts of lag with gold. Like, look at this. This is unbelievable. I don't even know why that gold is deleting itself. I have gold is forever. What the frig? The fuck did I get back to? Oh, we're goofing around with some stuff. Anyway, let's grab one attract gold, all right? Crap, that's not attract. Attract gold. Gold went away. All right. So let's try with just one. Gold is forever. Just kidding. Yeah. So you can see like the range on it is pretty good. Like it's not bad. It's definitely one of those mediocre perks. But if you stack them up, it gets so dumb. It's pretty interesting. So let's do like let's say we get like 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we already have 1. So let's try that out really quick. And you can see it just sends it. It's insane. And the range is like pretty high too. So all of a sudden, if you're on like a long run, this is like a decent convenience perk. It's kind of nice. Like if you were gonna reroll anyway, why not just take it? It's not bad. Now, one of the things that I do have a problem with is oh frick, I wanted to do. We need to quickly find a flask. But basically, this gold can like destroy stuff. So you can see it just destroyed that there, and you see it's like knocking stuff into me. It is like dangerous. Spawn a flask. That's good. And we'll just quickly spawn one of these in. I'm like zooming along, and you can see it just busted that flask wide open. This flask is dead. I can't pick it up. So if you use the perk wisely, you take it early game. What? It's okay, but you know it. Also, look at that. It brings bodies with it. Some enemies have like blood in their corpses. Do you know how scary that is? I don't know. Like it's okay, but it's just really. I don't know. It's a very whatever perk. Let's get back into this. That was a lovely little break to goof around. Attract gold is okay. It is not a curse like some, but it is not helpful in most cases. So there we go. Now greed. Greed, unlike its other gold perks, is like actually very good. I think that this is a very strong perk, and it is the best late game gold perk in the game. It's the only one to pick. And it's also good for like early game as well. It's good. It's very good. It deserves at least B tier. I agree. And I will put it in high B tier, above the Steven piece. It's very, very strong. This might be a little bit of a low rank for it because gold is really, really strong. In the context of a longer run, and in the context of a shorter run, it's still fine. Like it's much, much more effective because it's getting more gold for nothing, which is very helpful. It's way better than Trick Read, and it's definitely better than this one as well because this random gold that's laying around is not going to happen that often. And I think this is going to be a much higher value over. And as you can see here, we're really stacking up on the perks that we don't know. That's interesting. Probably rated higher than B. B tier is its minimum. You see, this isn't just a long run tier list though, and because of that, I think that it does lose some of its power in normal runs. Um, it, but it is undeniably quite good in longer run. This is a perk that I've only used a couple times, and I have never had it come into play. There are very few fights. But, like, flying a Noita is really good for dodging. You want to be in the air for the most part, but also being closer to the ground so you can go air to ground is very effective as well, because you get a little bit of extra acceleration jump height when you're jumping off the ground. So it's nice if you're like doing aerial combat, but it's already difficult to keep track of your levitation bar. I think this is just going to make it even harder, and it's something that if you rely on, it just requires a ton of thought. And the brain power is going to other places when you're in that sort of combat. So I don't think that this perk is very helpful. I don't think it's a curse. And I don't know. It's very mediocre. I'm going to put it in D tier as well. I think that's an acceptable place for it. Now, Stronger Levitation. Stronger Levitation is the perk that really puts this thing in the dirt. If Stronger Levitation didn't exist, this perk might have a purpose. But this thing basically single-handedly makes it so you can fly forever if you stack it enough. Because every single one stacks on top of itself and multiplies to the point where you can pretty much fly permanently. It does come with the drawback of technically it is slower to regenerate your levitation, but only percentage-wise, because when you're standing on the ground, it'll still regenerate at the same rate. It's just that it's since you're in like hundreds of thousands of points of levitation rather than like 200 or 300, it takes a much longer time to regenerate that. So Stronger Levitation is insanely good, and also it's just like it's very strong utility. I think it's really good, and I think it belongs in at least B tier. I think it's very strong. And it's good for long runs, it's good for short runs. It's the sort of perk where if you take it, you're not going to be too mad. Like, it's nice. And you could say that it's a little bit inoffensive, as in it's like good, but it's not amazing. I think that it's one of those perks on the first stack, and the more you get, the more broken it gets. So the ability to stack this perk really brings it to another level. I think people underestimate Rage Field Levitation perk. I think it's a perk that's hard to judge because you don't realize how much it's helping you in the heat of the moment. That's fair, Cronus. It might be much better than I think. But with the amount of... Because the perk has entered into the game so late in its life cycle, everyone's got their playstyle set in stone for a large amount, or at least for myself. And I personally have a very hard time starting to play around it, right? It's something that I'll play around with more, and we'll see if we can actually start to make good use. How you doing, Sid? Welcome on in. We got homing here. Strong Levitation is pretty good until you stack it, then it's amazing. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so homing is a perk. Boy howdy, is it ever a perk. I wouldn't call it a curse. It's quite strong on short runs, and it enables unique builds. I think this perk could win the game for some people. I think it's very strong. It's extremely detrimental in certain situations, and I hate it personally. But I'm gonna fight against my own personal dislike of it. I think it's okay. Is the damage reduction while not stained ranked yet? I never get the managing. Oh yeah, so stainless armor is ranked. It's right here in A tier. I think it's very good. I think it's extremely strong, and it only gets stronger. And it's something that you can definitely play around if you have the knowledge, right? So you could like take worm blood with you potentially if you wanted, or you could have toxic immunity and have like a slime mist with you, or not a slime mist, a toxic mist to wipe it off, or you could just take repelling cape, or you could have Freezing Field, there's lots and lots of combos that works with Stainless Armor to keep it good, but it is probably one of the most quintessential perks in a long run. And long run does definitely have a lot of power over this tier list so far, because it is like a common run. Like there are things that are ranked in here for challenge runs specifically, like Never Skip Leg Day, and that's why it's got its tier, right? And man, I might have to lower spider leg a little bit up there, maybe. Stainless is also good until you stack it. That's amazing. Yeah. I usually try to continually evolve my playstyle, though. So for me, having a playstyle set in stone, something I try to avoid as much as possible. I would say I do the same, Cronus, but I also think homing is one of those perks that limits your builds. So it's not the sort of perk that is going to make it so you can do more. It's going to make it so you're stuck doing one of very few effective things. Like it is really strong, but it's only really strong with like a small percentage of what you could make strong. So it's very similar to concentrated mana or concentrated spells in that way, where concentrated spells, it's optimal. It might be one of the best perks in terms of power level, but like it just hurts the meta, you know? Like it's not helpful for that. Discussions. I was talking about rage. Oh, I'm sorry, Kronos. My bad. But yeah, for homing for me, it's strong, but limiting your build potential is a problem. And I think that it is weaker on longer runs. I'm gonna give it C tier. This is one of the more conflicted C tiers that I've given out, because it definitely doesn't match up with the rest of the tier very well. But I think it's got a lot of upsides and a lot of downsides. It is strong, but it also has problems, you know? And I also think that it became significantly worse with the advent of short-range homing, which is the best homing in the game, I would say. It's insanely good. Very, very strong. Concentrated spells. This is a lot of people's favorites, and it is definitely another one of those spells that I another perk that I hate. It's really bad in that it makes it so you have a hard time healing. You have to use Luminous Drill rather than Chainsaw, which is significantly less efficient. It's a struggle to get me to use this perk. But once again, kind of like Hungry Ghost, its power is undeniable. And unlike Hungry Ghost, its power is there the whole game rather than just some of the time. It does insane damage. This perk is like there's nothing else that does this level of damage on a perk other than Glass Cannon, and I'm pretty sure this thing could probably outpace Glass Cannon on some wands, which is insane. Like it's just bonkers to think about, because the only drawback is the Castellet, right? And you can work around the Castellet. I'm gonna give it an A tier, and I'll put it at the top of A tier. It could probably even squeeze into S tier. It's really, really, really good. But it does limit build creativity. And I know I said no fun. I know I said no fun on this tier list. We're not having fun on this tier list. This is serious. But I do think that you can do more. And this limits your creative thinking, which is... And that's a perk in its own right. Being able to think creatively is what Noid is all about. And if you're just stacking spark bolts, then you're not going to learn how to play the game very well. Or you're not. I would argue you're not playing the game. I mean, obviously with concentrated spells you kind of are, but you know, if you try that on any other run, it's not going to work too well for you. You also can't. It's kind of like the backwards version of the item discovery, where it's like, oh yeah, item discovery is really good because it teaches you in future runs. This does the opposite, where it like stunts your growth essentially. You also can't make any rapid fire wands because of the recoil. You can. You just have to play around it, Donuts. You can definitely get around the recoil and all that. It just requires some work. Okay, we've got Wand Recharge Reduction. This perk is a very, very nice perk. It gives every single wand in your inventory increased mana regeneration alongside recharge and cast delay reduction, and it stacks indefinitely. It's a one-off, so that means that whatever wands you're using, you'll drop them and you won't get to keep that effect, which kind of sucks. But I would say that this perk is extremely powerful, both in early game and end game. And those are the most important times to be powerful. So like this thing gives you a ton of momentum early on, and it makes it so your wands are like perfect late game, right? Like without this, wands would not be nearly as powerful as they are these days. So I think it definitely deserves a high spot. Does it deserve to be on the same level as like stainless armor and perk lottery and concentrated spells? That's kind of tough to say. I think I'm gonna give it like a top of B tier, and that's gonna knock Freezing Field down one, but that's fine. I think that's reasonable. I think it's that good. Added Castellet from concentrated spells kills rapid fire wands much more than the added recoil. Yeah, for sure. As far as I can tell, added Castellet is applied even after Chainsaw is set to 0. It does, Cronus, but you can actually beat that out with minusing the Castellet, so you can use a Luminous Drill instead of a Chainsaw, so you can still beat out the loss of rapid fire, but you just need to build your wand differently, Cronus. Master Wands also adds a bit of mana charge speed. Yeah, I added that factor in there. Is the quality of wands you find in each Holy Mountain based on depth or gold? It's based on depth. And there's different wand tiers based on which zone you're in. Okay. We've got increased mana at the cost of wand capacity. In the context of a normal run, this is a literal garbage perk. In the context of a long run, this is a okay perk. I don't think this is necessary anymore. You maybe need to hit this thing 2 or 3 times, but I think you could get away with not doing it at all. There's so many absolutely nuclear wands that this isn't necessary anymore. It's okay in the singular context of a long run. It's not useful on a challenge run. It's not useful on a speed run. It is only useful. Well, I guess it's okay on your bomb wand on a speed run. That's like the one situation I could see it being maybe useful, but bomb wands are way worse than they used to be, so I don't value this too highly. I'm gonna place this in top of E tier. It's not quite a curse, but it's not very good. And now I've got Moon Radar. In a short run, are you likely to encounter it more than once? No, you're only going to encounter it once. And even then, it's not very helpful. Like, there's just no situation where I'd want to use it, right? Because capacity is the single most important stat on any wand. Everything else can be fixed from there, right? Mana, recharge, and Castellet can all be solved. But capacity is something that's always limited. You're always fighting for more. Assuming you're trying to make something special, right? Generally, the bigger the wand, the higher the potential. Anyway, we've got Moon Radar. Moon Radar finds the moon. This perk is a perk that doesn't appear on the pedestal, and because of that, it is not a curse. It is not as bad as Fire Essence, and I think it's also not as bad as anything in E tier. Because this is just something out in the world that you can go and get easily, even though it only has a single use, it does its use, right? I think that it belongs in D tier. I think that's a pretty fair spot for it. And I'll even put it like middle D tier. I think it's okay. Like, Moon Radar is really pointless unless you want to find the moon. But if you want to find the moon, there's no better perk. Like, it does its job. It does its one job. And it's one of those perks where you don't need it unless you need it. And if you need it, you can go and get it, which is helpful. I was gone for 2 hours. How dare you put fungal perks into anything but S tier? It's too late, Vic. It's too late. All right, Earth Essence. Now, this is a fun one. I've recently, I'm sure if you've been watching my stream, you've been seeing me grab Earth Essence a lot more often. Earth Essence also has the added benefit of not being on the pedestals, right? And it has the bonus of giving one of the strongest stones in the entire game, if not the strongest stone. It gives the Earth Stone when you sacrifice it to the Essence Eater, which is like right next to it. This perk, that is always available on every single run, is so good. It's so freaking good. Unlimited digging on every single run. That's what this is. And you can get it early too. Like you could literally just go and get it right at the start if you want. This is an insane momentum gain tool. It's slow, but it's undeniably insanely powerful. Counter Kiwi is dangerous, but if you use it efficiently, it's very good. I'm going to put this thing in double S tier. And if you told me when I first started playing Noida, if Essence of Earth belonged anywhere high up on the tier lists, I would call you crazy. But the ease of access to Earthstone makes it insanely valuable. On its own, absolute trash. Literal trash. Not helpful at all. Earth Essence is good. It's fucking good. And I've been talking about this the whole time. Momentum is everything in this. Getting it this early is really, really strong. Getting it consistently is really, really strong. If you told me I could start every run with edit wands everywhere, it would go up here. I guarantee you. But that's not how it works. Earth Essence is a unique case, and I think it deserves a high tier. It is exceedingly, exceedingly good. And even if it's annoying to go and get it, it's there, and you can't not think about just the potential that's just oozing out of this perk. Okay, now we've got Iron Stomach. Iron Stomach is, I mean, it's a combo perk. It's one of those perks where it's only good with other perks, and it's good with a pretty bad perk. But that said, it takes a pretty bad perk and turns it into, I would say, like a pretty high tier perk. Like I would say if Iron Stomach and Eat Your Vegetables were combined, I'd probably put it in A tier. That said, it's not. Iron Stomach is the only perk in the game that allows you to have polymorph immunity, which is a niche that is unparalleled. I mean, like a true polymorph immunity is kind of insane. That said, it requires a lot of work to get that polymorph immunity. Basically, every polymorph flask you find, if you chug it, it will give you polymorph immunity for X amount of seconds. So I'll go and show that off really quick. We'll hop into game, and I'll show you what I mean. Eat Your Vegetables so low, free healthium and damage at the cost that basically doesn't exist. The problem, Golo 3, is that it puts your run on a timer, and it's really difficult to keep your hunger up unless you're already late into a run. And if you're already late into a run, you don't need the damage. So it's just like a huge unnecessary risk. It could be it is strong in certain situations, which is why it's not like as far down as like a true curse, but it is pretty far down. I have had Eat Your Vegetable. Like when a perk can kill you, it loses so much of its rating. Like it's just much worse. That's my take on it. Save myself. And heal. Give ourselves that. I almost died there. Get Iron Stomach, shift Poly to water, start chugging the lake. You'll have days of Poly immunity, Kappa. You laugh, but it's kind of true. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna grab a oh my goodness. We're gonna grab a flask of polymorph. Go poly. Magic liquid polymorph. Go. And then we're going to grab the perk Iron Stomach. stomach. There we go. Boom. And when we drink this, I've been lied to. I've been lied to. I have been lied to. Did I use the right kind of polymorph? This isn't a Fury Forged video. What the hell? It's getting a much lower rating. Is it the polymorph that's doing it? Is this the wrong kind of poly? Do I have to drink it off the ground? It only does the same kind of poly. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just immune. You're a sheep, by the way. No, you. No, you. So is it just, like, permanent now? Am I just permanently immune to polymorph? Or is it based off my satiation, that's it? So, like, if I drink some of this stuff, like, I've drank some chaotic poly now, and now when I jump in, I'm not getting poly. So, how does this work? That's really peculiar. That's so odd. It's temporary. I don't know how long it lasts. Oh, man. Isn't that strange? I didn't think that they wouldn't have, like, a buff timer or something on it. Yeah, it's super weird, right? Time to do a long run, see how long it lasts, since it doesn't give a buff. Yeah, it's odd. I'm going to take a quick opportunity to take a bathroom break, and we will continue this science right now. We'll see what happens. I got to grab some water and all. I'll be right back. Hope you've all been enjoying my... I just realized I'm sweating my butt off and nice and cool outside. Got cheaped. It took roughly over 2 minutes since he left. 3:43:06 it ran out. Okay. Did you guys manage to time it properly? How long did it last? I wonder if you could make it infinite by doing some shenanigans. Very neat. Okay. Let's get back to our tier list then. Click these. So, based off of what we've learned, I'm gonna say that the polymorph factor is not very reliable. I remember picking up Iron Stomach and Flummox stopped working. I think that might be a thing. That's interesting. So you can like drink stuff to become immune to it. I don't know. It also makes it so Berserkium doesn't work, which is the downside. Like the stain. That's really cool, Go. It's very cool. But yeah, this perk is pretty okay, and it is like a combo piece. I think it deserves to be at a higher spot than the Eat Your Vegetables itself, because it's naturally the one that you want to get first. And I think that it does have some potential. And, you know, you drink like a giant pool of polymorph, you're immune to polymorph forever. That's pretty nice. Well, not forever, but for a long time. I think the polymorph immunity is worth like a D tier, or maybe even a, like, I'm gonna give it the top of D tier. Top of D tier seems pretty fair to me. You think C tier? I don't know. I don't think it's a whole tier above, like phasing. I think phasing might have to go up. I don't know. Well, let's see. That's in the context of a long run. Let's talk about this a little bit further. So we're only thinking about it within the context of a long run. This thing is absolutely trash on a normal run. And it is like just not helpful at all. Outside of like, oh, I'm immune to Flumoxium, I'm immune to Polymorph for 2 minutes. I mean, who cares? It's useful for like one floor, maybe, sometimes. I'm gonna give it bottom of D tier. I think it is better than its Eat Your Veggies pal, but it's not much better. Seems good for End of Everything. Yeah, but once again, that's more end game excuses, and we're trying to talk about like every context of the game. So like challenge runs, streaks, short runs, long runs, medium run, like just all of them, right? Wasn't paying attention for a bit. Iron Stomach makes it so you don't explode from overeating and become very satiated. So if you pat, yeah, I'm aware it's part of flop. We're taking that into account. All right. But yeah, if these were combined, easy A tier, like I said, but they're not combined. It's two separate perks. All right. So this is Summon Satakivi, which fires off like a giant laser that lets you get to the surface. I don't know. I haven't found a time where I need this. I think this perk is really helpful if you're forced down early. Like if you're just sucking, then you have to like keep going down. Like if you want to live and you're just taking damage all the time, this will at least allow you a path back up. So it is useful in that context, but it's almost like momentum in the other way. It's like if you're losing, that's when this perk is best, right? Like you can already dig so well, that I don't really see too many situations for it, and like the damage it does is completely irrelevant. It does 500 damage. That's nothing. Especially when it's going into resistances. What are the uses you can think of? It's good for tower. I mean, you don't do the tower anyway. You just go in through the top. At least that's what I do. Making the sun and going back up, getting back up if you have no other option. How is it useful for making the sun? It's all right early if there's nothing better, I think, but not a game changer really. Yeah, I think it's one of those perks where it has an okay niche, but it's not something that's ever going to be super helpful for me. I'm going to put it in C tier because it's not bad. Like, being able to go up to the surface is great. And it gives you a lot of potential, but I don't think it's amazing. I'm gonna put it between Pinpointer and Revenge Bullets. I think that's fair. Problem I have with the perk is it's only good for me if I find it at the very last temple and I never found a black hole. That's exactly it. Is like 99% of the time, this perk is completely irrelevant because you've got something else to work with. That's the problem I have with it too. Yeah, so that's where I would put it. Now, this is Essence of Water. It's a fucking curse. I'm gonna leave it at that. It's a goddamn curse. There's nothing good about essence of water. Like, it doesn't do anything helpful. It can be used to kill enemies because it will douse them in lava. It can be used to dig through even cursed rock. If you have to dig through cursed rock with essence of lava or essence of water, I do not envy you. That sounds absolutely horrific and would take years. Like, the only situation where that could ever possibly happen is if you somehow manage to get to the teleporters in hell from the jungle without digging because the dragon dug in there for some reason. And then you went to the portal to hell, and you're like, oh no, I'm trapped, but I have 4 flasks of ambrosia, so I'm going to grab the essence of water and then use the lava to dig through the EDR ceiling, swim through the lava with my ambrosia, and then very slowly dig back up. Like, that's... No, it's garbage. It is literal garbage. But it does give you the water stone. And we rated the essence of earth up very high because of the earth stone. I don't care about the water stone, okay? It's not anywhere relevant. Like, Earthstone is right there on the surface. It's so easy to get. There's a reason this is up high. Every single run has access to this at the very start. Like, all of them. So I'm going to say Essence of Water is fucking cursed. It is fucking cursed. I'll put it above these. I'm putting it above these specifically because these take up pedestal slots. This doesn't take up a pedestal slot. You have no obligation to take this ever. Like, it's just down there. Like, you could take it once for your sun run, right? That's about it. So it's going in absolutely cursed here. I think that's quite fair. The only thing is it's actually kind of useful if you have shift lava to something like Calcium. And if it's useful for... Yeah, I guess there's that, Ziff. Like, that is a reasonable call. But once again, it's like a combo reliance, and by default, it's so terrible that I just never would want it. Like, that's a ton of effort. Oh, man. Is that a good enough reason to bring it into F tier? It might be a fair point. If you get lava to ambrosia, which does happen every now and then, you don't need all that ambrosia. You don't need it. You don't need unlimited healing. You don't need like, if you're at the point where you're down in hell, you're not gonna need it, right? That's the thing. And I don't know. I don't think fungal shifting is really super valid as like a meta strat. Yeah, it's just annoying. It's annoying. By that point you can go get it. You'd be able to go to Paraling, find healing spells. Yes, thank you. Exactly. I agree. Many easier ways to get unlimited healing, and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I had to think about it a little bit. All right. We have enemy increased knockback. So when you hit an enemy with a spell, they get knocked around like crazy. This is a fucking bad... It's just bad. You might be thinking, oh, this could work defensively. This might be helpful. It literally just makes it so your follow-up shots miss. You have to... I don't know. There's just no way to make this good. Like, it's just bad. There is, like, a meme travel method where you hit yourself with your own shots, make yourself go really fast, but it's a meme. It's just, it's so fucking bad. Yeah, this is a terrible perk. Is it as bad as these? I would say it's about as bad as electricity. Like, I can't think of a reason to use it, but it also isn't so terrible. Like, it doesn't do anything so bad that it loses you the game most of the time. I'm gonna put it right there. It doesn't have that much... It doesn't have any benefit, but its downside is minimal. So it's gonna go in E tier. That might be a little bit contentious, but that's where it's gonna go. It'd be better if the enemy could take impact damage. Yeah, for sure. Makes killing things a pain in the ass. I drop it to F. I'm considering it, but I have had it in a couple of situations where it like knocks down an enemy, and because of that, I have to like it allows you to pace your fights technically. So like if you really wanted to, you could play a really slow style and make this be helpful. But other than that, it's not going to be helpful. If there was a curse spell to make enemies vulnerable to fall damage, I would say knockback perk would be good. Maybe, yeah. Then I'd consider it for sure. But yeah, it could let you pace your fights better. Like if you want to deal with one enemy at a time, you hit them, they get knocked away. The next guy shows up, you hit them, they get knocked away, and it would slow down combat a bunch. Better than eye laser. There's no way eye lasers are better than increased knockback. Yeah. Okay, hear me out. Eye laser is busted on challenge runs. We are accounting for challenge runs. It is really, really good on challenge runs and speed runs, and there are ways to compensate for it on like normal runs if you wanted to take it early for momentum. And also, it's good when you're newer. Like it does pretty acceptable. So it does, like even if it looks a little bit bad, it is still in a pretty cursed tier. It does have positives though, so I think it deserves to be above this. All right, so we got more blood. Oh my god, this has been one of like the it's kind of like Boomerang. It's one of those perks that have been there forever, and its one purpose is it combos with vampirism, haha. Who cares? Vampirism has been garbage forever too. Oh my god. Synergizes well with Breathless and Hisi, but then you just get electrocuted. I don't know. I think it's really... Laser eyes are below G tier for anything other than speed runs and challenge runs. Yeah, if I weren't including every type of run in this in this tier list, then I would agree. It would go in the very bottom tier, Cronus, but that's not the case. Didn't it win you the no mouse run? That was awesome. Yeah, it did. AT Fine Art. It was very important on the no mouse run. Which you can go find on YouTube, !YouTube, and the main channel will have it. Anyway, yeah, more blood. I mean, back when enemies blood polymorph more often, it was more of an issue, and it was even worse then. I think right now, in its current form, it's still really bad, but fungal like the fungal shifts does make it like a tiny bit better. The vampirism argument is not worth it at all. By the way, if you stack this thing up to like 15, it just instantly crashes your game, which is super dumb. It's bad, and it's a waste of space, and it's a curse, and it's going in A tier. It's not good. But it is... You know what? No, it is so bad. It's going in F tier. It's going in fucking F tier. There's nothing good about it. It's so bad. It's so bad. Bottom of F tier. I hate it. Plague rats. Good old plague rats. We're gonna line up the because I know what I'm doing with it. Where's the other rat perk? There's 3. See it on here. Does anyone see the other rat perk? See those 2. I know I've got all the perks. I just yoinked all the icons out of the perk thing. Rats are kind of interesting. Specifically this version of Plague Rats is kind of cool because Plague Rats, like when you kill one thing, it chains, right? And these rats won't attack you, regardless of if there's like Berserkium or Polymorph. The only time they'll attack you is if they get frisky and you hit them. You're right on top of them. And they hit fucking hard. It's terrifying. But they're not near as dangerous as like the mushroom. They're a good distraction, and they single-handedly clear Hisi Vase for you, which is really good. And they also, do they give you a part of the rat? They make you a rat technically, which is I think they give you an animal herd. So they assign you an animal herd, which makes it so more love activates sooner. I'm pretty sure that's still a thing. Which isn't bad. That's okay. Also, the rats stack with themselves. Like they start dealing more damage the more rat perks you have, which is kind of funny. But it's like a good, okay mid-game perk. It gives you a little bit of momentum. It's kind of helpful and normally not detrimental. I'm gonna give it like a low C tier. I think that's okay. High D, low C. Also, I gotta make sure I read what Rana said. I'm just saying, depending on your playstyle, more knockback can at least be slightly beneficial to you in more types of runs than eye lasers can be. I guess. I'd have to see it in action. This is the sort of thing that could like go up here, possibly. But like for me, this is way down here. Don't like personal shield? What? What do you mean I don't like personal shield? Personal shield isn't even on my list yet, John. we haven't gotten to that point. Don't worry. It's gonna go pretty high up. See that. Very nice. I stopped working on my day off. It's literally 3:22 a.m. RIP. That's not personal shield. Yeah, there's no personal shield. That's essence of water. Don't worry. How's Lucky Mutation so high up? Because it was one of the early ones that I put on there, and because it stacks pretty well. But I'm thinking it's probably going to be going down. We're gonna do revisions toward the end here. Gold 03. Yeah, no worries. Okay. What's this list for? What kind of runs and for what player? So this is for all kinds of runs, and this is for an experienced player. So basically, these are like if you're in the end game of Noita, like I am, this is how the perk list is gonna look. And we're talking challenge runs, speed runs, long runs, and normal runs. Those are the main things that come into mind. All bosses could definitely be included as well. That's how we ranked Freeze Field and Breathless. Both of those had that come into play. Argument for Trick Greed being higher. What if you did a Trick Gold only run? If you did a Trick Gold only run, then you'd have so much gold you wouldn't need Trick Gold. You wouldn't. That's the problem. It's just giving you more of what you already have that you don't need. The music sounds kind of like Minecraft cows mooing. But yeah, this is just a straight up dead perk. It is a dead. More is still not nothing. But it is. It is like the difference between having 100,000 gold and infinity gold in Noita. There is no difference because you still get to buy out everything, and the things that you can't afford, you still can't afford. It takes away valuable perks in the mountain. Exactly. That's one of the big reasons why it's super garbage. Like if you're the only time this perk is useful is if you are like trick killing a single enemy per floor. Like let's say you were doing a challenge run where you're only allowed to kill one enemy per floor, and you have to like pick super carefully. That's when Trick Greed might be helpful. But this perk is terrible, absolutely terrible in long runs, in challenge runs, except that one specific one we just made up, and in speed runs. Like it's just never helpful. That's my take on it. You can disagree. That's fine. This tier list probably isn't going to be perfect for everyone, but this is my tier list, right? Good point. It's not detrimental or anything, just unneeded. I mean, it is actively detrimental in long runs because it's going to cause you lag. So, like, I would argue it is detrimental. Do you want to rush money? Yeah. I'm happy with where it is. Anyway, this perk is vomit rats, I think. I could have swore there was 3 rat perks. I don't see the other one on here. Greed is not more laggy because it just doubles the value of whatever gold you pick up. So it's not laggy at all. That's why it's the good one. And it's more gold for nothing. You just pick it up and it gives you more gold. It's just free double gold. It's very good. Top row, Revenge Rats. Yeah, so I see this one. Where's the other rat perk? You know, we'll just carry on for now, and we'll worry about it once we've got it a little bit more narrowed down. I'm pretty sure I have every perk here. I should, because I grabbed everything out of the folder, right? Okay, so we've got projectile repulsion sector. Projectile repulsion sector. This is oh man, what's it called? Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing music. Anyway, projectile repulsion sector is good offensively and okay defensively. It's kind of useful. It's okay. It can hurt your aim. It makes black holes good. It's good on speed runs. It's good on long runs. It's good on medium runs. It's just always good. It's strong. That said, it requires a lot more active use and repulsion field, and it's really, really annoying with bombs. But it also doesn't give you the projectile or the weakness to resistances, which is good. I'm gonna put it in top of B tier. I think it's good. I think it's quite good. Donuts is asking, should I get Dark Souls 2? It's on sale. If you like Dark Souls 1 or 3 and you keep an open mind, you will like it. It's very, very it's the sound quote there. Sorry, Loba. That's the sound of someone making a. Never played Dark Souls. Okay, well, good luck. That should be very interesting, Donuts. Let me know how it goes. That would be really fun to see how someone likes Dark Souls 2 first. Okay. I gotta catch up. Vector is stronger than field, but harder to use. Yeah. I memorized only one scary sound. That sound command is a guy trying to make a Sasquatch call, and it's just really, it's just funny, and that's why I added it. Okay, so this is it's like it's Wayfinder or Waypoint Finder, whatever you want to call it. Basically, it makes it so you can see very important points on the map. This perk is like essential, and it's easy to no punch. There's no punch here. Anyway, so this perk doesn't show up on a pedestal, which immediately brings it up in value. It's on a bit of a low CD. Everyone has their own cooldown on it, and it's like a 4-minute cooldown per individual. So a bunch of people can spam it together, but you have to coordinate. Could you replicate that sound effect with a kazoo? Definitely not. Anyway, Mirror Cannon, Kick W, Perk Lottery A tier. I think that's kind of low. The reason Perk Lottery is A tier is because look at how many of these perks are bad, and look at how many of these perks are good. The chances that you're going to acquire these good perks with Perk Lottery is way, way less likely than like getting these bad perks. And a bunch of bad perks will ruin your run, while a bunch of good perks might not win your run. So that's the reason why Perk Lottery is in A tier. The only reason it's in A tier is because it's really strong on long runs. Like when you can be really picky. But on like basically long run, very, very strong. Quintessential perk. Medium length run, it can be good. It's a crapshoot. And when a perk is like sometimes good, then it obviously doesn't deserve that high of a spot. On top of that, if you're just like getting a bunch of garbage perks or like a bunch of mediocre perks, it's pretty whatever. I think it's in the perfect spot currently. Anyway, as for this one here, immensely strong on long runs, decent enough on normal runs if you get it in like the first and second holy mount. Yeah, it's very like dependent. It's the sort of perk where it's high variance. How you doing, House of Kentai? Welcome on in. You put Dunk in ASS tier. Nice. What? What are you talking about? Get it. All right. The happy face. I see. We're gonna rename the tiers probably. Anyway, this puppy it's one of those perks where it's not on a pedestal. It gains a huge amount of benefit from not being on a pedestal. Also, it's one of the only it is the only perk in the game that gives you like secret information. So it's like really good. Is it necessary? No. But it's one of those perks that does its job very well, and it's extremely nice to have. I'm gonna put it in C tier. That might be a little bit high, but it just does its job, and it doesn't overlap with any other perks, and I think it does its job much better than Moon Radar. So that's why I'm putting it the bottom of C tier. Yeah, I'm aware, quote. I get it now. Exploding Gold. Exploding Gold is fucking dumb, and I guess it kind of has a use. If an enemy walks into gold, it's going to explode them and kill them, which is kind of nice. It's one of those perks where, like, if you get a kill, it's going to result in a chain reaction of kills potentially. But that said, when you're collecting gold, it's going to make it so you can't pick up your goddamn gold, which is such a pain in the ass. Also, if you get polymorphed while you have this perk, it'll just fucking kill you, because if you're getting polymorphed, a lot of the time it's when you're going to pick up gold. So it's very dangerous. It's not good. It's not helpful. It's extremely situational at best. Mournful Spirit is a much better alternative. I would say it's on about on par with Mournful Spirit, maybe a little bit worse. Be kind of funny with the track gold. Yeah, so like there's a couple combos where you could maybe argue it, but like I still don't think it's very good. I'm gonna put it in E tier, and oh man, these are tough. I gotta say, these are tough. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of it. That's fair. Wipes EC base pretty well. You know what? Yeah, EC base is like a big deal. I'm actually gonna put it at the bottom of D tier for that. Hisi base is a big deal floor. I've talked a lot about momentum, and momentum is like one of the most important things in this game, like getting going early. So I'm gonna put it in bottom of D tier. It does have like a floor where it does really. That's fair. Exploding gold could also explode the canister. I mean, if it's going to explode a canister, then you should be exploding the canister preemptively. And I tier, put exploding gold. Stacking like 10 of it's super fun, but it's not. Valsu Boy says, why is your being releases damage light so high tier? Oh, why is Earth Essence so high tier? Because it gets you guaranteed Earthstone every run, and it's just really, really good for consistent digging. And also, it doesn't take up a pedestal slot. Not taking up a pedestal slot is a really big deal on this tier list, because that means that it's not overshadowing other perks. But yeah, basically just think about it this way. It is guaranteed infinite digging every run. And there's nothing else in the game like it. It's very, very, very consistent and good. And yeah, that's my take on it. Anyway, we've got Essence of Spirits. This thing is a lag generator. It is nasty. You pick this thing up, and you will lag the shit out of your game. Get this one. Lyrics in my songs right now. It makes it very hard for me to think. Anyway, especially with Gasfire. Yeah, it's super dumb. Okay, so there is a use for Essence of Spirits. And that use is that you need it to get rid of other perks. So it does have a single use. It is more useful than a couple of other perks, for sure. It doesn't take up a pedestal. It gives you the Poop Stone. Poop Stone doesn't do anything helpful. SS for speed runs. Then it's not helpful for speed runs. It's irrelevant on those runs, but it doesn't take up a pedestal slot, so it doesn't lose points for that. Yeah, it's useful for removing perks. It's guaranteed alcohol, and I think that it belongs at the top of F tier. I think that's fair. So many runs plus to it. Really? Yeah, but it doesn't really, like, by the time you get it, it's not going to help you outside of that one use case, and the hurting is just really annoying. So it's in a cursed tier, but it does have the acknowledgement of that one use. Hold up, I didn't know you can get rid of perks. Indeed, John, you can. Pretty cool. Nullifying altar. Okay. Now, this is one of those perks we're gonna go after. We're going to look at a bunch of these perks later, specifically because they're like theoretical perks that aren't in the game, but were obviously planned. So we'll talk about those, and maybe we'll tier those. We'll see. I'll think about it. And now I've got Leggy Mutation. Better to get Dark Souls 2 or 3. The overwhelming majority of people are going to tell you to get Dark Souls 3. If you want to be like babied, Dark Souls 3 is definitely the easiest. Dark Souls 2 has a bunch of like weirdness. It's super weird mechanically and very like jank. If you want like the AAA experience, Dark Souls 3 is that. But if you want like the true Dark Souls jank, Dark Souls 2 is great. Dark Souls 1 is also very good. Yeah, I would say Dark Souls 1 is the best Dark Souls by a large margin. Overwhelming majority is wrong though. Yeah, no, I think Dark Souls 3 is the worst Dark Souls. I think it literally goes in order: Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3 in terms of Souls. That's my tier list on that. The first one isn't on sale. It's okay, Donuts. Get Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is like starting at Dark Souls 1, except it's a meme. Elden Ring be the best Dark Souls? Maybe. I don't know. Dark Souls 1's pretty fucking good. And Dark Souls 3 kind of sucked. Sekiro kind of sucked. So, we'll see. Anyway, Leggy Mutation. Bloodborne, the best Souls, and it will die on, and I will die on that hill. That's fair, Goal. I haven't played it myself all the way through, but I've had a very good time with that game while I played it. Anyway, Leggy Mutation again. Lucky is up way too high. You're looking at this tier list differently now. Do I have to talk about why Sekiro is bad now? Might have to talk about why Sekiro is bad. The reason why Sekiro is not a good game is because you need to know everything about it for it to be fun. It doesn't give you the creative solutions that you can do in a game like Dark Souls. It's more like I want to be the Boshi, where it's like, hey, I'm going to one game of the I know what game of the year. You don't think people just suck FromSoft's dick? That's just what happens. I don't care what everyone else thinks. I mean, obviously, like, within reason, but, you know, nice opinion. Gonna pretend I didn't hear that. All right, well, very well. Yeah, I'm just saying that the thing that I like about games is being able to be creative with my problem solving, and Sekiro is smashing your head against a wall over and over and over again. That's my personal opinion, and obviously other people are going to disagree. Yeah, it is different. I may have gone in expecting something a little bit more Souls-like, a little bit more RPG-esque, rather than action platformer. I think it's the sort of game, going back, where I'd like it a lot more than I liked it on my first playthrough. But also, I'm just fucking scarred for life, because it was awful. Oh. Okay, anyway. Lucky Mutation. Lucky Mutation is one of those perks where you can be stun locked in place, but it does grant you like a bunch of extra movement, and it scales pretty well. It's kind of fun. I'm gonna leave it in its current tier, but I'm gonna drop it below Slime Blood. I think that's pretty reasonable, and I think is Leggy exactly the same. Leggy is easily one of the worst perks in the game. But you don't have to. It doesn't take up a slot. It doesn't take up a pedestal slot, which makes it infinitely better than one of the worst. Like 100%. Fire immunity or slime blood? Depends on the run, Captain, but I would probably take fire immunity in most cases. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Unless it's nightmare, then I'd take slime blood, definitely. Is Leggy shaved? Leggy doesn't attack stuff. Leggy does attack stuff. Leggy gives you constant debuff for looking at your screen. That's not true, quote. That's just... Lucky that quote didn't go through. I would have been very upset with you. You know what we're going to do? We're going to take a moment. My brain's a little bit melted. I'm going to show off an emote that I've been working on for a while. And you guys can tell me what you think, okay? Oh. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Alias the cheese. Oh my god. But yeah, of course it'll look something more like this on everyone's screens, I imagine. Paste that in chat. Decent, yeah. It took me not that much, but you know, I think it's kind of funny. I think it's pretty good. Basically what I did is I just like did a little bit of layering. It's nothing special, but it's fun. It's fun. I like it, and it makes sense for my chat because I'm always cheesing stuff. So yeah, we're gonna add that in. It'll be good for Dark Souls randomizers. Yes, it will. It'll be good for Dark Souls. This is why Moon Radar is the best perk. Points you to the moon. The moon is cheese, and you're cheese. Therefore, it points me to your great content. Wow, donuts. That's some mental gymnastics. Bruh. I like it. Make yourself looking through one of the holes in the cheese block. Do you know how much extra work that would take? You want me to like sink my face in and have like the smile just poking through and like the nose, and just like have like this instead? Oh man, that'd be fucking freaky. Get a real cheese block. Just, yeah, don't need to Photoshop it, just photo shoot. Just draw a yellow circle around it in MS Paint, pretend it's you'll never know. Here we go. Get one of those cheese head hats. I thought this was pretty good, but if you guys think that I should change it, then I'll definitely mess with it some more. And then I'll like leave some stuff in the Discord and people can vote later. I think that sounds fair. Anyway. This is good. I thought it was pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I think that... I hate to say it, but based off our current rule set... So here's the thing about Leggy. It doesn't take up a pedestal. That means that it is at least as good as Lucky. Even if it doesn't work as well as Lucky, it has to be on the same tier. I'm not going to put it in B tier. That's disgusting. Absolutely not. But... I think it deserves to be in the same spot, but a spot above. And the reason behind it being a place above Lucky, even if it doesn't work as well, is because it doesn't take up that pedestal spot. So that's where I'm going to place it. People are going to disagree. Like, that, you can use it to reroll more perks. Yeah, so you can turn this perk into another perk, right? Yeah, Goal is saying the same thing. You know, it's not that hard to bring a reroll machine over to it. And honestly, that kind of makes me want to bring it up a little bit further. But still, C tier is like the dead center here. So, you know, whatever you reroll into, I think that makes sense. It could be above or below. So I'm happy with its placement there. That's okay. I accidentally clicked it. I'd restart my run. Well, maybe not really. Yeah, well, you can always get rid of it too, Colby, right? Like, that's the thing. Definitely not better than Slime Blood. No, certainly not. I like where it is here. I think that's fine. But if I plan to move Lucky, I might move Leggy with it. And I might move Lucky down. We'll see. Slime is better than homing. Slime is definitely better than homing, I agree. I agree. I think homing is really good, though. Oh, man. All right. We got worm. Is this no more? What is this one? I gotta get all these together. I don't think this perk even exists anymore. This is worms. Don't. It's worm detractor. Oh my god! Remember worm detractor? That perk was so fucking dumb. It didn't even work. It didn't work. It's just above more blood. It's bad. No, that's not no more digging. That's worm detractor. That one just makes worms afraid of you. It's fucking bad. It's super bad. It didn't even work half the time. Yeah, so this one, which removes digging and makes worms and spiders afraid, this is an okay perk. This is honestly fine. Look at where or how high Peace with Steven is. This has to be up there to an extent as well. How you doing, Solar? Welcome on in. It's Feared by Worms is specifically good for end of everything mostly. Well, yeah, that's another use for it. High C. So it's good on short runs. It's good on like streaks. It's good on long runs. So I think it's quite good. I think top of C is a perfect spot for it. I agree. I think that's a reasonable spot for it. It is a solid perk. Not one that I would take very often, but if I were like on a streak and it showed up in the first Holy Mountain, I'd probably consider it so that way I didn't have to deal with Steven. Over extra item or slime blood. I mean, it's purely because of the way it interacts in multiple different runs that it works really well. Like, the end of everything farming is really good because that gets you unlimited great chests. So, like, if you want to count 34 orb as, like, one of all the runs that we're trying to account for, then this is, like, a necessity, right? It's an absolute necessity. So, yeah, we're going to leave it where it is. I think that's fine. All right. Gas blood. Gas blood has low gravity, and it makes it so your blood no longer stains you. This is really good after you've taken slime blood or oil blood. It's pretty handy. It's nice, and it's really helpful on the sun runs. The low gravity part is like minimal enough that you don't really notice it too much. It's pretty good, and it combos with stainless, which is like a top tier, right? So that's always good. Free toxic immunity. That's a really good point. Toxic immunity is extremely strong. I think that this is like a middling B tier. I think that that's pretty fair. It's good. It is good. I'm gonna put it above an item radar. Thing is, in 90% of cases, feared by worms. It won't make a difference. Golden lucky digging in holy mountains. Yeah, that is the case, Kronos. But it could also make a play on level 3 for you as well. But yeah, it's okay. You know what? I'd be willing to bring this down. I'm gonna bring it down, right here. We'll make it a middling C tier. We can still like reformat this as well. I'm willing to do that. By the time you get to the jungle, you should be strong enough to easily handle Steve. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And even if you like, the worms spawn on floor 1, 3, and then 5. So like you couldn't get it for floor 1, sadly. If you could get it like at the start of the game. What's the point of valuing electric so highly? I'm assuming you're talking about electric immunity. Electric immunity is just one of the most important game save perks in the game. It's one of the only ways to end a run. It is as powerful as polymorph in terms of danger level, and more common now as well. It's really it comes into play early game a lot of the time too. It'll save you if you get hit by an Uko. It'll save you against lights. It'll save you in just like a massive amount of situations. There's a bio modifier that'll literally just kill you if you don't have electric immunity. I would say it's one of the most quintessential perks for consistency, in my opinion. It is very, very good, which is why it's so high. That things have changed. Electric used to not be that big of a deal. It is a big deal now. At least for most runs. If you're doing like a speed run, who cares? I mean, I guess it still stops you from getting stunned, which is great. I think Electrify should be bumped up because of that, even if it has obvious downsides. We talked about its downsides, and the fact that it has so much chaos makes it rather dangerous. And basically, the situation where this thing is useful is the situation where you can probably farm for this as well. I might bring this up. We'll see. I'll think about it. I kind of think that it probably does deserve to be up in D tier at least, because that's where combo perks have been going, or a lot of combo perks have gone. So I might bring it up to D tier, but it is dangerous as well. There's a lot of situations where it's super annoying. I died last night because something hit me with a wand that gave me electric tentacles. So I wish I had immunity. Yeah, see, there's a good example. Thought we already have this one. We do already have this one. So we've got like some that are like duplicates because for some reason devs did that. I don't know why. We're not gonna worry about that. Okay, so this is no more knockback, which means when enemies hit you, you do not get knocked around. This perk is good. There is no denying that this perk is good. That said, there is like a level of tactile feedback to getting hit that is really helpful to avoid getting hit multiple times. I find that when I use this perk, or when I first started using this perk, I was getting hit more. There will be a VOD, resin. Well, we'll do a. I'll either edit it down, or I'll just do the full version. We'll see. But regardless, it will be on one of my YouTube channels within a couple days.
Bruh.
iPad at 2% had to run fast and turn off the picture. The heck are you talking about, quote? Can't click that link right. Good on, but nearly everything else is better. Oh, for which? The recoil or the immunity? The stun? Does it get rid of air stun? It does get rid of air stun. But the thing is air stun got so stun locking got massively nerfed on 1.0. They made it so you just don't get stun locked anymore, ever. So like this effect also got nerfed in that process. You can recover in the air. It's okay. It's fine. And I kind of like it. It's helpful. It is helpful. But is it like game changing? Probably not. I'm gonna put it in middling C tier. I think. I'll put it. I'm gonna put it there, and I'm gonna bring this thing down, just above pinpoint. That's fair. I think that it is pretty situational. Kronos made some good points. Okay, fire immunity. Fire immunity. We're finally going back up in tiers. We're looking at a top tier here for sure. So fire immunity. Fire does percentage damage to the player. That means that all game long, you're going to be taking the same amount of damage. A bunch of stainless armors, in which case it removes a crap ton of the damage. Fire is very avoidable. And fire immunity shows up on 3 different perks. I would say that Freeze Field is a better fire immunity. Like, it just gives you immunity to more things. Oil Blood is about equal with fire immunity, I'd say. Fire immunity is nice because it's nice and generic. There's not too much to worry about with it. You know, it does what it says on the tin. It's easy to work with. But it doesn't save you. It doesn't save you like explosions. It doesn't save you like electric. It doesn't save you like melee. It doesn't prevent you from getting hit by bullets. It doesn't... Like, the amount of damage you take from fire over a run might be relatively high, but all of that damage is non-lethal if you're playing even deep. I haven't died to fire in ages. Okay, I'll take a little peek. Oh my god. That's horrifying. Is that like the alternate version that you have suggested? Oh my god. No. I'll think about it, quote. Maybe I'll just let you take over on it. Actually, chip stops mattering in late game because of healing, so it might be high A. Yeah, that's the thing, and like stainless armor makes it so you don't take that much fire damage. Like stainless armor works that way. Okay, so for challenge runs, I mean, fire immunity is great for like no hits, right? Let's see. What else? God damn it, it goes so long. Okay. Let's see. My brain is sweating on. Love watching that turn off your brain. Yeah, it's great. Isn't it great, Lobo? Okay. Colby says fire immunity does more for me HP wise than melee immunity. Some like to think that when they put out fire with water, that HP loss didn't happen, but it did happen. And again, adds up. Fire damage scales with HP. But yeah, if you preemptively put water on yourself, you don't set on fire in the first place. This is for like, this is a tier list for me. It's not a tier list necessarily for everyone. But like, if you're playing at around the skill level I'm playing at, then this is. Oh man, I don't know if I should say that about this tier list. It's meant for like every single kind of run, and I just don't find myself setting on fire very often. You know. Oh man, fire immunity is tough. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it top of B tier for now. Is that fair? I'll give it bottom of A tier. How about that? Makes you slower in a speedrun. Depends on playstyle. Yeah, to an extent. But I mean, keeping yourself moist shouldn't be a playstyle. That should just be something you do. But I do think that this is better than Freeze Field, which is my problem with putting it here. Like, Freeze Field is better than Fire Immunity. Because Freeze Field gives you way more immunities overall. But the problem is that Breathless obsoletes it. Freeze Field is annoying, but if you're playing well, then you don't care. Maybe bump Freeze Field up to A. I think I might have to bump the top end of B up to A. Man. Freeze is just really good. I think Fire's useful in more situations, though. I think this is a... Oh, man. So this becomes better at the end game. This is really, really good during mid game. Like, insanely good during mid game. And this is good, like, all game long. Don't get me wrong. But it is better than this in the end game. There you go, Kuru. Freeze Field can kill you, though, right? Yeah, Freeze Field can kill you. It's killed me, like... 3 times in how much play? I don't know, like 1,700 hours? But it's also saved me a crap ton. I don't know, Freeze Field is useful, but I don't think it does anything I couldn't do somehow else. It's really good with poison. And it just has a ton of different things that it combos with. I am personally a big Freeze Field lover. I think it's really strong, and I don't get stuck with it. I never ever get stuck with it because I've played with it so much. It's a perk that's really strong if you can't possibly have Fire in A and say Freeze Field is better and keep it in B. I know. That's why I'm having a hard time. Haley's bias. Did you have to put shield in GT? That's not the shield. That's water essence. This is the shield. Yeah. You know what? I think that these two are going up. And this one's going down. I think that's fair. So the reason Repulsion went up is because it is exceedingly good. And I do think that it's better than Freeze Charge. And this one is really strong on speed runs and long runs. And it's okay in medium runs. So it's super good early game, and it's super good late game. But it falls off in the mid game, and mid game momentum is pretty important. So we're going to place it right there. I think that's fine. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Wish we could see the stats of how much damage we take from different sources. That would be really nice, Colby. There's stats for like how many times you've been killed by enemies. Obviously, like my stats are that. Yeah. Okay. We've got the spider friend. So there's a mod for that. That's good to know, Raul. Too bad mods just like destroy your ability to make like ghost wands and records and all that. It's in the butt. All right, so spider friend deals pretty good damage. It can solo a lot of different enemies. It's pretty good on a low damage run, and it's useful if you're going to be doing a challenge run. So it's good on challenge runs. But if you're doing a long run, if you plan to go to a parallel world, this thing will literally kill you because it'll start bleeding all over you and you will have ambrosia on you. Also, it gets lost eventually and then you don't have it anymore. Lucky Minion is practically invincible. I've literally never seen it die. I think it can be pretty helpful. I'm gonna give it C tier. I'm gonna put it below Revenge Bullets, but above Satakivi. It's a bit of a contentious one because I haven't used this perk that much, but I do see the value in it, and I think that it can be pretty helpful. Yeah, I'm happy with that placement. I think that's fine. All right, now then, this is an interesting one. Seems like a decent spot. Yeah, Lucky Minion is only doing 5 damage if it ever finds an enemy to attack. It can lock on pretty well. Not being able to do parallels super easy is rough, though. For sure, but like if you're doing a normal run, or if you're doing like a challenge run, you know, those are common things, and it's fine in that situation. I'd like to see the statistics of what perks Elise actually takes. I guarantee you it does not line up with this tier list very well, because I take... concentrated spells very little. Glass cannon, not too much. I've taken it decent. No wand run, it's top tier. I wouldn't say it's top tier, but it's up there. There's definitely way better perks for no wand runs. But I bet if you played a really slow style, this thing could solo the entire game for you. So we have to keep that in mind. All right, now then, we're gonna do the sand dissolver or powder dissolver. This thing can get you stuck on levels 3 and 4. Like, you'll just randomly fall into the ground and you'll get kind of stuck, which is a little annoying. But you can also use it to save a crap ton of time. And it combos with one of the top tier perks in the game, the Earthstone, which gives it a little bit more credence, I would say. Yeah, it's good with Tanner Kiwi, which you can get every single run. I kind of like it. I think it's fun. What's a combo with Earthstone? Not true, no wand run. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't think it's amazing, but it's fantastic utility. I think I'm gonna give it like a middling C tier. This one. It's just super nice. Ground to Sand is one of the best digging tools in the game as well, so I do put a decent amount of value on this. If you're lucky enough to get a decent... always cast Ground to Sand too. Yeah, I mean, Ground to Sand is really common. You can make it unlimited. It's good. It's good. And it definitely deserves a reasonably high spot, I would say. Ground to Sand is really, really strong. Yeah, I think it's good on challenge runs. I think it's good on long runs. I think it's good on medium runs, especially if you don't find anything better. It does feel like one of those perks where it's like a middle tier. But I don't mind giving it like a high C. I think it's fine. And I'm going to put it right there. I think that's the perfect spot for it. Now, Toxic Immunity. We've talked about this a couple times already, but there's perks with overlap. And this perk is really, really good. And normally, when a perk that overlaps with another perk is really good, the other one tends to fall in value a ton. I don't think that's the case with Toxic Sludge Immunity. I think Toxic Immunity is really good. It is probably the weakest immunity. I would agree on that pretty easily. Um, but it is helpful. It's good. It's good. I wouldn't. I don't know if a full tier separates fire immunity and toxic sludge immunity. They play pretty similar roles, but man, toxic sludge is just not that big of a deal most of the time. It's nice to be able to stand on like radioactive rock. It does give you a little bit of momentum early game in fungal caverns. And we've talked about momentum a lot already. I don't know. I think a low B is fine. It's not a whole tier separation from fire, but it's still pretty good. Now I'll put this just above it because this does have a couple more use cases. The Perk family's dad come home with a very happy face. Alias, you put me in the top of C. A huge promote. What are you talking about? You can't die from toxic stain unless you go to New Game Plus. You can't die from electric. I mean, it's just like it's game save stuff. But yeah, you're right. Toxic sludge can't really kill you unless you're in New Game Plus. But generally, you'll have it by then. Okay. This perk used to be way higher up for me. It was incredible in speedruns with high gravity. I loved it. And they complemented each other really well. It made dodging extremely effective. I think this perk is pretty cumbersome and does not really improve your movement unless you've already got a couple of these, so that makes it a combo perk. One is okay. If you take more than one, you will be having a very hard time controlling. And this perk will not be eliminated from the pool after just taking one, which makes it a little bit worse. It's an okay perk for the first one, but the fact that it takes up a permanent pedestal is a problem. I'm going to put it above the Haunted Ghost here, just because I do think that one is pretty good, but it's never great. You never saw that red gravity perk. It got removed from the game after a pretty short while. Gank not hot, but it was very strong when it was in the game. But most people didn't see the value of it, so it got removed. Faster levitation is only good if you have several faster movements and only take one. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what I mean. And like even then, it's not super necessary. The goal of this is that the next run we will take the worst. Take the worst that appear. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Aren't crazy. Yeah. Yes. All right. Extra perks. This perk is very, very good. I think that it is maybe better than Perk Lottery, but probably not by much. So extra perks is exceedingly strong, and the reason behind that is look at how many shit perks there are. If you can even slightly increase your chances of getting a better perk, it's worth it. And if you take this over any one of these, and it's like a compounding effect. You manage to skip out on a bad perk, and you're increasing your chances of finding another good perk in the future. So it really does lend itself to finding these top tiers, which make such a big difference in your run. So I think it's really good, and it gives you more selection than Perk Lotto does. I'm going to put it just above Perk Lottery. I think that's fair, and I like it for short runs, and I like it for long runs. I like it for challenge runs. You know what? Oh my god, it's so good on challenge runs, because you kind of got to fish for certain perks, right? This is the best fishing perk in the entire game. I'm going to put it just below movement speed up. I think it's so good. I like it a lot. I'm tempted to put it at, oh my god. Am I gonna put it at the top of A tier? Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'm about to throw this puppy in S tier. It's that good. Is it though? I'm gonna put it at the top of A tier. I think it's really. I never pick it for short runs. Having to skip an actual perk when you already have so few perks isn't really worth it in IMO. I mean for long runs, or sorry, for challenge runs, like it's so perk fishing is really strong, and it like that's one of the big arguments for me on that one. It is a little bit reliant on RNG, but I would say it is less reliant on RNG than perk lottery. I like it. I like it a lot. Why is projectile duplication on the lowest tier? The reason projectile duplication is on the lowest tier is because it has a single use, and it's only useful when it doesn't matter. And otherwise, it's just a flat out curse that breaks all of your wands, as well as makes it so you take more damage. It's bad. It's really, really bad. All right. This is one that we talked about a long time ago when we were talking about Stronger Hearts. Extra HP. This perk is really good all game long, until you have so much HP that it doesn't matter how much HP you have. But at that point, no perks really matter, right? So I would say that this perk is really good. Not only is it useful right off the bat, but it gives you... so, like, let's say you get this on the very first floor. It gives you an extra 50 HP, or I guess it'd be an extra, 55 HP, to go and explore the fungal caverns. HP is momentum in the early game. You want to spend your HP to gain advantage through spells and wands. And the sooner you get that HP, the better it is. And when you get more HP later, that's also good. But like, regardless, this is giving you just a flat instant benefit. It's really good. I'm gonna give it a low A tier. I think it's good, and I think it's much better than this. Alias needs to have multiple tier lists. Imagining him putting something in S tier because at that one time, that one thing, one time. Yeah, I just need to make a million tier lists. Is that what you're saying, Solar? Let's see. Extra HP is stronger than unlimited spells IMO. I agree. I think unlimited spells belongs at the bottom of A tier still. How you doing, Virtual Beck? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I might knock unlimited spells down below fire. But no, I don't think so. It's real close to call, but yeah, I like it so far. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so we got Angry Ghost. Angry Ghost is a fucking curse. This perk will occasionally be useful. It has amazing potential. But the fact that it's chaotic and difficult to control is the biggest problem. Friggin' Lobo. But yeah, it's an annoying perk. It's fun. It's cool. It combos really well with your bomb wand early game, so it could be useful for challenge runs. But late game, it kills you. Mid game, it kills you. It literally can always kill you. It is the only perk in the game that I think it's probably the perk I fear most. In my all perks run, I'd collected every single perk in the game, and you know what killed me? It was Angry Ghost. Angry Ghost is what killed me. Yeah, so we're throwing that way down here. It does have a use case, so it's better than these, but it's bad. It's real bad. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's tempting to throw it into F tier maybe, because it's one of those perks where, like, at its best, it's amazing, but at its worst, you're dead. You are dead. You know? And he's a ghost and he is angry. How can he be good? Exactly. Fitting music, yeah. We got Bombs Materialized. Bombs Materialized is a bit of a meme, but if you get unlimited spells and Bombs Materialized, immediately throwing it into the combo per class, you can just spam out bombs like fucking crazy. Also, the bombs list is extremely limited, which is a shame, I think this perk would be really cool if you could do it with more spells. It's neat, and you can also use it to store extra spells, but those extra spells have to be bombs. You can store up to 10 spells on your hotbar that way. You can actually store so many items on your hotbar that you don't pick up gold hearts or gold hearts or like you can't pick up anything anymore. Like it won't let you pick anything up, which is really interesting. And I don't know if there's like a dedicated use for that, but it is something of note and completely unique to it. There's no other way in the game to do it. So that does give it a niche. I think I'm gonna put it at the top of D tier. It does have use cases and it does have unique situations. It gives you. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. We're gonna throw it up there. I think that's fine. And it is useful for like early game as well, because it gives you an extra wand slot potential if you put your bomb in that slot, which is kind of cool. Just chuck out magic missiles with your hands. That would be cool. Yeah, it would be really cool. It'd be amazing if you could throw nukes. Yeah, for sure. Or anything that has explosives. You could throw like acid balls or something. That'd be really neat. All right. We've got Cordyceps. This one is when an enemy dies, it spawns mushrooms. This is the slime one. It's chaotic. It's bad. This one is also chaotic and bad, but maybe a little bit more controlled. It's definitely nowhere near the level of rats. And I think that it combos well in a couple of floors. If you have explosion immunity, there's nothing bad about it. I think it's pretty okay in that situation. Oh. But I think I'm gonna put it toward the bottom of D tier. It's not the bottom of D tier because it can be okay, but I don't think it's that good. I like where I've got it right here. Okay. Now, Saving Grace. Combo Reliant, clears CC well. Yeah, there's a couple perks that lay that. I'd say low C, really. They're way better than rats? Yeah, but rats don't hurt you. And rats can scale. Like, rats actually do the same job, they just do it less crazily. Saving Grace is easily triple S tier, doesn't even need an explanation. I think Saving Grace is one of the best goddamn perks in the game. It saves you over and over and over again. It's one of the only things in the entire game that gives you iframes. It combos well with 1-up. You can heal off of it to make you live. It saves you on short runs. It saves you on long runs. It saves you on challenge runs. It is a disgusting perk, and it can let you down. But if you play that like 1% really well, it's gonna fucking save you. And I've had it save me so many times that I'm very tempted to throw it in triple S tier. Oh my god, am I gonna throw it in triple S tier? Might put it in double S. I'm gonna put it in double S. I'm gonna put it in double S tier because it doesn't save me quite the same way electric that would. And well, oh my god, it's just so good. It's so broken. Wouldn't Boomerang and Finiwisp casting Nala Circle of Vigor make you practically invincible? It would. It literally makes you invincible. There's no way you could die that way. Unless you got polymorph. But yeah, it's necessary for the Sunseed quest. Can't have melee and triple S and Saving Grace and double S. You know what? Fine. You've got me on that one. It's so good. It's just universally extremely good. But I'm keeping it at the bottom because I do think that this perk, while it's useful, the time that it is useful is the time that you want to be in the situation the least. So it's just that's the thing. Melee is so easy to avoid. Yeah, but you can abuse the hell out of being melee immune. Get a free dragon kill. You get to make the entire second floor trick gold. You get to walk into fungal caverns like it's nothing. You get to avoid every freezing melee attack for free. Like the list goes on for melee immunity. It's very, very strong, and I think it deserves its triple S rank. But that said, but saving grace is useful far more often. Yeah, but does it give you the same momentum melee immunity? I am valuing momentum pretty heavily. Anyway, we'll move on for now. I'm pretty happy with this. Saving grace is literally god mode. It can be, but sometimes you just die anyway. You can't deny that sometimes you just die anyway. And that's something you have to play around. Definitely think melee deserves triple S. I just think saving grace deserves it more. All right, fair enough. At the end of the day, it is my list, but we have had pretty similar opinions so far. Also renders half the enemies DPS. Yeah, it literally just makes it so nothing deals damage to you. Okay, repelling cape. Repelling cape is freaking sick. It just makes it so stuff doesn't stick to you, and it scales real well. Also, you can make it so you have an infinite ambrosia stain, which is fucking dumb. I don't know. Is it as good as stainless? Obviously not. I don't think it's as good as stainless. I think having the ambrosia on you is so good. Ambrosia is super duper broken. This thing is really annoying on shorter runs too. Like it fucking sucks on a short run. If you take this thing, you're gonna be setting on fire all the time. I don't know. I think this thing is B tier, probably. Where in B tier? It's definitely above Hungry Ghost. I'll tell you that much. You know what? I'll put it right here. Plain infinite ambrosia stain. Apparently, so basically what you do is you ambrosia up, and then when you pick up enough repulsions, or the stainless cape or whatever it's called, I can't remember. But once you pick up enough of them, this stain just like gets stuck on you forever because it flows into the negative or something weird like that. So whatever stains on you at the time is gonna stay on you. I think there's something to do with that. I've heard people doing it. But I have never tried it myself. So take that with a grain of salt. That's definitely not going into the calculation. But like for long runs, it's very, very strong. And it's also pretty okay in medium runs, especially if you can get the stainless armor combo. Like if you get this combo in Nightmare, you're really happy. You're kind of killing it. Biggest downside IMO on shorter runs that it doesn't go away after taking one, even though only. Yeah. For sure. That is a significant downside. Wand radar. Wand radar is tough. It's definitely not as good as item radar because you can see wands through walls. Being able to see wands is helpful. Perma stain, so perma ambrosia. Technically Tanium. Yeah, it should be possible. But I haven't tried it myself. Someone would have to go and do some science. We'll probably try that later. I got it. Makes sense that I thought similar to breaking rules. Yeah. Okay. So, with this thing, it's definitely better than enemy radar because it actually tells you if an enemy has picked up a wand and is moving around with the wand. That's terrifying, and you don't want to be anywhere near that situation. So it does give you really prudent information. What else though? I don't know. So for like a medium length run or like a normal run, you're not going to be full clearing the whole world. It's going to be helpful. It's going to find you a wand or two. If you're being pretty thorough, it becomes fully useless. And if you're like trying to find something specific, it becomes more useful. Below phasing, you'd say. Really? You think it's D tier? I think phasing might have to go up. I think I ranked phasing too low. I'm gonna bring phasing up into C tier. Because at this point, you know, I'm looking at phasing, I'm like, goddamn, I would take that over a lot of these. I'm gonna put it up into C tier. Phasing was definitely misranked. That's on me. Whoops. Definitely stronger than bombs materialized. Agreed. I pressed like a million buttons at once and everything broke. I don't like the radars. They're just annoying. I tend not to pick them. That's fair enough, quote. But they do have a use. Okay. So what else have we got here? We've got... Right, we're working on Wand Radar. So I think Wand Radar can go to high C tier. I think that's a very reasonable place for it. It's one of those inoffensive perks where it's useful, but it's not game-changing. Bombs materialized as an A perk material, or personified. Yeah, that's good to put. That said, I think I'm gonna have to do that a little bit. It's gonna look something a little bit like that. So we're shuffling a little bit. There we go. I like the way this looks. That looks better. So we changed C tier around. Homing gets to go to the top of C tier. The Slime Blood close behind it. And these have fallen a couple ranks just because they are good, but it's just like pretty damn situational, right? All right. Teleportitis. Teleportitis gives you 20% damage immunity, and it stacks, or damage resistance rather, and it teleports you when you get hit. It makes you a fucking tank. You get really tanky. It's really good on tier below G. It's really good on speed runs. Well, it's necessary on any percent speed runs essentially for a good time. On a normal run, it's not going to do you well. If you're going strictly for the win, if you're just trying to get a win, it's good. Like, if you just try to, like, beeline through the game, one of the best ways to win in this game is to not spend very much time on each floor. It's very strong for that. But obviously, it's basically an off-limits perk when it comes to longer runs. It's literally off limits, and for that, it's a perk with great heights and depths. It is a strong perk when used correctly. And sometimes it's literally a dead slot. It's tricky because, like, at its best, I think that it beats out Leggy easily. It definitely does have the chaos factor, but I've had Teleportitis do so many things for me. You do control the teleport goal. You do control the teleport. It teleports you in the direction of your mouse. Yeah. I teleported into a vat of acid today with that perk. Yeah, that sounds about right, Electromyth. You gotta be a little bit lucky with it. I think that this perk is very strong in the right hands, and if this tier list is for me, then it's gotta go up. It's going way up. It's going up in C tier. People are gonna disagree with me, but I think it's really powerful. It has its use case, and it fills that niche like no other. And when there's like a niche that a perk can fill, and it does it exceedingly well, then even if it's like scary, it's good. Like, so here's another thing: it combos with Freeze Field to make you basically invincible. If you get both of these perks combined, you are not going to die to anything unless you have Glass Cannon also. Alright. Back Shield. Back Shield is a lovely perk. It is very satisfying to have. It's great to use. It's good fun. And it's just overall very effective. I like it. I like it a lot. And I take it on every kind of run. The only time it's useless is when I'm trying to make an infinite, which is pretty rare these days. I think it's a good perk. I think it's a very good perk. And in terms of, like, how often I take it, it would be a top tier based off of pick rates alone. Do I think it's one of the best perks in the game? No, but it does have a surprising amount of uses, and it really does come in clutch on the regular. I'm gonna put it just above Glass Cannon. That's just because I think this perk is I like it a lot. It's strong. Fucking gourd. What are we gonna do with this gourd? I have no idea. We're almost done, chat. Look at that. We can see the whole tier list without scrolling. Anyone tired of my 5-hour tier list yet? Okay, bouncing spells. Bouncing spells is a good meme. Ass saver. Who needs rear protection? Pride. J-Quote, please. J-Quote, please. It's happening. This is a perfect opportunity for me to shut up for a moment. How you doing? Oh, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I think we're done. Okay, beautiful. I had freeze field and teleportitis teleport me into toxic. That shit hits hard when frozen. If you mash WAD, it'll reduce the damage immensely, John. Because you'll reduce the amount of surface area that's hitting you. So you just have to be mentally prepared to deal with that. Also, you'll probably have digging. If you have digging, it makes it better. Anyway, bouncing spells increases spell lifetime. That is its big thing. Boomerang does the same thing. I didn't actually really talk about that. Boomerang also does that. And I might consider upping Boomerang for that factor. Increasing lifetime is a big deal. It makes it so chainsaws are projectiles. It makes it so luminous drills just single-handedly win you the game as a singular spell. And you could do some shenanigans with it late game too. It does kill infinites, which is problematic. Obviously, you could probably math around it if you were just giant bleeding brain. But wouldn't really recommend it. That'd be a lot of math. This is a strong perk for a normal run or a short run. It also kills teleport, which is one of the best spells in the entire game. No questions asked. It ruins forms of digging as well, but generally not the best forms of digging. The best forms of digging don't really care about bouncing spells too much. And you can fix teleport eventually. Yeah, you can work around the bouncing spells. So it's good, and its downsides can be mitigated immensely. I think it's so, like, it is like a game-winning perk in a lot of situations. I'm gonna give it like a B. I'll give it like a low B. I'm gonna put it just above Hungry Ghost. I think that's a fair spot. It's good. It is quite good. Who does infinites since 1.0? Yeah, it's almost like we don't have any reason to, since we can do so much damage that our game breaks. Solar, either amazing or awful. I think. I don't think it's normally very awful. The only time it's super awful is when it's killing your teleport. But once again, that can be worked around in most runs. Well, I wouldn't say most runs. I would say half runs. You know what? I'm gonna drop it down to the bottom of B. I think that's fair. Because it is kind of similar to homing that way. All right. This is a staple. This is like a staple. What would the word be? Perk. I'm forgetting words at this point because we've been going for like 4 fucking hours. It's good. It's real good. How good is it? I would say it's super good. I'm gonna put it just above More Love. I think that's pretty fair. It stacks well. It works well on its own. It plays well with others. It's just super good. It's super fucking good. Yeah, it's a perk that combos great with Repulsion. It works with other top tiers really well, and it works well with spells as well. Like it combos with other shields, and you know, it's a fucking shield. It's great, really good. Bouncing spells seems worse than Breathless to me. Breathless has no downside. That is why it is below Breathless. But I might move it to the top of C rather than the bottom of B. But keep in mind that these are all in order. These are in order of goodness. And once we're done with all of the main perks, we're going to dispute stuff, and we'll talk about it, okay? So if you think that something is like placed in a weird spot, we can talk about it, and it might not change, but you know you can convince me. I've been convinced on a couple of these. That comment was written before you moved it. Oh, okay, gotcha. I graded all stages of the game. Stops chip early game. Stops big single attacks late. Extra layer protection late game. Love shield. Yeah, I mean, like, it stops you from getting polymorph shot, too. It's so good. On a really big delay right now. No worries, Pelgrin. Appreciate your input regardless. All right, oil blood. What are the benefits of oil? The slip slidiness is kind of weird, and the friction actually makes it so when you teleport, you can teleport inside of walls, which is both bad and good. It depends on your situation. But you can just like straight up teleport through walls when you have oil. So that's kind of funny. What else can oil? I mean, it makes you fire immune. It combos well with freezing field. That's true. It's good overall, but there is some overlap with freezing field as well. I'd say slippery is annoying, but whatever. I mean, you can just jump. The jumping stops all the momentum. Most of the time, you should be in the air anyway. It's good. I think it's not as good as just flat fire immunity anymore. I think for a while, I considered it to be better. I don't know. Fire immunity is still strong. Like, fire immunity is really good. I just got here. Can you start from the beginning? Spooner Fork, go back and watch the pod, damn it. Do you know how long this is taking? Just don't bleed, lol. Yeah, there you go. No. God damn it, Spooner Fork. Oil blood makes your body glitter and redacted. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna put it I'm gonna put it around here. I think that's a fair spot for it right here. Just below fire immunity, I definitely feel like oil blood is stronger than faster wands. You're totally right, it is. I don't know, should this be dropped down more, maybe? I would take oil blood over faster wands. Faster wands, the reason faster wands is up so high is because it has situations where it's insanely good. Like, it just is super duper broken, like at the very start with your bomb wand. And it's also really, really good in the end game because it's the only thing that does what it does. But faster wands is maybe up a little high. I can agree on that. Every time I pick faster wands, I'm sorely disappointed at how bad of a roll I always seem to get. It doesn't feel right to drop faster wands, but fire immunity and oil blood are definitely better than them and, by a lot. Yeah, but A tier is pretty... I don't know, it's a pretty exclusive club, I would say. I think that this needs to drop in within B tier. A for fire immunities. If I move fire immunity up, then it's in the same tier as freeze field, and I think freeze field is much better than fire immunity. And then we're running out of tiers, so that's the problem. I'm gonna change B tier here. I think we have to bring this down a little bit, and we're going to put it just after the toxic immunity, because toxic immunity is pretty great. This thing, like, I say that it's good early game, but I don't take it early game most of the time, except on speedruns. So it does make it, like, a little bit more limited. And then I'm a little bit more happy with the way this is starting to lay out. And I'm okay with the gap between fire immunity and oil blood, because I do think that the weaknesses of oil blood are there, right? Like, having fire everywhere when you get hit is a problem. Bleeding more is a problem. And it can also potentially negate the effects of gas blood if you've already taken that, which means you have to take another gas blood. which means you're even lighter, and there's problems there. I think greed is worse than peace with gods and projectile eater. I disagree. I think greed is exceedingly good, and you need it to scale for long runs, and it's also very good on shorter runs too. Good early game, but I always feel like I wasted on low tier wands when I take it early. I feel the same way, which is why I decided to drop it down. Music stuff. Is it pop? There we go. It's more money. Money is like important, and you need if since all the other money things are low tier, you do want money coming, and greed is a good way to get it. Greed is the best way to get it. It's strong. All right, this is it's extra potion capacity. We'll talk about that later. It's such a fucking meme perk when that was added. All right, this is crit on or crit when enemies are at close range. This is a pretty garbage perk. It's a non-perk. It doesn't work. It's too close range. It's only useful on like a melee build, which doesn't exist. It's better than Cordyceps, but it's definitely not better than Iron Stomach. That's a D tier for me. Still high B tier though. Well, the thing about greed for me is like, it depends on how you're scaling your run. Greed is the only way to go in, so to have like a new game run where you get infinite gold. You're never gonna get infinite gold if you don't take it in new game. So it's it's one of the best stacking perks in the game. It in terms of stacking perks, I think Stainless would be at the very top, and I think Greed would be very close behind it. Invisibility. Here we go. Better than Cordyceps. Watch your mouth, shroom hater. ... is such a good perk. Yeah, this is hold mouse over to see more. This is not a perk. We will not be adding that on. Invisibility. Invisibility is a super dumb perk. It's one of the it is probably the first game-winning perk that people will pick. It straight up single-handedly wins you the hecking game. It's very, very strong. It has unique interactions with Boomerang. It turns Boomerang into homing, which is cool. Invis is the strongest perk I never pick anymore. Yeah, it has to be top tier. It allows you to see. It's top tier perk. It lets you see all your perk. Yeah, the ... No hit hero, perfect for the new cheese emote. It's good. It's so good. I think at the very least, it's got to go into like middle S tier. It's got to go above More Love because it does what More Love does, but rather than it taking 4, it just needs 1. It's so good. It's so good. I think this is a pretty fair place for it. High S tier or middling S tier then. Okay, Mr. Streamer. To correct your, I suggest you start again. Also, don't forget to shuffle. Wow. It messes up Healing Wisps. It does mess up Healing Wisps, but Healing Wisps are a lot less good in modern day Callier, so I don't really account for that too much. It's literally almost a guaranteed win for a normal run if you're halfway decent at the game. Yes. So that's the thing. This is accounting for all runs. Normal runs, challenge runs, speed runs, and long runs. And for challenge runs, normal runs, and speed runs, it's great. I'd say SS, nothing matters in short runs anymore with Invis. Only falls off in longer runs. Well, I think the fact that it... So here's the one weakness of invisibility that I haven't talked about, is that it makes you play at a pace where if you get discovered in a later floor, you get in trouble. If you don't keep your power level growing with invisibility, you will get in trouble in those later floors and you could get killed. It's not likely, but if you're playing very heavily into the stealth playstyle, then you will be weaker in the late game, or the mid game for that matter. How you doing, Viethrol? Welcome on in. Welcome. We're doing a tier list. We're like fucking 4 hours in or something stupid. No downsides. Watch hilarious rat. Okay. Okay, we got Trick Blood Money. The first good healing perk that was added into Noita. So strong that it has been nerfed. And with that nerf, it is less potent in that you can't, like, full heal with ease. But if you play to the style, it works exceedingly well. It's very, very strong. And it's, once again, one of those perks that grants you insane momentum. I think it's on the level of melee immunity on floor 2, but obviously melee immunity outscales it immensely. This perk is really good on challenge runs, on like shorter runs, and getting you started. It's really good. Bad for me, but that's on playstyle. Yeah, I mean, like, I use the tablet all the time. It's so good. Like, this perk plus the tablet makes you immune to death, essentially. Well, not immune to death, but you take much less damage. I'm gonna put it just above unlimited spells in A tier, which might be a little bit high for some people, but this perk literally just gets you a free pass into, like, the jungle, essentially, because you can basically win the game just using the tablet up till that point pretty easily. It combos exceedingly well with Saving Grace until you find infinite healing. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's lots of stuff that it does. It's very good. It's quite good, but I never really use it. I use it pretty regularly. I like it a lot. I think it's strong. I think it's possibly still the best healing factor in the game. The choice for gold-addicted tablet user. Yeah, who would have thought? Who'd have thought I'd rank Trick Greed high? What's the green? The green just below Saving Grace. Missed that one. That's that's Earth Essence Viethrol. And yes, it is placed rather high, isn't it? That is a bit of a wild card one, but I stand by it, honestly. I think it makes good sense. Try the mod I made. Yeah, it makes it so fire burns faster. Fun. Very fun. I gotta crank it up to 100% solar so that way I can really see the burning. Be great. Okay, so we got contact damage. Contact damage is pretty interesting. It's a unique form of melee damage. There are very few sources of melee damage in the game. There's tentacles, there's your own kicks, and there's contact damage. That's all the player has access to. So, it's kind of cool. It's pretty interesting. Also, contact damage hits so fast that it will permanently stun lock an enemy and make it so they can't attack. So if there's only a single enemy you're fighting, it's really good. Also, it's like a pseudo melee immunity. No Wand Run must have. Believe it works with Close Call too. I don't know if it works with Close Call, but it probably should. I think that would make sense because that is like crit that is universal. But yeah, contact damage, very good. Scales with HP. It's poor in longer runs. Exceedingly helpful in every other. It's definitely one of those cases where, like, if you have... since melee immunity is up so high, you'd think that it would be ranked lower. But I think it's quite good. And I'll put it just above bouncing spells in B tier. I think it is really good. It kills HC healers, though. I mean, you could definitely play around HC healers. I think it's just way too useful in challenge runs, and it's literal melee immunity against anything that uses a dash attack, because it'll just stun them out of their attack. So it is very good. Yeah, and it works well with freezing melee. Yeah, I was talking about the melee damage that it dealt as well, Kronos. It's also anti-synergy with invisibility. It is, but that's assuming that you don't have... So here's the thing. Contact damage actually won't bring you out of invisibility unless you get stained. So if you can avoid the stain of their blood, then you're fine. but obviously you're probably not taking contact damage and invisibility anyway. But yeah, I think it's good. It's a good perk. All right. Vampirism. Vampirism is dumb. There is very little good I can say about vampirism. It is still the slowest form of healing. It works with saving grace. That's what it has. When you take it, it reduces your max HP. If you take it after you take glass cannon, you can use it to recover a bunch of HP at once. The heal is too weak, that is correct. Vampirism is strong for normal run if you play slow. Kinda. Like, it's okay, but that's so much blood harvesting, you're probably going to be able to find another heal. I think it might be better if you're newer, but even then, think about it this way. When you're sacrificing max health, you're taking your one-shot kill cushion and you're flattening it. Now you are much closer to one-shot range at all times if you're not staying topped off. So your risk of death increases. I think it's a dangerous perk, and I don't think it's very helpful. I'm going to put it at the bottom of D. I think it's quite bad. This is maybe a little low. I think it could be used well. But I haven't had a run that's really inspired me to fight for vampirism. Like, it's just too slow. I get a chainsaw and most of the downsides become a non-issue for triplicate. You can generate a lot of blood, but you can't generate enough blood a lot. Also, in the later floors, you don't get that much blood. It's a lot of slime and a lot of oil. Since you can generate so much blood, being topped off is easy. In the early game, yeah. But I would say that's not true later on. I don't know. Maybe I am rating it a little bit too lowly. I might bring up Iron Stomach a little bit. And, even with runs where I was swimming in blood, it was still underwhelming. Yeah, it's just very disappointing. I'm going to leave it in D tier. I think that's fine. But I will put it above Courtesan. Definitely not lower than Bombs Materialized. Bombs Materialized is actually has like a good synergy though. It's pretty strong with unlimited spells. You can spam out bombs like crazy, and also it lets you make it so you can not pick up anything ever again, which is a unique effect. I haven't figured out how to use it, but it is a thing. I'd rather eat your veggies and get healthy for it. And I would probably too. But that's just because it's slow. I think I am ranking it a little bit low because it is slow. If you chug blood from a flask, the healing from Vamp is much faster. Drink it from the floor. I mean, that's how I normally do it, is I fill up flasks. You don't want to drink it from the floor, because if you drink it from the floor, then you might get other shit in there too. You want to be civilized people. There's a couple perks on here that I'm thinking I might have to move. I mean, the thing is it's not on the same level as the perks on C tier at all. It synergizes well with Iron Stomach. That's very true, Electromyth. That is very true. Bad perks synergizing with bad perks. Nice for Hisi base though, and at that stage is super important. But is it really worth the health plus? That's the thing. Is like in Hisi base, if you're taking vampirism and you're in Hisi base and you don't have explosion immunity, you're walking the wire, right? Because the thing that's gonna kill you in Hisi base is a big fucking explosion, not the chip damage from the little shitters. So it's the same situation. Also, there's medics. You know how to use a medic, so do I. Sorry, I'm getting a little... Okay, let's go on to More Hatred for now. More Hatred is a weird one. there's just not that much use case for it. You can get all the enemies to attack each other if you stack it. One of them is just going to create chaos, and it's going to do a much worse job at creating chaos than something like Plague Rats or even Cordyceps. That said, it's a lot less dangerous than Cordyceps because it's not going to blow you up probably unless an enemy picks up a wand and shoots it at another enemy. And then you know what happens there. My mouth is getting numb. I've not been talking this hard ever before on a stream. Nuts. I'm gonna have to call it after this, I think. We'll see. Yeah, so more hate. Real bad. How does gold work when if it's off screen, not generated, then it won't spawn there. Or like it'll not despawn, but it'll stay there. It'll spawn in. But I don't think that's how that works. I don't think an enemy can kill you truly off, or an enemy can kill an enemy off screen. So the gold would just despawn. No real use and very possible downside. The use is for challenge runs where you're trying to thin the herd. But you're right. There is no real use. I'm gonna put it. I think I might put it at the top of F tier. Gold timeout only start after you see it. It starts if it's within your render range. What's the eggplant perk? That is eat your veggies. Inner fork. This is the old eat your veggies right there. Yeah, I'm gonna put it with in between. You know, I'll put it right here. I think that's a fair spot for it. This actually does have some use case. This really doesn't. It's pretty much a curse. Edit one's nowhere. Edit one's nowhere is a dumb bad perk that isn't helpful, even when comboed with edit ones everywhere. It's a dumb bad perk, and it's worthless, and I hate it. And I'm putting it at the fucking bottom. Is that even bottom enough? Can I like make another tier? Add a row below. Here we go. Boom. No. We go. Not. Do not. Belongs in the deleted tier. It has a 5% chance of finding blood money, 6%. That's so fucking... Who cares? Who cares? It's so bad. Oh my god. It's just sad. It's kind of just sad, you know? Edit ones everywhere overrides it, but it also overrides edit ones everywhere. So you can only edit in temples, holy mountains. I don't think it'd be worth at all. Blood money. What do you mean? Why'd you say it like that? It's a synergy only perk in my opinion, and even then it's pretty bad. Take away the main aspect of Noita. Yeah, it's like, hey, you want to do a bad challenge run? It's not very fun. All gold is blood money. Not good. Oh, I see what you mean. Even if it was all gold is blood money. I don't know. I'd probably take it then. But yeah, it doesn't even work with the edit stone. But I'd take it then with edit ones everywhere. Short run, maybe. You can still edit with greenstone. You cannot. Cannot edit with the greenstone. We tried it. I have messed around with that in the past. All right, we got no more shuffle. This is one I've been waiting for a while. I think this is a pretty good perk. How good do I think this perk is? Early game, I mean, making all of your wands significantly better is a great deal. And also, it can turn a Shuffle Yes wand, which tends to have higher stats than a Shuffle No, into a Shuffle No wand, which becomes really good. I think it's really strong on like every kind of run other than like challenge runs where you're not using wands. It's great. It's really good. It's super handy, and I think that its power is hard to pinpoint, but I'm going to put it just below green. I think it's good. C tier. Why is Teleportitis C tier? Because it has really strong singular uses. It does have a use. It has good synergies. Great early and mid, starts to fall off later when you get guaranteed no shuffle wands off of bosses and such. Yeah. It's stronger than unlimited spells IMO. I disagree. I think unlimited spells opens up unique build options, and no more shuffle just makes you find better wands occasionally. I don't know. Like, unlimited spells just has such insane potential. Ain't gonna go get... Ite. That's not ain't, that's Ite. Gonna go get ready. See, have a good one, Solo. Good luck. I'll catch you later. Early game, it's way more useful. Late game, unlimited is useless. Unlimited saves you a spell slot in late game, which could be useful. That might be a playstyle difference. Maybe I'm overlooking something, Cronus. But I personally feel that unlimited spells is quite useful. And I like it a lot because it gives me a ton of build diversity. And being able to use more spells is extremely good. No shuffle is universally useful. I can happily skip unlimited spells on a given run. I'm the other way around a lot of the time. Unlimited spells for me is really, really good. Limited spells is still useful for saving space late game. Yeah, you know, it does have situations where it's good. So that's the thing. It's like if you wanted to build a spark bolt trigger into just a bunch of standard, like spark bolt trigger into damage up into spark bolts. You know, you could do that, but you're not always going to get all those spark bolts. And that's where unlimited spells becomes insanely useful. When you can actually use it to... Like, it's not something that's shown very often, but if you just get, like, giant magic missile, that shit just wins you the game. It just straight up wins you the game. And now you have unlimited casts of it, right? It's so good. And on top of that, it gives you unlimited to a bunch of spells that are just so broken. It's super silly. But yeah, it is a matter of spells versus wands. And I personally value spells much higher than I value wands. Which is why there is a tier difference between them. Unlimited spells, giant MM was my first win. Yeah, see, exactly. That's what I mean, JT. And that said, with all that said, the power of this is not something that is easily measured. So, I might be mismeasuring it. There you go. Only made black holes unlimited. It gives you a refill on black holes, which is cool. The value of slots versus mana efficiency, rather. Yeah. Saving mana is more useful than building up opportunities. Build opportunities than on IMO. I don't know. I think it depends on how late game you are. Maybe. If you're only shooting the wand once, you don't care about the mana. And that's often the case late game. Especially with, like, if you're using a spell that's normally limited cast. Okay, we got Projectile Slowing Field. Projectile Slowing Field is a bit of a weird one. I feel that this spell is best used when it's supported with other spells. Or sorry, this perk is best used with other perk. So basically, if you have Repulsion, it kind of cancels out the negatives of this and, like, doubles the benefits of both. It works really, really well with, like, combos, right? Only good for short runs with Repulsion. I like it on long runs, too. I think it does a very good job keeping Omega Sawblade and stuff at bay. It combos with phasing. It combos with a lot. It combos with Projectile Shield. It combos with Repulsion. It combos with phasing. And, like, some of those are... There's some top-tier perks up here. If you're comboing with the top-tier perks, that's going to give you a leg up on the competition. And I think that it is... While it's bad on its own, it combos so well with other perks that I think I'm going to give it a C tier. Now, where in C tier, that's a bit of a difficult question. Also, keep in mind that you can, like, get around this with long distance cast and Spark Bolt trigger. Like, if your spell's already really fast, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. So I'm gonna give this a decent rating. I'm gonna put it just above crit. I think that's a pretty fair spot for it. Middling C. Not as good as Repulsion Field, but decent enough. Yeah, it's quite acceptable. This might even be a little low for it, to be honest. But I do understand the weaknesses of it. The thing is this perk sucks real hard on its own. But it is so good with other. Anyway, we've got the Worm Attractor perk. Oh, Worm Attractor. I mean, you want to go heart hunting? I guess. I don't know. That you want to anger fucking Steven? You got that. This is a cursed perk. This is a cursed perk. It is not helpful. But it does have more of a use case than these two. I'm gonna give it a little F tier. Unless you have melee immunity. Yeah, if you've got melee immunity, like then you can ride it down all the way. I think that like it does help you get more HP, right? Like I don't know. It's useful in very niche situations. End of everything farming. Even then, you probably wouldn't want to use it. You're not farming HP out of end of everything unless you're some kind of psycho. Repulsion plus projectile show slower plus shield. You're invincible, at least to projectiles. It's awful for EOE farming. Okay, so we got another good healing perk here. This is one of the best healing perks in the entire game. I feel like I'm messing with farming a bit. I see. Yeah, fair enough. Let's see here. So yeah, wand. This is Wand Experimenter. When you pick up a wand, it heals you a crap ton. This thing is on par with Trick Read at least. It heals you so much. It's insane. And like, if you have reasonable experience of the game, you know if you can shoot a wand safely or not. It's really, really good, and it's really good when it counts. Early game, wands are much less dangerous to shoot, and it just heals you a crap ton. I'm tempted to put this right in front of Trick Greed. Sorry, Trick Blood Money. Which would put it firmly in A tier. And I agree. It heals so much. It's really good. It's really good. Alright. We've got Essence of Air. Not as good as Trick Greed, depending on wands nearby, even when their wand has to be safe. Less common in the game. The reason why I'm putting this above is this is more universally useful. If you were to somehow like lose your tablet, this falls off a cliff instantly. This is heavily reliant on you playing a certain way, and this one is something that you can just, like, it's just a little thing in the back of your head. You don't have to actively change your playstyle to use it. It's just there. And you can like hold multiple of these wands to heal up a bunch whenever you want. Like it's just very good. Yeah, it does stop being good late game, but it's one of those momentum perks that makes it to late game for you, right? That's the thing. All right, so we got Essence of Air here. Essence of Air. Late game was poor wording, like in power. Yeah, but that's not that big of a deal. Like it's just meant to get you there. If I get this perk in the first couple of floors, I'm gonna snowball out of control like crazy. Anyway, Essence of Air. We're doing it this time. Essence of Air fires off a bunch of bursts of air, which can be controlled with things like homing, and it just launches the enemy. It can also, the bursts of air can be set on fire, and they deal like pretty poor damage. It's a very mediocre perk. It's not helpful. It is a curse. It knocks over flasks. It makes your enemies go crazy. They just go flying all over the place. It's annoying. It is annoying, and it is not very helpful. And also, okay, so here's another thing. The area that you get it in is way more dangerous than every other essence. The place where you get this essence is the same place where you're going to get lightning bolted in that freaking head just for having it. That's going to happen unless you're really overpowered. The essence of air is a real problem. And I think the location that you get it is kind of a problem as well. It is definitely better than Essence of Lava. I'm gonna give it like a middling F tier. Uh, yeah, it's gonna look something along this line. I think. I do think that this is better than that. Um, but yeah, it's just it's bad. It's real bad. By the time you reach Essence of Air, do you really want it? Yeah, normally not. You could go there early if you want, but then it's really high risk because of the end. Okay. We got Telekinesis. Telekinesis, when it first came out, I'm like, this is a goddamn top tier perk. This is maybe one of the best perks in the game. It's still very, very good. By the way, Telekinesis came out, I think, just before we learned about tablet kicking. So it definitely was really strong then, but it's definitely weaker now than it ever has been. You can just win the game with this perk, like straight up. It's really good, but also I think to win the game with this perk, you need to be kind of nutty. You need to be really, really on point with your environmental awareness. It's not like a noob is gonna win the game with this perk, more than likely, unless they're just like super clever or slow. And by slow, I mean like playing slow. It stacks with Never Skip Leg Day now, which is fun. Yeah, it does, and it stacks itself. It doesn't work with Trick Blood Gold, because when you throw a thing with telekinesis, it counts as your projectile, which is a problem. It's really, really good for quest lines. I agree with Electromyth. That gives it a very important niche, I think. It's helpful. It is helpful. It does also get rid of freeze kicks, which is one of the most powerful things in the game that you can do. It's got a lot of positives and a lot of negatives, but I do think that it is very high value, and it gives you an option if you don't have any other. I'm going to put it just below Stronger Levitation. Actually, no, I'm going to put it above Stronger Levitation, because I think it's more useful than Stronger Levitation in a wider variety of times. Like, it's good. It's real good. You cannot wait, can you freeze kick the dragon? You can freeze kick the dragon, yeah. If you bounce it on terrain first, it tends to work. Yeah, it will work then. Stack too many, it never skip leg days, it glitches through walls. Yeah, it's funny. Glitches it out. It's funny. If you put something in a liquid and you telekinesis it, it just freaks the hell out. It's super funny. I'm gonna do that really quick because I need to rest my brain for just a moment because we've been doing this for a long time. So here we go. I'm gonna pop over to it for just a moment. Go. Okay. So let's quickly grab telekinesis right here. Perks. Go. And we're gonna have cursor. So if we head over here, just throw this in the water. We do this. It just freaks the fuck out. It's so goofy. Look at that. It's just teleporting all over the place. Very silly. Oh, the fish! Shadow Jutsu clone tablet? Yeah, exactly. Too much. Oh my god, what is happening? That was crazy. I think you can also use it to delete liquids, depending on what you're telekinesising. Pretty neat. That's weird. It's got some pretty interesting effects. Oh, nice. Also, if you get enough telekinesises, they'll like stack up and do some silly stuff. Here, I'll show that off really quick. Okay. Perks. Pick. There we go. Good. This is a fantastic elevator music. Oh, weird. Stacking telekinetic kick doesn't increase the throw, it increases the pull. I didn't know that was a thing. So it's the kick that... Oh, it's gone. I hear it. I heard it spinning out. Tablet is gone. Serves as a shield as well. Yeah, and you can use it to hide from enemies. It's pretty good, Raul. There's some cool stuff with it. Also, is it Raul or Raul? Am I getting your name wrong? No. Back to this. Apparently someone on Discord got a 34 run on a random seed. It sounds like they just farmed EOE in the approximate location until they got it. Really? Huh. That's really cool, Callier. Very cool. Alright. How long did it take them? Because I've been kind of thinking about doing exactly that. The second one. Raul, not Raul. Got it. Got it. Locked in. Locked in for life. Alright, teleportitis dodge. Teleportitis dodge is fucking awful. I hate it. I hate it so much. That said, if you can't dodge, it's pretty good. You know? It becomes less and less useful the better you are at the game. Exactly. Speaking of orbs, I didn't notice the flavor text in it. Wait, for which nips? But yeah, teleportitis dodge definitely becomes worse and worse the better you get. And there's lots of different attacks that take advantage of teleportitis dodge and hit you anyway. That is what I said, Cronus. The whole process took about 40 minutes, 30 EOEs. That's really good, Callier. Goodness. Game winner for a noob, but apart from that, it's kind of bad. Too chaotic. Yeah, it's dangerous. All them like cement, say secrets or rebuilding that being unlocked to you. Oh, that's really neat. But yeah, this thing sucks a lot. And it starts off good and it gets worse. It's a really weird perk and it's super counterintuitive. Teleportitis dodge has to be better than regular teleportitis, surely. I think there's more use cases for teleportitis than teleportitis dodge, to be honest. I don't know. This thing sucks a lot. I don't think it belongs in C tier at all. It definitely doesn't belong in the same group as phasing. And also, I'm bringing phasing up again. Phasing got shafted super hard. What the hell? Phasing's going all the way up here. Phasing has had a storied past in this thing. He started off in D tier. He's all the way up in B tier now. Look at that. That's a beautiful story. And at that, hang on. Keep in mind that this is a perk tier list for someone at level of alias. And that point, teleportize dodge is useless, pretty much. Yeah, this thing sucks, and I hate it, and it's really hard to use to like be effective. I do recognize its value, so I am going to rate it with like some value. I'm gonna put it at the top of D tier. It does do some stuff. It does stuff. I don't know. What can I say? Just dodge, forehead. That's what happens when you play 1800 hours in Noida. Always cast. I have not used modern always cast. Let's go into game really quick and use always cast a bunch and see what we get. Because I have no idea what's on always cast these days. Wonder why there's 2 always cast? I don't know. But there's also 3 like eat your vegetables. Keep in mind that these are files that I just straight up took out of the perk icons list, and I just yoinked them all and took the whole folder without changing anything. Actually, that's not true. I had to individually click on each one and then resize it, so it's possible that I clicked on that one twice. But, you know, that's my bad. That happened. Okay, always cast. We're just gonna... We got homing, okay? Got homing again. I gotta move locations. Got slithering path. We got this one. Oh, right. 4 always cast maximum. Makes it a lot worse. Bad. Just absolutely terrible. Also literally garbage. Also literally garbage. Whatever. Here, let's just spawn in a wand really quick. Spawn in a big boy. See what happens to that thing. Because maybe I'll get different always cast based on what tier it is. Now try for a win with those 2 wands. I think finding a good always cast on random wands is easier than trying to farm the perk. I agree, Callier. But I didn't know it's on the perk, which is why I'm testing it right now to see if there are any intriguing always casts that you can acquire. You have to be very lucky with RNG for always cast to be useful. Yeah. So like in general, always cast is going to be absolutely shit. It's bad. Actually, kind of combos, but who cares? The fuck? I think that just... Okay. Well, that's kind of neat. Tentacle timer, it wouldn't really work that way, but... It's bad. Very bad. Okay, I think we can just pretty easily say that occasionally it can win you the game, early game, so it's okay in a speedrun context, and absolutely hot trash in every other context. That's my personal opinion on it, based on the limited use I've had of it. But, you know, maybe there's a way to prove me wrong. Posted the options of the perk. Oh, let me take a look. 50%. The good card from damage upgrade plus homing speed up. Acid Trail Slithering Path, 43% chance it picks a random modifier. From tier 6, 3.5% chance. Static projectile. Yeah, it's a wand maker or breaker. And wand-based perks definitely come at a disadvantage compared to other perks. I think it's bad, and I think that it's really annoying to try and work with. It has its moments of glory, but it is not good. I'm going to put it below electricity. You know what? No, it's going down here. It's going way down. It's way down. Speedrunner's wet dream is get a magic like a magic bolt on starting bomb one. Nah, it's meteor. Meteor is the dream goal. Because you can't take damage from Meteor, and it digs incredibly well through the whole game. Except the last floor. That is the speedrunner dream right there. I should know. Always cast is worth grabbing if all the other perks are the worst and you have a spare wand. You're not going to... Yeah. This is trash. It's like there's one situation where it's like, oh man, I got a cool thing. But it's just like, oh man, I got Slithering. Path. Cast Iron Cape says, sorry for the off-topic question. But can anyone confirm that Essence Eaters don't show up in Parallel Worlds? They do show up in Parallel Worlds. They do now. They didn't before, but they do now. Okay. We've got increased wand capacity. This one is definitely pretty okay. It's not nearly as good as the recharge reduction with the increased mana regen. But it's definitely better than having your capacity. It's okay. And it's a hell of a lot better than Teleportitis Dodge. I'm sending this down. This is going down. Going down here. And Teleportitis Dodge is getting down here. I'm gonna put it on par with Vampirism. I feel like it's neutered by up to the 25 capacity limit. It would be great for late game. That's true. It's your dungeon music pog. Nice. One parallel for each side of from my. I would pick more wand capacity over at least half of C tier perks. Yeah, same. I was thinking it would be a reasonable C tier. I would also pick it over I would also pick it over some of B tier. It's quite fine. It's not like game breaking, but it can be used to construct a good wand, and it can be useful on a normal run too. Like it's okay. I'm gonna put it below breathless and above contact damage. Am I putting it above contact? No, I'm putting it at the very bottom of B. I wouldn't put it over slime blood either though. I'm gonna put it here. High C tier. High C tier is fair. I apologize. I'm getting a little exhausted. We're moving. I'm gonna grab some water so I don't blow up my voice in the next 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Yeah. I need to save my work? What do you mean by that, Carney? Imagine a Windows update forcing itself now. We'd just be able to look at the VOD. It'd be fine. It would be fine. Don't lose it. I mean, it's not done. We gotta finish it. Alright. This is heal when you explore a new biome. You heal for 60. It's a nice, consistent one. Healing in this game is super broken, but this is probably one of the most... This is like the most fair one. I think this is easily just like a fair perk. That said, a lot of perks in this game are terrible, and because of that, it's definitely on the upper echelon. I like it. It's nice. There's situations where it's less good, situations where it's stronger. I'm gonna put it above item radar. I think that's fair. I might drop repelling a little bit too. I'm gonna drop repelling cape. I think it's closer to down here. I don't like repelling very much. Wish it wasn't a flat heal but percentage. It would be so broken with the percentage. Rats are below Lucky. Why? Because Lucky actually gives you movement speed, and movement speed is really good, and it scales in a pretty interesting way, which could definitely be utilized. The major downside of Lucky is that you can get like stun locked, but that can be completely removed. The one perk. This is actually like useful in several contexts, including speedrun. This is only useful for like a floor. I'm unsure about Trick Blood Money being weaker than Wand Experimenter. If you're good enough at the game proccing trick kills, it's trivial, which makes Trick Blood Money more consistent and reliable way to heal. I agree, but this requires a playstyle change, and this does not. I feel like the defense utility of rats is worth more IMO, but I don't speedrun. So the defense utility of rats also comes at the cost of chaos, and chaos is really dangerous. All it takes is one enemy to die, and then these guys are going to go nuts. It also means that you're probably going to get less gold overall. Gold normally isn't a problem, but these guys could definitely potentially make it a problem, especially if a lot of the enemies are getting killed. Also, I gotta... Please hold. Crystal clear. Okay, Revenge Explosion. I love Revenge Explosion. I think it's pretty good. I like it a lot. It gives you explosion resistance. It basically makes it so enemies can only ever melee you a single time. It does really good damage. And it scales well with glass cannon. If you take 2 glass cannons, it'll lag your game to hell. So it's definitely not good on the long run. It's good on shorter runs, and it's good on medium runs. I think this is the sort of perk that could help a newer player win, especially if they're very aware of explosives. It's pretty good. I like it. Rats are one of our few sources of melee damage too, but I'm biased. That's fair. In terms of melee damage, that is a super rare thing. But also, they do a pretty shit job at like employing that melee damage outside of like super specific situations. Revenge Explosion is okay. I like it. I'm definitely putting it above Teleportitis. I use it pretty regularly. This is definitely a me call on this one. I think it is pretty good. Why is Pinpointer above Rats? Even some D tier perks, honestly. This is above Rats. Listen, I do not value Rats because Chaos is a serious thing. It's super dangerous. And maybe I underuse Rats a little bit. But at the end of the day, for me, like, I'm not having damage problems, and if I am, I don't want to rely on having to kill things, right? It's just like counterintuitive. Pinpointer gives me speed up. The thing that this tier list is for all runs. This is encompassing speed runs, it's encompassing long runs, challenge runs, normal runs, and Pinpointer is very, very good in speed runs because it increases the speed of a shot. And also, it's really good with controllers, which is, you know, an undeniable thing, right? Like, it just helps you aim. Yeah, me too, every now and then. Then I just check house and it's like, oh yeah, we're good. I think it's good. Personally, don't like Pinpointer, but I can see how it's better than Rats. Yeah, it's just very helpful. Rats is like a super mediocre perk, and it just scared. Like, I think I've just been bitten one too many times to really appreciate Rats, especially this version of Rats. All right, so this is just speed up. This just increases the speed of your projectiles. This used to be 1,000 times better and 1,000 times cooler back when it broke the speed limit and shots could like just teleport through the universe. That was fucking badass. It doesn't do that anymore, so it's way less cool. And you know that makes it a lot less good as well. I think it has to be very similar in terms of power level to Pinpoint, which means C tier is growing even further. Probably. It just gives you more speed. This also gives you accuracy as well, though. I think this is less good. Yeah, we're doing C tier looking kind of thick. I like it for digging with black holes. Pinpointer doesn't accept that much. I mean, it does just enough. Yeah, so this is good for digging with black holes, and also if you stack it with a bunch of projectiles, it just goes nuts. It's okay. Alright. This is Faster Swimming. Faster Swimming doesn't exist anymore. It's now combined with Breathless. So Breathless got a really high tier placement. Faster Swimming is just faster drowning. It is not helpful. But with the Kraken in the game, if this were still in the game, I think it could land an E tier. This one's a little bit weird because its function is still in the game. Low and high gravity's functions got removed. That's why I was okay with rating them. This one's a little bit different. But we're coming down to the last perks as it is. In fact, I think we have rated... Oh, right, we haven't rated Gamble. Gamble fucking sucks. But it doesn't suck as hard as some of these. It's not going at D tier, I'll tell you that. Gamble is good until it isn't. Look at how many perks here are just fucking trash. Like, all these are just never ever want. Most of these are like, maybe I want it sometimes. And then, like, when you get up to here, it's like, oh yeah, I want most of these regularly. And then these tiers up here, these top 4 tiers, is just like give me that perk. It's fucking amazing. Except for Freeze Field, which is a little bit situational, but it's just so strong in the mid game that it's worth having in there. But that's my point. Is like there's landmines in every single tier. You just need to land on one of these to fuck up your run forever. I'm gonna put this in. I mean, it's not that likely to hit these bottom ones because these are some like pretty. They're less populated for sure. It's okay early game. It has its use. I'd take it over Always Cast most of the time. In fact, I'd take it over Homunculus most of the time. There. We're putting in an E tier. That's honestly a pretty high rating for Gamble. Gamble is average by definition. In theory, Callier, but the problem is that if you take Gamble and you get shit, then you're screwed. Like, getting something good is nowhere near as good as it is bad when you get something bad. That's my opinion. Like, if you roll Repulsion and Saving Grace, it's like, oh my god, free run. But I've never ever had that happen. I've had 2 good perks. I've had 1 good perk and 1 okay perk. But do you know how often I've had a perk that literally killed me within 30 seconds of gambling? It just happens all the time. Like, probably 50% of the time, in fact. If it's in the first Holy Mountain, I always take my... Yeah, see, that's the thing. Is if it's like the first floor, sure, why not? It's good fun. But this is no nonsense. This is no nonsense that we're talking about. Alright, we do have one final perk here. That is a perk that exists in the game. This is Revenge Rats. What happened to the Puke Rats? Did Puke Rats not make it onto this list? I know there's 3 rat perks, and I only got 2 of them. Revenge Rats is when you get hit. The rats pop out. It's real bad, and it's definitely worse than Plague Rats. It's so much worse than Plague Rats, in fact. I'm gonna put it, down here. I think that's a fair spot indeed. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the Puke Rats, but I would probably put the Puke Rats, like, up in B tier. I think it's a pretty easy tier. Because, you can do some really nasty fungal shifts with it, and it's so much more controlled than the other rat perks. It makes it really, like, it's a solid perk. And we should probably make a run around it sometime in the future. But, yeah, for some reason that's not making it onto the tier list. If anyone has, like, a picture of it, I'll add it on if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know. Can't really drag and drop images in. It's not that easy. But we'll make, like, another final version where I just add that on a little bit. Okay. Makes traversing Curse Rock so bad. Yeah, that's terrifying. You're forgetting about gold not expiring. The leg. That is a gold not expiring is in C. But yeah, Revenge Rats. Very bad. In fact, the factor that you brought up, I think it might be in Cursed tier. I'm gonna drop it down into a Cursed tier. It's super bad for long runs. Yeah, there are a couple doubles just because I had to manually upscale every single one of these images, and there was 129 of them, and it took me a long time. So you'll have to forgive me for there being a couple duplicates. That's my bad. Wait, is that this is the... Is this the Puke Rats, not the Revenge Rats? What does Revenge Rats look like? Because we got this one, we got this one. There should be a third. Yeah, no worries. Okay. That is the last one on our list of the base perks. Oh yeah, we should just throw swimming down somewhere. Faster drowning is pretty dumb. It's not helpful at all. You're missing, one you're missing is spontaneous generation. I just grabbed everything out of the thing. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I didn't get that. Oh, no. So we're missing just a couple perks off of this list. I'll make sure that I, like, add them in. We'll do that, I don't know. Maybe we'll do that at the start of next stream. I'll just grab a couple. Anyway, we'll continue with where we are because most of the perks that we missed are inconsequential. But you're right. I did miss a spore one. Did I miss a spore one? Which one is spontaneous generation? I think I got all the spore ones. 1, 2, 3, right? Or are there 4 spore ones? Anyway, let's start off with the faster swimming. Faster swimming is bad. It's real bad. There is rat in sea. Yep, there's that rat in sea. That's not the right rat. We got 2 rats. We got this one. We got that one. We need 3 rats. We need 3 rats. Okay. Faster swimming isn't in the game anymore. I know, but we're still gonna rank it just because it is one of the available icons here. And then we've got a bunch of perks here that aren't even in the game. Are we going through a historical perks tier list? No, so this is our complete tier list essentially of the perks that are in game. I guess you could take off high gravity and low gravity. One day I hope they re-add those maybe. But yeah, now we're into uncharted territory. This is all theoretical sort of stuff. I'm gonna start off with an easy one. We're gonna go with ice immunity. Let's talk about ice immunity. Yeah, or freeze immunity. So this is just full immunity to freezing. You do not get frozen anymore, and if it follows the trend of modern perks, it'll probably make you immune to ice damage and immune to freezing vapor. That's a really, really good perk if it does all that. Even if it doesn't do all that, freeze immunity is easily A tier. Yeah, I would put freezing up here. That's really good. Faster swimming, wasn't faster swimming moved? Breathless. It was easy stone. That's the case. And then this one is just called double health, which means it's literally just better than extra HP. I don't know why this exists at all, but obviously it's got to go above extra HP, and I don't think that getting even more health is necessarily that strong. Oh, what do you think? Is it strong enough to earn like a couple extra spots? Because it is double your HP. Right now we get 50%. If we're getting 100% extra HP, that's insane. All-seeing eye probably, unless strong levitation would... wait, what is that about Zift? Oh, which of these perks would be the best IRL? Oh. It's a tough one. Melee immunity is pretty OP. I think melee immunity would be insane. What else would be insane? Butt protector, depending on who you are, I guess. Stainless armor would be pretty good. The projectile shield. I mean, you can't go wrong with 1-up. I think 1-up would be pretty broken. All-seeing eye gives you clairvoyance. I think that might be a little bit harder to deal with first-person setting. Greed or greed double all my income. Ooh, that would be so useful for me. I'd start making $600 a month. Well, how fancy. God. so bad. This is hi, leaving now. Breathless. Ladies. That'd be pretty fun. There's a commented out multiply HP perk in the code that says you can't gain HP. Oh, is that what this one is? So it multiplies your HP and then you can't gain HP. Okay, let's re-rank that about that, Callier. Thank you. More blood, donate plasma, make bank. Ooh, bad. But everyone would have more blood. That's the problem. More blood is global. More love, just stop fighting entirely. That'd be pretty good. IRL worst perk would be attract worms, but then you could just sell the worms. Unless you live in the same universe as that one with tremors. You know tremors. Immunities would be pretty nice. Yeah, fire immunity, you'd just be the greatest firefighter of all time. Although I guess you'd need Breathless to boot, otherwise you'd just die. Would you take Gamble IRL? Fuck no. There's so many bad perks on here. Duplicate projectile, just additional child support needed. Got him. Worst perk would be contact damage. Yeah, definitely. That'd be way up there. I like summon Satakivi, just have like a rock in your drawer that could summon down a space laser. That'd be sick. What else would be good? Homing, you could be the greatest soldier of all time. Peace with the gods. I don't know what that would do, but, you know. Sure, a couple people had that perk. Essence of water. Oh, yeah, just generate lava every now and then. That's how you die. That's how you die. Freeze field. It's already like that in Canada. Invisibility is a meme. Telekinesis, enough said. Yeah, get abducted by the freaking government. Healthy exploration would be dope. Yeah, it would. Oh, man, that'd be great. Dude, you'd never get tired of traveling. That'd be really cool. I like that a lot, actually. Electricity would be awful. Breathless, so you can just beat a world record. Yeah, I guess you could beat a world record pretty easily with Breathless. Dissolve powders. But you'd never be able to go to the beach. People would hate you so much. Eat your vegetables. You already die if you don't eat. But now you get stronger, too. Bad. Popeye, essentially. I already have Moon Radar, but it only works at night. Sometimes it works during the day. You just gotta look. Iron Stomach would be nice. Revenge Tentacle. Someone hits you, they just get slapped by a giant tentacle. Crazy. Likey. Yeah, people would be terrified. Personal Plasma Beam would be awful. Just laser eyes. Faster movement would be pretty nice. Usain Bolt uses that one all the time. You only need to drink 1 liter of oil to be fed for a week. Oh, man. Revenge rats. Explosion immunity would be a cool party trick. It would. It certainly would. If you murder people, you could get vengeful ghosts. Although I guess that's not very helpful for most people. Non-controllable, then no. Oh, yeah, that'd be brutal. Just always faster movement. That might be me, then. Michaela's always asking me to slow down when I'm walking, right? Vomit rats would be neutral until suddenly remember you have at 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Oh, my God. That'd be a nice party trick, too. That'd be so gross. Rage field levitation, too. Punch someone, you can just fly away. That would be sick. Cordyceps IRL. Now, that's a problem waiting to happen. Exploding gold, you touch money, boom. I mean, who touches money these days anyway? Be honest. Be honest. Revenge explosion doesn't hurt you. Pretty cool. Melee immunity. Become an MMA fighter. Yeah, melee immunity would be super busted. For sure. A lot of the immunities would be super busted. Blood and gold would be something else when you met. Oh no. Oh, that's yeah, just blow up the ring. My God. Homunculus would be. Oh God. So many questions would have to be asked. It'd be nice to have innate crit chance too. Oh my God. Freeze field, literally Elsa. Wouldn't you just die from not being able to drink water? I guess you just have to eat ice. You'd have really strong jaw. Be kind of cool. Blood money. You just heal when you get money. You go to the hospital, please. I don't know. How would that work? You wouldn't want to go to the hospital. You just like make a withdrawal from the bank to heal. And then you just put the money back. Hang on, I need to go touch my money. It's like your arm's broken. You need to go to the hospital. I can't afford it. Except it's Canada where we have healthcare, so I can't afford it. Because it's free. As it should be. Stop getting political. Let's talk about perks. Freeze field, you can't use the toilet ever again. Oh my god. Awful. Get glass cannon, the entire block is wiped out when you play with fireworks. Oh my god. It's on. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready to progress? Like, I appreciate the side track, but we still have some cool ass perks to look at. More love would probably be the best one though. Yeah, I mean, just wish for world peace forehead. Pretty good. Pretty good. Changing gravity would have some devastating consequences. People on the ISS, yeah, it'd be a spicy one for sure. I'm trying to see if there's any other ones. Repelling cape, you never sweat. That'd be super useful. Actually, I guess sweating helps you cool down. Maybe not. It would be pretty cool getting out of the pool and being dry within 2 seconds, though. That'd be awesome. That would be freaking cool. You'd like never have to shower because you instantly just like wash off. That'd be cool. Couldn't sweat, you'd die from overheating pretty easily. Yeah, probably. Faster projectiles become a pitcher. I love that. That's amazing. Oh man. That's a really cool one. Okay, so we're gonna go over the names of these perks and then we'll talk about them, alright? I'm gonna let you guys help me tier these ones because my brain is about done by now. I'm gonna save this. Part 1 tier list. Noita perks. We're gonna add in the last ones. 99% done. Gotta add like 2 perks. Save. Okay. How do I go back to messing with the tier list? Hit the back button. I can just add. Got that copied. I should just paste it somewhere so that way I don't forget. Let's bring the notepad. Go. Okay. So we're gonna look at these and see what we've got. So we've got no damage flash here. Hang on. Sorry, confused. Everything okay? Everything okay? Alright, I'm just streaming. Halo's acting really weird. It's okay, she was just confused. Yeah. These are going to be hard to rate. I imagine some will be really dependent on the numbers, similar to how vampirism could be good if it wasn't too weak. Yeah. I mean, we'll how about we just try to assume the best of things like this. Okay. So, we have... Let me try to find it. We're going to go based off of the name. We could go into the code as well, if you guys are willing to wait for that. Okay, so this guy here is called Duplicate. There's partial code for some of them. Callier, would you be willing to throw the code into chat so that way we can discuss it? If you're feeling up to it. You don't have to, but that would be much appreciated. So yeah, we've got Duplicate. Let's assume that this duplicates... I don't know, what should it duplicate? It looks just like duplicate spells. The full code or just a description? Just a brief description would be fine. If you want to paraphrase. But the copy paste would be fine too. So yeah, we've got duplicate, we've got flash no damage. Flash no damage could do a couple different things. It could make it so there's like intermittent times where you take no damage, or it could be a thing that makes it so you have iframes. Either one of those is very, very good. This perk could potentially have been absolute top tier, I think. And this perk is random allies, and basically it changes your herd, which is really, really good because it would mean that more love would activate sooner. But also kind of bad because, you know, more love is already a thing, and that's just another perk on the list. So I don't know how helpful that would be. Note from Petri, remove no damage flash because it's not really a useful perk. Okay. This is bullet or projectile eater. So that could be an early version of the butt shield. I don't know. I don't know how you would do a projectile eater, because most of the time you're getting projectiles, it's in the air, and generally how to eat in this game is to hit S, right? I think it just removes the visuals. Oh, no damage flash. So basically it was a perk that removed the red flash. That makes so much more sense, and I understand why it doesn't exist now. Seems like it was a beta version of Hungry Ghost. This could be a beta version of Hungry Ghost, or it could be a beta version of Butt Shield. It could be either one, which is pretty interesting. Double HP immediately and never get any HP again seems pretty situational. I don't know how often I would take that, because I'd feel like I'm stunting my growth on a run. Triple. Even triple. I don't think I would take that outside of the situation where it's maxing your HP to infinity, right? I think Hungry Ghost, but without the ghost. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. And then we've got just, I don't know what this one is. I think this is just slime, right? This seems like it would be okay if you're just trying to win. Get it before Temple on a short run? Yes. That's the play, Carney. I agree. Or Temple or Vault, and like it right then and there, that's the spot to get it. Looks like slime vampirism. That's true, it does. I wonder if that's exactly what it is. I'm not sure. We'll see if Callier comes up with anything. I know what this one is. This is bigger holes from worms, which is really, really weird in situation. It's situational. My words are failing me at this point. Yeah, why? Why? It's so weird. It's like, oh yes, I need larger wormholes. Like, if it's stacked, that'd be fucking hilarious. That'd be super funny to have giant wormholes everywhere. And they would just fall forever. I think that'd be really funny. Would it be good? If it's stacked enough and it like broke shit, it would be pretty cool. Like to the point where it just like the worm falls down forever. That would be kind of neat. I think it's an old slime blood icon. Okay, that makes sense. Slime vampirism would probably be pretty terrible, especially if it works the same way as vampirism. Just in case that's the alternate. Now, a gourd perk. Let's talk about this. This probably wasn't ever intended as a perk. Maybe it was. Like summon Satakivi. Maybe this is summon gourd. So if we were to summon a gourd, how good is summon gourd? If I were to like put summon gourd on a tier list, I'd probably put it above summon Satakivi. Like, it's a heal. You know? That's good. Healing perks are strong. It's a tough one. Was probably nice when Greek letter spells weren't a thing. Using melee immunity or digging. Yeah, for sure. It would definitely be. Also on like a speed run, if you could get like 2 in a row, they just fall forever in the 3rd level and you just fall down with them. You can't say that with veggies and E tier, but the problem with eat your veggies is that it's got the significant drawback of you just die in 2 minutes if you don't eat. Like, this is a very high maintenance perk. There is a significant downside, and I have had this perk kill me multiple times. You take this on a normal run, and you play even the tiniest bit slow, you're gonna die to this. I guarantee it. It's a risky one. Especially with like the stuff like shifting being so common, right? I've never died to it ever. I've died to it when I was doing As a slow player, eat your veggies sucks. Yeah, I should probably try it more, but it just scares the hell out of me. Can we think of a new perk that would be cool? There's a one in the code called Thunder Kick. I thought that sounded pretty cool, but obviously that's in the code. It doesn't really count, does it? Do it? Does it? Wow, my brain. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We've been talking a lot. But yeah, we've got this guy here too. Why is Freeze Field A again? Because it's better than Fire Immunity. It is just straight up better than Fire Immunity. It gives you immunity to a crap ton of stuff. I should take some of these stuff. Real perks. Did I take off all the fake perks? I think I did. These are all the real perks. Haley's pet perk. It's not a pet. It gives you poison immunity. It gives you partial electric immunity, suffocation immunity. It gives you immunity to a crap ton of stuff. Those get stuck in your own blood. Yeah, it's a perk that takes a lot of skill to get used to, and also like, no, it doesn't take a lot of skill. It takes a lot of time. The skill is acquired over time with it. It sucks when you're not used to it, but you never get stuck later on. I very, very rarely get stuck. I've died to it like 3 times total. But that's because I always take it after I get like teleport digging, right? I only consider it when I have a TP wand. Exactly. But I always have a TP wand, right? So it's just like flat benefit for the most part for me. The only reason it's not higher on the list is because Breathless has become a lot better and made this a little bit more a little bit closer to obsolete. It is basically immune to lava. Yes, it's immune to lava. It's immune to like a bunch of different damage types. And that's what makes it so good. It definitely has like a massive power spike in the mid game, like just unlike anything else. It straight up makes you immune to so many of the things that this game can try to do to you. Haley's basically just needs to decide he wants a TP wand, and the game gives one to him. Well, I always decide I want a TP wand, so that's why I always have one. Yeah, I'll have you know, I have had runs without teleport for a while. and then I hunt one down. That's what you gotta do. You know? Also, banger track. Pokemon track. It's a good one. Okay, and then we've got blast capacity. This was such a good meme when it was in. I think it should be comboed with more blood, and that would be fun. But yeah, this was a terrible perk. It basically just made it so polymorph flasks were incredibly deadly. It's like, oh, flask broke, and the whole room is like filled with polymorph. Did it ever really work? I don't know if it did. I don't know if it worked. I think I took it like once. It's such a weird meme perk. But yeah, I guess that's every perk on Noita. I was planning on playing some Creature in the Well, but it's 8 o'clock, and I'm tired as hell. And that was a ton of talking. Like, probably the most talking I've ever done on a stream. We can do a last glance, and let's do one last little revision. If anyone wants to speak up about any of the positions of these, if they think they can dispute it, go for it. But I'm pretty happy with how this looks. I'm honestly really surprised that Repulsion stayed at the very top. I didn't think it would, because my very first tier list ever had Repulsion at the very top. And it's one of those perks that has drawbacks, but its power level is so high that I think it deserves its slot, you know? Concentrated Spells is worse than Hunger Ghost and Boomerang. Why is that, Kellier? I think Concentrated Spells is the easiest one to use. If you're talking about a long-term run, yeah. But I think the Concentrated Spells is good on a short run, a long run, and like a medium run. Should at Dunk this one so we can listen to him complain about Freeze Field. I need to put the last couple perks on it, and then once I do. I have problems with Repulsion Sector, mainly aiming errors with black holes, etc. I mean, generally... Okay, so when you're black holing with repulsion, you're either going straight down or you have infinitum. That's my take on that. So I don't really worry about aiming errors too much. Critical plus is below wand radar because critical plus is really slow scaling and does not do that much to benefit you. A single wand with some good stuff on it is going to be way better than 15% crit. That's my opinion. Boomerang does the same total damage added, but it gives you 30% projectile and explosion resistance. I didn't know it still had the resistances on it, Callier. That definitely increases its rating. It's straight up going up into C tier. Like that's actually really good. But that said, I don't think it's going above concentrated spells because it's still very hard to use effectively. A single stack of Hungry Ghost outdamages it if you have at least 4 projectiles, and Hungry Ghost also gives you some defense. You're assuming that Hungry Ghost also has the effect active, though. Like, Hungry Ghost actually has to have the damage thing active, and to have the damage thing active, you need to put yourself at risk. Unless you're using something to activate Hungry Ghost yourself, which is, once again, another activation requirement, while concentrated spells remains very simple. Because it's not entirely about the damage. I think that activation requirement and ease of use is important. Those are my counter arguments for failure. Honestly, I think you're a difficult one to argue with on this because you know as much as I do, if not more. Boomerang deserves to be in D tier. It can carry a run without any other supporting perks. I think bottom of C tier is fine to cast Iron Cape. Like it gives you some stats. If it gives you the 30% resistance, might be only if enemies get it. If the resistance doesn't exist on if the resistance doesn't exist on the player, then it's nowhere near as overloaded as it sounds. That's the thing. That was before you moved. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. It works too. Works well too if linear arc. Yeah. So linear arc does get fixed with repulsion. There's definitely lots of ways you can fix like black holes and whatnot. I've done that before as well. I think I was probably the one that invented that. You know, Cronus saw it on my screen. That's why he's mentioning it. I swear he saw it here first. Goal says, I really don't think 1-up needs to be as high as it is when saving grace and healing exists. I also think you should play more with each of your veggies and see what you think. I will. This list is absolutely subject to change as I play more. Gotta keep that in mind. And the reason 1-up is so high is because it literally is a game save perk that is... think of it this way. I got electrocuted. I lived because I had 1-up. I got exploded. I lived because I had 1-up. I got shot a crap ton. I lived because I have 1-up. Like, it saves you in every single situation. It's literally a get out of jail free card. It's way too good, and it stacks. So it's good on short runs. It's good on long runs. It is just one of the most consistently useful perks in the game. And even if you don't use it, that safety net means that you won. Won a run the other day thanks to 1-up, got nuked in fungal. That's the thing, is like the immediate power level 1-up gives you is insane. It just absolutely bonkers. 1-up is really, really good and absolutely deserves to be top of S tier. It's good. That's my take. I guess the main difference between boomerang over concentrated is that you have your shots boomerang versus having cast delay added. Yeah, so that's the thing, is you can remove the cast delay of concentrated spells very easily. Yeah, that is true. Boomerang does combo with Luminous Drill, which is something that I was thinking about myself when I was placing it. But honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Because it is just a single build, you know? It's tricky. Race has saved me wand experimenting. Concentrated spells also has a bit too much of a weak effect compared to some of the stuff below it. I'm not sure if you've been using concentrated spells right, Cole. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of really, really dumb. Yeah. Let's quickly show off just how dumb it is. I really don't like concentrated spells, so I might be biased. I also really don't like concentrated spells, Callier. The only reason I rated it so highly is because there are so many situations where it's very, very strong. I hate it. I hate it. I think it's bad for the game. It's bad. Like, I don't like the design of it because it's like, just throw a bunch of spark bolts on a wand and do 10 bazillion damage. It's so silly. Adds thousands of damage if you use it. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to make a wand really quick here. And we're going to... Ow! I'm going to use a different... I'm going to use a different cheater. We're going to use Spell Labs here for this. Love CS. Ah, yes, -1 spells per cast. My favorite kind of one. Let's go up here real quick. Please run in a wand. We want a 26 caster. Just amp that a little bit. One of these. And on that, bada bing. And we're going to go into here. Cover that. I'm just going to throw a spark bolt on that. UI to test the infinite stain thing. Yeah, I can do that. We'll give that a shot. So this is the damage that we're dealing without concentrated spells. So we're doing 507. All right, not bad. Now we go concentrated. Some people probably already know this, but I don't. It's known how dumb it is. Go. 58,000. Like it just gives you so much damage, right? I agree it's really good, but I think it should be a bit lower in the tier compared to the survivability of say Stainless and potential of say perk reroll. There are plenty of ways to be OP without concentrated, for sure. But like the fact that one of the big indicators of like a super overpowered thing, damage is just so important. Damage is so important. It's hard to argue with this, you know? I don't know. Let me take another look at this. This is Earth Essence. It's Mr. A. I put the essences on my list because I do count them as perks. I thought that would spice things up a little bit. Have a good one, Ziff. Thank you for hanging out. The CS has won me... Oh, Concentrate Spells has single-handedly won me games when I was short materials many times. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's just so insanely strong on every kind of run. It's insane.
Go to work in my stead, alias B Panic.
Well, he did tier 2 subscribe. I think I have to. just give me the address, Lowly Q. Not like I've been streaming here for 7 hours. Let's do it. Thank you so much for your support, Lowly Q. I appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying. And yeah, that's friggin' 13 months strengthening the Armada like no other. One of our finest generals, Lowly Q. Hungry Ghost is a bit harder to use, but has way more damage than Concentrated. I think that ease of use is a very important part of it. I don't think the damage is the only thing. But yeah, my brain and my mouth is insanely tired. So I think we're gonna have to call it here. You may disagree with parts of this list. You may perfectly agree with other parts of this list. But these are my opinions, and feel free to try and change them. I'm happy to do that. But that said, I gotta call the stream for now because I am dying. What's better, slime blood or projectile damage reduction? Or gas blood for stainless? Gas blood stainless is pretty nice. Slime. I'd rather have slime blood before gas blood. It depends on what kind of run. If you're going long, I'd take slime blood first. If you're just doing a shorter run, I bet gas blood would be pretty. Especially with stainless, or with the freeze field later. But yeah, let's track someone down to raid. We'll keep the good times rolling. Thank you all very much for watching. I really appreciate it. For everyone who managed to somehow make it through whatever the hell this was. it was quite something. I had a lovely time. I'm gonna be canceling my my birthday stream for tomorrow, so that way I'm not getting in the way of the Noita Summit. We will be doing a stream tomorrow, but we're gonna keep it low key. We're gonna play other games, and yeah, we'll have a good time still. But I'll see you all on the 27th for my birthday stream. That's when we're gonna be going live with that. Let's go ahead and track down Solar. We'll take the fun. I think that's the play. /raid Solar 90. Yeah, have a good one. And insightful, I'll be here learning how good veggies is. Yeah, have a good one. It's for your time. Happy birthday. Yeah, thank you very much. Moving the party to OnlyFans, not quite. But yeah, have a good one. Go make some noise at Solar, and truly thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it a lot, and I hope you had fun.